Sorry if I don't see you. I'll do my best to
Hey,
get you up. Nick.
hey, Joe. Yeah, Joseph. I am only speaking up on behalf of Lisa, who needed a timeout, and maybe she forgot to re-raise her hand. And but that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. Anyways, so with that, I will go to hands. Lisa, did you remember what you wanted to say? Go ahead.
Um, well, Yehuda's gone, so I will, like he said, write it down and ask him later on. But yeah, that panel was just beyond awesome. It was just great. I think it's defines a moment in history, and I think that you know it was just something to listen to everyone so knowledgeable and just it was awesome. But yeah, but I thank all you guys too, and you too, Joseph. You guys do an awesome job, and I think that this will go down in history. I hope somebody writes a book about all this, um, the Maria Aid panel and everybody. So, but no, I was, I think one of the thoughts I was thinking too was there's no way that you're ever going to change the Russian mind frame. It's just been that way for centuries, and it will continue to be that way. But it does need to be stopped because if it succeeds with Ukraine, then they're just going to move onward and forward. And everybody knows that. And I was glad to hear that the US is on top of things and has everything in place and ready to stop anything that might start. But I just wanted to say that. And that's all.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Yeah, it was a great panel, and I don't know about a book. I don't know who would do it right now. We're all very busy. I think a lot of people busy with their lives. I'd say the people more involved, I guess, like me to some degree. We're just trying to keep the lights on. I'm just trying to schedule people. Just trying to make sure we have enough guests. Like we're just trying to make you guys happy at the end of the day, right? And keep the lights on around here. It's not easy. It's a very it's a concerted effort to get the whole team of volunteers, like constant coverage 24 hours a day, right? That's not something I don't want to, like, I'm not trying to brag here, but it's not something that's like been done before to my knowledge. Just like making an all volunteer, like, basically radio station where everyone, we have coverage 24 hours a day, and it's run completely by volunteers. So it's a lot of work, and like people ask us a lot, like, why don't you, like, make a movie or make podcast back before we had podcasts. Why didn't you make podcasts or do this or that? And it was like, man, it's so much work just to keep this thing going. Like, I mean, can you imagine, like, on a typical radio show, there'd be multiple producers and things just for a couple of hours. Like this, like, it's just, we're just doing our best to keep this thing running. So long story short, we are keeping pretty good records. Everything's being recorded. We're doing our best. I don't think we see ourselves as any kind of history making thing. I mean, I think maybe I'm being, I would say that all the listeners, right, everyone who participates in this to some small degree and helps me create materially, like, everyone's participating in history in that way. But what I mean is just like, we don't see ourselves as like making history in any special way ourselves, but like if we can help record it, right? Like, for example, we've interviewed people who have been through Russian filtration camps, right? We've interviewed people who have exhumed mass graves where Russians tortured civilians. And children, women and children, right? We've interviewed soldiers on the front line who are about to go into combat, and partake in some very momentous historical events. So in that way, I think we feel that we owe some kind of a debt to history or posterity. So we've recorded everything. One day I'm sure we'll have time to go through all of it and pick out all the little bits and everything. But yeah, I don't know. It's right now we're just trying to keep everything going and keep the lights on. And I will say, like, it's honestly, it's not possible without the listeners and without the audience participation, right? Like that's part of the model. That's part of the formula, right? Like we can't just fill 24 hours. I mean, we probably could. Like Yehuda's a great orator. We have some great orators on the team, right? I mean, Doman, Axel, everybody, right? Tim, Ben. Now if I don't name everyone, they'll be personally slighted, right? Because they're all listening. But Ryan's down there. Hi, Ryan. Colby. Anyway, yeah. So my point is, we got some great speakers, but like, without you guys to kind of come talk and keep the conversation going, right? Eventually, like, we would run out of stuff. So at the end of the day, it's a collaborative project with all of you guys participating to the extent you want to, and helping where you can, and whether that's material help or just retweeting the space or coming up and talking and so forth. It all contributes to this larger thing. So I'll leave it there. I don't know. It's just a bit of a ramble from me. I think I will go to Christian and Nick. Christian, go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. First of all, I just want to say that this space is more important than you think, or I'm absolutely sure that you know this, but this is part of the information warfare, and Ukraine is winning it, and it's everything that we do here is absolutely putting a lot of nails into the propaganda of the Russian Federation. This was the first thing I wanted originally to speak, to ask Yehuda more about the as a listener if I know he's a Finn, so I'm pretty tell us more from the Winter War. 4 hours last night it was absolutely great, absolutely great. I'm at work. I have work in the morning at 7 o'clock. I slept for 3 hours. This is how great it was. Just 3 hours. I just did it. I was like, screw it. I want to listen to all these great guys speak. These guys usually, their experience and their background and everything that they do, people have to pay a lot of money for these guys to just speak their names in general. So they're doing it for free. They're doing it for Ukraine. They're doing it for us, for everybody else who has questions, who has doubts, who has fears. These guys are just absolutely fantastic, and each and everyone an expert in his domain. Absolutely awesome. So thank you for the space. Donate. This is a great space. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, I mean, we absolutely understand, that this is part of the information war, right? That there is an information war going on, and there's a bunch of weirdos on Twitter who, are very weird. Like, I should be less dismissive. There are a bunch of people on Twitter who maybe are repeating disinformation about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, right? I'll put it that way. And anything we can do to kind of influence a broader narrative, whether that's just on Twitter itself or once in a while we do see media outlets come, especially for our interviews, and they come listen. And we do see at least some of the stuff we put out there picked up on by other media outlets and things like that. So when that happens, we're always very happy, and we're always happy that anyone who wants to listen and do their best to pick up what we're trying to convey, which I would say most of all our top priority is to try to get Ukrainians to speak, right? So on that note, we've actually got a Ukrainian guest today, and I wanted to bring up our guest real quick before I go back to Nick. And our guests were, I'm going to always bring these up first. Okay, so we've got Lyubov Cybulska. She's a hybrid warfare expert, founder of Stratcom Center, former head of Hybrid Warfare Analytical Group, and an advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. She's going to be here at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That's New York time. A little bit before that, we've got Ika Kohornen. He is an economist specialized in transition and developing countries. He's head of the Bank of Finland's Institute for Emerging Economies, and he's going to be here about 90 minutes before at 12 p.m. Eastern. So it's going to be great to have both of those speakers. And we might have something else. One sec. Anyway, last but not least, we've got Auntie coming up to talk about winter warfare, as Christian had a question. So I will go to Nick real quick, and then we'll go to Auntie's points. Or actually, I think Christian maybe can ask his specific question about winter warfare. Nick, go ahead.
Thanks, Joseph. To Christian's point, I was listening to a very reputable podcast earlier today, whose guest was a eminent military historian who predicted that the Russian mobilization will culminate in November and December of this year, and the word he used to describe its outcome was debacle, which I think is entirely accurate considering everything we know about the utter and massive stupidity of the Russian military. I also wanted to mention that pursuant to everything that Christian and Lisa said prior to this, that it seems to me that this space will not simply have a book written about it, but as early as a couple of months ago, I commented probably around the same time when not a lot of people were on the space, that if anyone had a child who was in postgraduate studies in either journalism or sociology, or maybe they were a student themselves in those fields, that they ought to start working on a thesis about this space and its influence in the information sphere. And I stand by that. And with that, I will happily shut up. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it's a big thing. There's a lot of stuff that goes on into the back end of this whole operation. I don't know. We're trying to get it more organized. I think it's an organic thing that has evolved over the course of the invasion. It sort of evolved from nothing, right? So yeah, I think we're working on a lot of stuff. Like, I'll put it this way, right? I'm not. They will not let me. They will not let me. You guys, listen to me for a second. They will not let me tell you what's going to happen. But big things are going to happen. Okay, we got plans. We got big plans. We're working on lots of stuff, and I think most of it's going to work out. Probably a few things won't. Oh well, right? That's been the story thus far. And anyway, you look forward to it. I think that for a little while there was maybe an attitude, and it's not to say that I don't want to by any means imply this is the prevalent attitude, but I think there was like this idea that like, what if we get everything like set up as like a real like solid, this whole thing running like an institution, and like the war ends, right? And I don't think, like, at this point I think we realize like, no way, we've got to get this thing has got to be bigger and badder than ever, right? Like every day we've got to think about how to improve it, how to make it bigger. Like this is and how to improve the quality for the listeners. So I think that's something that moving forward, right, we understand that this is Ukraine's going to win. I would say in I don't want to say short or long. I think that's like a semantic game. But point is, it's going to take a little while, and during that time, we're going to do our absolute best to get this thing running as best we can and make it the best quality we can. And here to hopefully support me in saying that is my lovely co-host friend Ben. Ben, good morning to you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Joseph. Sorry, took the wrong train, so I'm a bit pissed, but it's okay. Yeah, It was fantastic to hear you. If anything, you're one of the great orators of this space. I had to hold the line on my own for like 15 minutes yesterday, and I almost melted. You do this day in, day out. You're amazing. I wanted
I just
to,
work here, man.
I wanted to give a shout out to Ike Kornen, who's coming tonight, 7 p.m. Kiev time. He's a fantastic speaker, and I wanted to incite our Finnish friends to come from the reboot of Finnish Monday, because it's going to be great. And Ike is going to tell us why Finland has now become an island, and I'm sure you guys are interested in this question. And for those who are not Finnish, first of all, I'm sorry for you guys, and secondly, we should all become islands the same way as Finland has done, so we can better fight the good fight, the one that Joseph and the MriyaReport is fighting, and of course the one that our friends in Ukraine are fighting. So there, a lot of love to our friends who are in Kiev at the moment, who are having a bit of a rough time, and yeah, no passerán, we'll get them, and it's just a matter of time. As Yehuda pointed out, it's not as if they had any great option. They have catastrophic and bad. So we just need to wait for them to finally understand that they need to go for bad, and that's it.
Now, Ben, we've got actually a Finn here right now, and hopefully he was, he was picking up what you were laying down. But my question to you, Ben, it has absolutely nothing to do with anything you just said. But I'm completely curious. You got me thinking. I mean, you take the same train every day, right, Ben? Like, what happened?
It's the same. It's the same. What do you call that? Track, but different trains pass by the same track. So I took the wrong one.
You had your nose in a book, Ben?
Not really. I was listening to a radio show on Twitter. You wouldn't know it. It's called the MriyaReport. Anyway, yeah, and the fact that I stayed up until 3 and woke up at 6 has nothing to do with this. I was perfectly fit and ready to work. Please don't tell my boss.
Yeah, I tried to get you to bed early, Ben. I really did. I don't know what happened. Anyway,
Yeah, Joseph,
but
can you try stopping taking me to bed in front of everyone? It's starting to become, what can I say? Bit, yeah, people are commenting. Let's put it this way.
all right, one last question, Ben. So, I mean, does this mean you're going to be late for work? That you took the wrong train?
Oh, I am late for work, but I'm at work, and the good thing is my
But-
boss is even more late. So
So they're not going to be
That's it.
mad. It's like no big deal.
yeah, absolutely no big deal. And did you get to hear the part about the strippers yesterday?
No.
It's very serious. It's unfortunate. It's one of those things whenever you say strippers, everyone laughs, but it's actually it reflects quite a lot of human misery. So
Oh
it
yes,
turns
sorry. Yeah, I did. Sorry. I shouldn't have. I broke the number one rule in radio, Ben, and I just said I know I should have just played along and said I forgot, but I did actually mention this on air. Yes. There's a certain city where times are tough for the working gals. Is that right, Ben?
absolutely, and they're so apparently their best clients have either been summoned to the front lines, or even more likely are in hiding at home or have escaped abroad. So because thousands upon thousands of men mostly have left Russia, the clientele has become very, very thin. So that's one problem that they're facing. And the second problem that they're facing is the fact that with all those men who are being mobilized and all those who are losing their jobs, quite a few families are falling on hard times. And as a result, women who don't really have other options, I assume, are turning to dancing. And so the result is that supply has increased tremendously. They don't really have, the rates have collapsed. So if you're looking for a good deal, I would not recommend it, but that's a fact of life. And it's also one of those things where when we wonder why the Russian economy is actually not, for instance, suffering from the same level of inflation as neighboring, say, Estonia, to take a country that is near and dear to the heart of a number of people on this podcast. The numbers are low because, in many respects, demand has collapsed. This is something that Domino and I have been spotting since for several months now. There are a number of indications that across the country, the demand for goods and services in Russia has declined between, depends how you're counting, 20, 30, 50. We've seen in some cases at the national level as high as 75%. Every sector is not affected the same way, but it's tremendous. It's a gigantic slap. And the result is when you don't have demand, you don't have rising prices. On the contrary, you have collapsing prices, and this is a problem that in many ways, I've said it a few times, but deflation is in many ways a much bigger problem than inflation. So beyond the strippers, as is a word that a sentence I was not thinking I would mention utter, but beyond the strippers, this is very significant on how poorly the Russian economy is doing, because you can imagine that those families which are now falling on hard times, they have to cut back on a lot of other things. So that means that a lot of other segments of the economy are suffering. And on the other hand, if you take for instance, the cafes, the bars where the strippers are producing themselves, well, they don't have the revenue anymore. And if they don't have the revenue, they cannot pay the rent. And if they cannot pay the rent, at some point they're going to have to close. Either they close, or whomever is collecting the rent is also suffering. So there's this sort of chain reaction there, which is doesn't start easily. Let's be honest. A national economy, is a massive, enormous beast. Be it the Russian one or any other one. I mean, the Belgian national economy is a massive beast that cannot be easily disturbed. What we usually call crises are little coughs that are easily solved. But once it gets into a tailspin, that is also a massive beast in a tailspin, and reverting course is well nigh impossible. I'm reading at the moment a book about the Marshall Plan, and you can see how difficult it was for all the guys, European and Americans, to conceive the Marshall Plan. The economy of Europe at the time was in a tailspin, and understanding what was going on, where to put the money, how to build up the necessary political will to get them to change course. All that was enormous amount of work, quite a fair bit of luck as well, and this is something that once it starts, it's tremendously difficult to stop. And don't think for a second that it is the sort of things that you can solve just by opening a checkbook. It's not. The checks, the money, the dollars, they help, but they're far from being sufficient. And if Russia starts failing, they will need a brilliant administrator behind every single shop, and they don't have it. The Russian Central Bank, truth be told, has been doing a very efficient job. They're doing the devil's work, but they're doing it very well. But even them, at some point, they're gonna have to call it quit, and they're gonna have to let the tailspin happen. And at that point, it's gonna be game over. And I'm becoming a lot more bullish on this than I was before. I remembered, for instance, the lessons from World War II, when Germany had been hammered and the economy never quite broke. So, as I said, a national economy is a huge beast, difficult to break. But the signals we're seeing from Russia at the moment are starting to make me believe that we could be at the tip of something, of a massive wrecking ball finally being unleashed, and doing away with the Russian Federation ability to wage war, and with the Russian people willingness to support this war, as there have been since the beginning. With this, Joseph, I need to go silent for a little bit.
Thank you, Ben. I think that was like basically a thesis on the gradual unraveling of the Russian economy. Well, I think you raised a lot of very interesting points. I have many questions for you, Ben, but as you said, you've dropped the microphone and you're walking away, and I respect that. So we do have Antti up, and Christian a little while ago asked Antti to come up, and he was very polite because that's how people from Finland are until you invade their country. Then they winter war you. And that's what we're about to learn about, winter warfare. And Christian has a question. Go ahead, Christian.
Yeah, so I just want to structure a bit the point, because I think it's really relevant, and I know Antti knows all of this that I'm about to ask. And as Doman said, the best questions are the ones that you already know the answer to. But I would like to ask Antti to tell us a little about the similarities between the winter war and what's happening today or will happen in Ukraine. I mean, for example, if he knows where the Soviet soldiers were brought from to fight in Finland and why, and how much is the modern Soviet/Russian soldiers gonna be used as a signpost, as was the case in the Winter War, if I remember correctly, and more details on that, on the winter aspect of warfare, if he knows. Thank you.
Right. So, well, where to begin? But the first thing is that for the most part, what I remember reading of the geographic spread of Russian units in Winter War is that there was really most of these units were from the European side of Soviet Union. I don't think there was anything that they didn't specifically reach out to Siberia or more parts of Central Asia to bring up soldiers. The one sort of interesting and sad point is that there was a single Ukrainian division that was destroyed, the 44th in the encirclement battles of the Rata Road. But when you mentioned that about between the sort of similarities between the soldiers back then and now of signposts, what did you mean by signposts?
So what I know about Winter War is that a lot of troops from those times, and the troops that were used were unequipped for winter warfare, and they
Right.
were not properly equipped, and they were brought from areas that were much sunnier. That, for example, Karelia is, because they didn't want, for example, to conscript or for people to fight from Ingermanland or Karelia to fight each other practically. Maybe,
Right.
yeah. So that was the point I was trying to get to. And what was your second question?
No, that was what I wanted.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was referring to more.
Yeah. So like, especially in the battles that were fought north of Lake Lagoda, one important aspect that Finnish troops were able to leverage was mobility in the snow, in the woods, because Russian troops were unfamiliar, which is will sound weird, but they were unfamiliar with working in the forests. They weren't trained to maneuver in the forests, and they didn't have the equipment they needed that they could have been mobile in the woods. One aspect was that they literally mostly didn't have skis. They didn't know how to use them, and when they did get them, they did get them with manuals. But it's impossible to teach troops already in the field fighting to start effectively utilizing that equipment. Whereas on the other side, it's Finns often, especially in that time period, they might learn to ski before they learned how to walk. And the mobility is one aspect, because the Russian columns were road bound. They couldn't move much further beyond the roads. So when they were stuck due to effective Finnish resistance and also flanking maneuvers by sometimes only small patrols or maybe platoons or companies, battalions on the other side. When they were stuck in one place, they just stayed there and defended these pockets that formed all across the roads. And supply was usually ineffective, because the only way, at least in these northernmost sectors, to supply the troops was by the roads, and the Finns had cut them up. And one thing was that the Finns knew from the beginning that one important aspect of winter warfare is to not only provide rest for the troops, periodic rest, but to do so in a place that's sheltered, at least to the point where you can provide warmth, and you can provide hot meals with enough calories to sustain heavy movement in the snow. So Finnish troops would be as often as possible. They would be rotated just a little bit from the front lines. That there would be a sauna there. There would be a warm place where they could rest up, eat, and rest for a couple of hours, and then return to the front lines to do ski patrol and screw up Russian positions and supply lines some more. The Russians had no such thing. They didn't have any saunas. They one thing they did do, especially in the beginning, was that they would use these huge fires, which would naturally draw out Finnish artillery and patrols to them like moths to the flies. Except in this case, it would be the Russians who burned near these fires. And they didn't also have proper equipment. They didn't have enough warm clothes. They didn't have enough what you might call layered clothing that you could shed or add when you needed it. I mean, the Finnish military equipment was not abundant at the time neither, but because they were used to working in winter times, they were used to doing forestry work and moving about, so that they would know these things to begin with, and because they were used to the surroundings, they were also units back then were recruited from regiments, divisions. They were regional. So basically, often enough, these guys had trained together before. They knew their NCOs, they knew their officers to a point where they usually just used first names. They were familiar in a way that was quite unconventional back then. So that because one of the things in during winter times is that when there appears problems due to the low temperature, it's not often evident to the person himself. So it's in wintertime, it's really important that there's this common camaraderie among the individual fighters in the squad, so that they look out for their buddies, that they notice, like, hey, the tip of your nose is turning a weird color. Have you rubbed it enough, or have you kept it sheltered? Or how are your feet? Have you checked out if you can still move the toes, and if there's have you moved enough, and please don't lie in the snow like that, or stuff like that. So those are the kind of things that are, I would think, especially given what we know of the level of training, of unit cohesion, of leadership, of never leaving a man behind. That's, I think, that's like cruel humor if we consider what we've seen, some clips of the Russian troops today. And all of these things basically, I guess a sweeping statement would be that all the problems that the Russians suffer from, the low morale, the slide towards ever more unprofessional military, with leadership issues, with supply issues, with equipment issues, all of these get more acute with extreme weather conditions. And so there were quite a few points there. Was there something else specific, Christian, that you were after? Because it's easy to get lost in the points sometimes.
Yeah. So what I meant by signposts is that I've seen a lot of pictures of frozen solid Russians being used as signposts. Yeah. And if we apply all that you said, like great points, if we applied it to what's happening right now in the Russian army from the past, from what you've said, is basically we've identified the same problems that Russians, Soviets had in the Winter War. We can basically see them right now, what's going to happen. So if we apply everything, we can expect that the proper thrashing is going to take place from the Ukrainians. So I'm seeing local, like a defensive war for the Ukrainians. They know their surroundings. They have the equipment. They have the training. They have everything. And on the other side, we've seen the lack of professional behavior from the Russians, and alcoholism, and undisciplined, and low morale, and conscripts from everywhere, from all around Russia, not from necessarily I mean, the civilized parts of it. So basically, we have all the conditions for not necessarily the outcome, because it was a military victory for Finland, but that it was a strategic defeat, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I think we're gonna see a military victory, and the winter is just gonna move it forward even faster than we've seen, for example, in the summer, in my opinion. So we've seen they don't have 1.5 million uniforms, winter gear. Yeah. So I've seen them. Russian soldiers dressed with tracksuits under their uniforms, and they're really poorly equipped. So I see Dom, and I'm gonna shut up now.
Yeah, I would just couple of things to point out is that the differences between these two wars. I mean, there are plenty of similarities, especially in the first phases of Ukrainians being on the defensive on their home territory, and superior enemy in equipment, and these roadbound columns being hit, and so forth. But I think one of the key elements is that even though Finland did get international assistance, it got just enough to keep afloat, to be able to defend until the armistice came. But in this case, the volume and breadth of support is far superior to what the Finns got, even though the situations aren't totally comparable, because at that time World War II was already ongoing, so the opportunities for democratic nations to provide quick assistance was much more difficult than today. The one thing I've also noticed that one of the key issues that the Finnish military had at the time was that even though we did have enough artillery, most of it wasn't exactly modern enough. But the key issue was that we didn't have enough shells, and it took a long time for the domestic industries to start producing enough. So that was one reason why we were ultimately why there was a strategic defeat at the end of the Winter War. The one thing we have noticed that even though the Ukrainian military sometimes has apparently had issues with shell supply, I would say that given what we know of the recent past counterattacks and their successes, is that they are definitely getting enough shell support so that their artillery can support their offensive operations effectively.
Thanks, Antti, for answering all these questions. So real quick, I want to say I think we made a small faux pas to the good people of Finland. So apparently, Ika Korhonen, who's our guest, he's going to be here at 12 p.m. Eastern time. There's actually 2 I's in his name. We missed 1 I. So Antti, I'm asking you, A, does that change the pronunciation of the name in any significant way? And 2, how big of a faux pas did we do by forgetting the I?
So it's instead of Mikka, it's Miikka, if it's with 2 I's, as I understood. So it's for an international speaker to make that mistake, it's usually forgiven. But I mean, the MriyaReport is, as you know, quite strenuous upholder of pronunciation guidelines, isn't it?
Yeah, I just listen to what Doman says and then I screw it up anyway. That's my rule. But so thank you, Auntie. Yeah, so we want to apologize. We'll try to get the corrected card out if we can, but the visual editor's quite working real hard already. Sorry, back to you, Auntie. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, originally when I did the overview of Winter War, there's so much information there that it took me, I don't know, like 3 hours or something like that. So there's probably quite a lot comparatives that I am forgetting, but I think the key element is that winter arriving, it's just gonna make the downward spiral of the Russian military more pronounced than it would in summertime. I think that's the kind of key aspect that I think, considering all we know at this time, is going to be evident, especially given the deteriorating supply situation, especially in the Kherson front.
Thank you, Auntie. And I've been told a new card with the correct spelling will be out very shortly, and we will ask when it's out. I will ask our audience please retweet out the new card. So thanks for that, Auntie. I'm going to go to Doman, who I think has some thoughts on the Finnish Winter War. Doman, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a bunch of thoughts. My first thought was Christian tried, but needed 2 clarifications to actually get Auntie to understand where he was going. So good try, but not so good. Second observation: the first thing that Auntie mentioned of what the Finns had on the back lines was a sauna, and that's the one he came back to twice. It was the only thing that he repeated. It just shows the Finnish priorities. And 3, I was not awake when the mistake happened, because usually spelling checks go through me, and there's no other spelling Slovaks around. So,
but Doman, you
For
do
good
realize
reason.
that even if you weren't awake, you were still responsible, right?
Yeah, Doman, didn't you dream the correct spelling? What's going on? So anyway, thanks guys. We will get that out. We'll get it reached. Go ahead, Doman.
who knows? I didn't dream it. I just, didn't telepathetic it well enough. I want to say that I think we should do another round of maybe next weekend, Auntie. Another round of Auntie's Finnish military history and parallels with Ukraine. I think the first one was excellent, and I think we can do real well with another.
Yeah, I mean,
agreed.
I could do that. Yeah, just with if there just to if there's a proper time for it on Saturday or Sunday, then yeah, why not?
Excellent.
We got another Finn up, Doman. Oh, did you have something else you want to add? Go ahead, Doman.
Just saying, it's been since the first week of April, so the listenership will have changed sufficiently since then. There's lots of people listening now who were not aware of Twitter in the first week of April, let alone of us here. So that I think it would be great to. It would. I mean, it went down a riot the first time, so why not again?
Yeah, I remember. It was good. Yeah, I agree with Doman. We should get another one organized. So we will get in touch with you, Auntie, I think is the implication there. With that, we will go to our other Finnish friend, Pauli. Pauli, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Joseph, Ben, and Damen. Nice to hear Antti talking about the winter tactics. So Antti, I wrote these three pointers down. Hope you can maybe draw some comparison. I think 3 main points I have here is if you compare these between the troops, recon and night vision. That's the first. Then the second one is camouflage, and the third one is mobility. So if you can compare those, based on your current knowledge, between the Ruskies and Ukraine forces. Thank you.
Yeah. So this is Pauli hit upon excellent points, because a couple of still like 2 or 3 months ago, if we're talking about recon first, still a couple of months ago there was a Ukrainian soldier here discussing the fact that so this was way before the counteroffensive started, that at least on some parts of the front, there was actually the Ukrainian defenders had a problem because the Russians had clearly a superiority with drones. That every time they moved, that they would be sighted by drones, and then artillery shells would start dropping. And the most recent news we have gotten is that it appears that the situation has now reversed, so that Ukrainians have destroyed Russian air defense assets. They have treated their supplies, and they have actually gained. I mean, we used to talk about the fact that it's good that the Ukrainians can still contest the airspace, but it appears now that the Ukrainians have actually gained local superiority in some parts of the front. So that basically means that they're able to fly drones into Russian territory as well, which means that every time Russian troops there is, shall we say, the targets are juicy enough to warrant a hit, there will be artillery strikes incoming. Night vision is another thing that early in the war, Ukrainians were already much more, shall we say, active during nighttime, but still back then the level of equipment wasn't. It was still skewed in the Russians' favor. But from everything we've learned from the frontline conditions is that especially given Ukrainian partisan activity, Ukrainian SOF activity, and even the forces in these focal points of counteroffensives, they are quite well equipped with night vision, so that it was. I think there was a very describing clip. Even, I mean, it must have been like March or something like that, where there was a Ukrainian soldier in the night, and he was attaching a silencer to his assault rifle, and just mentioning quite matter of factly that Russians, you're in for a lot of trouble. Yes, so the advantage, even though in night ops Ukrainians have been always very active, but I think even in the equipment aspect, they have gained the upper hand, at least as far as we know. And camouflage, here it's the picture is, I think, well, it's basically a big surprise. It's the same kind of situation. So camouflaging your positions, camouflaging your vehicles when you're stopped is it's a skill. It's also a matter of discipline, and in the units, it's a matter of leadership. It's a matter of also of morale and professionalism. And given the downward spiral of Russian troops, I mean, to begin with, they didn't really bother with camouflage because they figured that they didn't need it. And when the Ukrainian artillery started gaining in strength and started gaining in accuracy, there were efforts on the Russian side, clearly from all the clips we've seen, that they did put more effort into camouflaging their positions and their vehicles. But now even if they do try, it's going to be difficult due to the numerous Ukrainian drones in the air, but also given the fact that both their enlisted troops, NCO Corps, Officer Corps, the skill levels have gone way, way, way down from what they were, and they weren't too good to begin with. And given also shall we say, the technical aids that Ukrainians currently have, and also all the recon assistance that they're getting from, if we're taking it to the higher level from their Western allies, it's not looking good for the Russians. Mobility. If we're talking about winter specifically, I think the issue is that even though the Ukrainians still don't have enough, if we go to vehicles, they still don't have enough armored vehicles, they still don't have enough tracked vehicles or even wheeled vehicles that are built specifically to military use. The one thing they do have is functioning supply lines. So and also their vehicles, they have started to receive more Western kit, which is also a bit more easy to maintain. So they are, shall we say, in the process of gaining the upper hand. The Russians are apparently starting to feel the weight, or have been starting to feel the issues of the Ukrainian successful efforts to interdict their supplies, so that as far as based on what I've learned from updates on this space and from what I try to follow on Twitter, they are having issues not only with ammunition supply but also with fuel supply. So that means that they aren't able to move as much as they'd like, and that also means that large-scale redeployments of forces are also problematic. But that's also problematic due to Ukrainian accurate heavy fires, and so that's down from HIMARS to M777s and everything else in their arsenal. But also, if we go down to infantry level of mobility, Ukrainians know the terrain intimately, and they also, because especially once the weather decisively turns towards winter, being mobile and being able to do effective operations in the winter time, it requires more energy. It requires the right equipment. It requires morale. It requires leadership, and in all of these aspects, the Russians are lacking. So I think what we're going to witness, I mean, this is just my opinion, but it's quite easy to have this opinion now because there are so many far more knowledgeable military guys having said it so many times before, is that this is what we're witnessing is the downward spiral of the Russian troops. I mean, even General Zaluzhny said it. Now I probably pronounced it incorrectly, but he said like maybe that was 2 or 3 weeks ago that we have destroyed the professional Russian army, and now we're going to destroy the other one. And I think the difference is between the professional Russian army and the one that they have now in the field is that's one of the reasons that why we're going to see much more pronounced Ukrainian superiority in the battlefield. That doesn't mean that the Russians, they can still inflict casualties, they can still inflict horrors on Ukrainian civilians in the occupied regions, and also with these missiles. But I mean, they've lost the war long since. But now the Ukrainian military simply have to make them see, like really see, what defeat looks like, and hopefully we will get more signs when this information blackout from the Kherson region lifts. Hopefully we will get good news from there. I hope that answered your question, Pauli.
Thank you, Antti. Really good stuff. Really good points. Thank you.
But
Thank you, Antti. I wanted to oh, go ahead, Antti.
yeah, just to Pauli, when you have that was like almost military level concise questions, it's easy to reply as well. Maybe that's just a shared Finnish mentality, makes it a bit easier.
Yeah, no chit chat. Straight and point.
Yeah.
Very polite in my experience. So I did want to say we got the new card up. It's in the nest. So please do retweet the card. We got Ika coming, right? It goes down. Is that my understanding? Okay, nice. Yeah, so he's coming. It's going to be at 12 p.m. Eastern time. And then, well, Doman, you're up. You're co-host now. You got rid of Ben. I don't want to know what you did with Ben. Don't tell me. But we got two guests coming today, Doman. You want to talk a little bit about what we're going to talk about?
I can. Can someone help me again with correct pronunciation? Ika.
Yeah, goes down. I
I
think
was
that's my
waiting for the
understanding.
fins,
Pauli?
Joseph. With two fins.
Did you try again, Doman?
Ika. No.
No, it's. Hold on a second.
Yes. I'm holding. I know what I'm holding onto, but
I'm going to keep saying it wrong to mess with you.
no, I'm waiting. I'll wait for Antti. Antti will explain.
Ika.
I try to get things right.
Yeah, I'll accept that. I'll
you
approve
say it,
that.
Antti.
See, Ozzy says I'm right, Doman. You have to go by my pronunciation.
You say it, Antti. And I'm eating into your word quota. Antti, come on. I need to hear it from a Finn, not from Joseph.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Did you ask me
please,
something?
Please, you say it, because I need to hear it from a Finn, not from a Joseph.
Ika.
Oh, Ika. Okay, good. Does the K need to be more aspirated? Interesting. Okay, I will try to aspirate a K in the middle of.
Well, there's two of them.
Yes. Ika.
Two of those buggers, side by side.
Ika.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
You could go for a Finn. Yeah.
No, I couldn't. I could use a Finn. So in 8.5 hours. Yes, in 8.5 hours, we will be joined by Ika Korhonen, who is the head of the Bank of Finland Institute for Emerging Economies. What does that mean? He will understand things about sanctions and rebuilding, is the point. And he's been observing, my understanding is, what the Russian economy has been doing and how effectively sanctions have been working. Maybe he'll give us some prescriptions on what the changes to that should be. So that is why this is important, and that's why we will be talking to him in about 8.5 hours time. Then an hour later, we will talk to Lyubov Tsibulka. Now, that's a name I can pronounce without help. And she is an expert. She's a Ukrainian expert in hybrid warfare. And we spoke with her before some months ago. She's coming back. It was an excellent conversation the first time around. It will be even better, I bet, today. Antti?
Yeah, just that I need to go in like a couple of minutes. So if you had any final questions before I skedaddle, hit me now, or be silent for I don't know, a couple of hours.
Skedaddle.
Unless Fusilier has a Finnish question, so it's just a good chance. Or not. Okay, in which case, Antti.
No.
Yeah,
I have one super brief one, Auntie. So just very quickly, we talked a little bit about thermal vision, right? The ability to see heat signatures in winter warfare. The coming, as the temperature gets colder, is that a consideration? Does the thermal picture change? And in other words, is it easier to see thermal imprints during colder temperatures? And do you think that'll have a significant impact on the way that the battle shapes itself?
Well, I have very limited personal experience from using this kit, but I would think so, given the temperature change. But one camouflage aspect that I also forgot to mention is that it's the autumn, and before the snow comes, the leaves will drop off from the trees, which will make Russian even harder, which is ever so sad.
Well, I think we can let Auntie go, Doman, unless you got anything else.
I think it's only right. Thank you very much, Antti. We are running Antti's bookstore bill up to unsustainable heights.
Yes. Thank you. Bye.
Bring all the fins for Iika. I did it wrong, right, Doman?
Why do you ask me? You have Paulista. Okay, he can tell you. I'm a bad judge of things. It's as though things that sound very similar mean very different things. It's very confusing.
So I believe it was Fusilier, then we'll go to Charles. Is that? Oh, Pauli, do you want to correct our pronunciation? You can maybe give Doman it one more time. Go ahead.
G'day, guys. Was that for me?
Yeah. We're Doman's endlessly curious about how to pronounce this guy's name, but I think we got it. I think Doman got it the first time you heard it.
We're close enough. Fusilier.
Close enough. Fusilier, go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, guys. Look, I just wanted to reiterate what our Finnish friends were saying. I should caveat this by saying, I spent 3 years with 3 Commando Brigade, and our wartime role was in northern Norway, sort of 600 miles inside the Arctic Circle, and we used to train for 5 months a year to operate in the Arctic, and it's really, really tough. And the reality is that not only is there a training burden, which clearly the Russians can't meet, but it amplifies every other combat and logistic issue that one confronts in a normal situation. So, for example, if one's looking at rations, ammunition, or POL, petrol, oil, and lubricants, the demand for those essentials of war is increased exponentially. So, in a normal situation, a combat infantryman will take about 4,000 calories a day to keep fit, to keep healthy. In a winter warfare environment, that is increased to 8,000 to 10,000 calories. So that's double the logistic load with food. With regard to ammunition, the care, control, and handling of ammunition natures is much more difficult given the weather conditions. And petrol, oil, and lubricants, the use of those, the demand of those essential natures is increased again 2- or 3-fold as vehicles need to run for longer. The lubricants issue is much greater, and as Axel mentioned earlier today, since June, the Ukrainians have been attriting Russian lubricant capability. sounds a bit rude, I know, but their ability to produce and support the issue of lubricants for armored vehicles. And that's clearly, they've planned on really affecting the Russian military during the winter. So, I would just reiterate from a military standpoint what our Finnish friends were saying. All of the normal problems of war, all the what's called the friction of war, is amplified in a winter setting. And I think all the problems that we've seen now will just get exponentially more difficult for the Russians.
Pauli, you're our one remaining Finn. Do you want to come back to that? I think you will generally massively agree with that. That sounded very sensible. Pauli? No?
Yeah, just briefly.
Yeah.
The dehydration plays a big role. So you need like 2 to 4 liters per day, and then about 5 to 6 liters if you do more active stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Pally. I mean, the ability to survive in really, really tough winter conditions, and I'm talking sort of, minus 20, minus 30, minus 40. I know it does get to minus 20 in Ukraine in some winters. Even soldiers trained for 5 months of the year, 3 Commander Brigade would lose often 4 or 5 soldiers or Marines in every winter evolution, and those are professionally trained winter operators. The rabble that's excusing itself for an army that Russia's putting in the field at the moment. I hate to think even the fact that they live in Russia is not going to help them. For example, running a vehicle without a hose attached to its exhaust can often lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. I mean, we could go on forever, but I think we are, as people have said, we're going to see some quite appalling scenes if Ukraine has a tough and cold winter, and the Russians are as unprepared as they've currently demonstrated themselves to be. And if Pally's right, water's one, but there's 100 other issues that are going to affect them.
Harder. I wonder how bad the winter will be, because I mean it can get very bad in Ukraine, but it just isn't as bad as sustainedly. By as bad, I mean as very, very cold as sustainedly as it is in Norway and Finland, northern Norway and Finland. So I think that, yeah.
Dom, and somebody made a good point today. I heard earlier on, and I'm not a medical professional by any stretch of the imagination, but somebody said, look, they've been looking at pictures of Russian soldiers in this campaign, and when the war started, and you just regular Russian troops, they were fairly fit, capable young men, and that lately, and that was prisoners and operators. But lately, the pictures they've seen of Russian servicemen show them to be, of whichever unit or formation they're from, drawn and haggard and underfed. And that's a consequence of, 7 or 8 months in the line with no rest and rehabilitation and poor food. And that is certainly no way to go even into a mild winter. So I think, you're right. A lot is dependent on the weather, but there is a point at which you're so depleted going into the winter that, frankly, even an average winter is going to cause serious dramas.
Because they're simply just so ill prepared. Excellent, thank you, Fusilier. It's I think that is a good point. I think that is a good point. They're just getting worse at this, right? Is what Antti was saying. They're having they're even less well prepared possibly, and whatever better preparations they might have won't compensate for just the depletion of manpower. Okay, let's go to Charles, Pauli, Peter, and Peter. Charles.
Hello, yeah. I like the discussion about the cold weather fighting, because cold weather is having spent a lot of time in the cold. That is the worst. It's worse than sleep deprivation. It's worse than not having enough food. Totally. The cold will make you do things that hunger and lack of sleep wouldn't normally make you do. And to come back to the thermal sites, I think that's a big thing here, because I think we definitely need to get Ukraine enough thermal sites low enough in the echelons to really be useful. Because I think Joseph asked the question, are they more effective in winter? Yes, they are. Thermal sites are used not necessarily to get the signature, but it's the contrast between hot and cold, and different materials, different things give off those signatures. So, for example, midday, a tank will give off a very different signature than the surroundings than it would at night. The metal and the ground retain heat differently. So it's not really about the people, trying to find bodies with thermal sites. It's more about the equipment, the vehicles, the generators that they're running to try to keep themselves warm. I suspect we're at the point with the Russian military that they're actually going to start fires with wood because they're so desperate. So I think that thermal sites, we really need to get them to Ukraine in time for the winter fight, because that will help the artillery. Yes, we lose the leaves, we can see more, but the thermal sites will tell you the exact coordinate of where you need to hit. That would be my only comment to the winter side.
Yeah, thanks, Charles. It was something I was curious about. Doman?
No, that is really interesting. My understanding was that Ukrainians were using the thermal sights on javelins quite a lot because they're pretty good and they have a lot around. And they're already there. And empty javelin is heavy, but it's not that heavy. And for stationary positions or stationary positions, so it's okay.
That's exactly right. In fact, I think you can actually use the javelin launcher without the actual rocket as a thermal sight. Meaning you don't actually have to fire. You can just use the firing apparatus as a thermal sight. But Western militaries nowadays have nothing you can put on your rifle, really, but handheld thermal sights or things on stands that go up from a vehicle. Those would be really, really helpful, not just something that's at satellite level or at aircraft level.
Pauli, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Dom. Yeah, so I think that people enjoy examples. So I give you a concrete example of the consumption during winter time. I'm 6'1", and in normal wintertime training, we had medium medium fighting, and then skiing, and maybe a little bit of walking during wintertime with our backpacks. At the time, I weighed 77 kilos, and although we had really good food and like ranger food packets and everything, after 5 days I weighed 69 kilos. I was quite ripped after that training. So if and we weren't like really fighting. That was like just recon. So if you're fighting, you don't sleep, you're awake all the time. The consumption is huge for the food and water. So I wouldn't like to be trapped in Kherson or any other direction without good logistics and also food stuff.
Yeah, the question here will be, I think, a big one will be exactly where the lines will be when the first sort of very cold spell sets in. And I have a hunch that the Ukrainians will be aiming to leave Russians out in the countryside somewhere, and they'll have troubles with resupply, lack of shelter that they can steal from civilians or from civilians that were previously there, and they'll make it extra hard for them. Peter.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Oh, sorry, I got the wrong Peter.
Well, that's why I emphasized the non-English pronunciation.
Okay, I'll drop out. Hang on.
Good morning, Domen. Very interesting discussion about winter conditions, and I thought I'd mention something I haven't heard talked about is sort of the details of the individual soldier logistics during winter operations. If you're in the field in the cold, then actually moisture is one of your biggest challenges. You move and then you sweat, and then your clothing becomes wet, and when you stop, you get extremely cold. Also, if there's snowy conditions or some other reason for water in the environment, you can get snow into your boots or whatever way you get wet, and that really can make you cold, especially if you don't have woolen underwear and woolen socks, because wool actually keeps you a bit warm even if it gets wet. But if you have something else, then all insulating abilities of the clothing disappears and you freeze. And drying out clothing when you're in the woods, in the fields, or when you're not somewhere where you have electric heaters or some other way of drying is very difficult. You can try to keep socks, for instance, in your sleeping bag with you, and hope that your body heat will dry them out overnight, which it actually may do. But it's difficult, and it requires training to know how to deal with these issues. And then I'm wondering about one thing, and this is my question: is when I was undertaking this training, which is too many years ago, then we would heat our tents with assume that this would be extremely dangerous now because of IR detectors. So I'm wondering, how do soldiers keep heat in their bivouacs at night? Do they still heat them, or do they actually sleep in cold bivouacs nowadays? Thanks.
That is very interesting. If Pauli or Charles know this, I would be very curious if there's any sort of materials that Pauli, I guess you're familiar with this because you practice a lot with this sort of stuff, right?
Yeah, I can say a bit, and then Charles can fill me in on blank points. Yeah, well, usually if you're in the front line or if you're doing recon, there's usually your leaders, your officers give you clear instructions and awareness of the situation. With my knowledge and experience, if we're doing recon near the enemy hostile area, there was a clear ban not to use any fires, any lights, any heats, and we're carefully told how to camouflage ourselves. So basically, you would have the -40 grade sleeping bag that you would use sometimes on recon missions. If we had the really short, sleeping period that we could utilize, we would just have our tent and insulation, then lay that on top of snow under pine trees, and then have the -40 grade backpacks and sleep there. Have few guys on guard, then rotate, and then continue on pushing. So that's while you're in recon near the hostile territory, and you're basically you're banned to use any excess light or any excess fire. Within the infantry, in front lines, I guess I would say at this time, I would say everyone is quite aware of the drones. So I think the maybe the question comes that what do the guys do? How to say 1 or 2 kilometers from the front line, or half a kilometer from the front line. So what's the command there? What are the instructions there? How well they are how to say instructed to execute their camouflage, and what kind of insulation do they have for their barracks or bunkers that they use for sleeping? So I guess that would be the question here that I don't really have a good answer. Maybe Charles can give some input to that. Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Paulie. I think the question is, I mean, what we're talking about in the U.S. Army, we talk about field craft. That's the term that we use. You know, how well are you at surviving and doing things in the field? Field craft is typically taught by the NCOs, the non-commissioned officers, the sergeants, the platoon sergeants in the military who have experience with that, because these are really small tricks, like the questioner asked about, you know, keeping your feet dry. Totally 100% right. How to insulate a dugout, or how to insulate some kind of quarters, so that you don't have not only light discipline, so for night vision, but also thermal discipline, so that you're not giving off more heat than you should be. And this is the thing that I'm just not seeing in the Russian military, because they don't have an NCO corps. They don't have, especially if they're making units of conscripts, there is no one who's going to know this and teach them that, because winter and cold environment fighting is like you said, a huge challenge for fieldcraft. You have to know exactly. There are so many small tricks and tips that you need to apply. That's why I just don't see it in the Russian military, that they have either the expertise to do it, or that they could actually do it until they learn by dying.
So I know there's some sort of materials, right, Charles, that you kind of can drape over a tank or whatever, but the problem is then it looks like a block of very uniform temperature that looks like a tank still, right?
Right. So I mean, you could look at a forest, and I mean, even if an engine hasn't been running for a couple of hours, you can look at it from thermal, from IR and from thermal, and you can certainly see that, you know, they're like dots in the forest. They're bright as day. It looks like a chocolate chip cookie, and you just shoot at the chips.
How do thermals work when it comes to resolution? Basically, is it the farther away something is, the less good the thermal resolution is as well, right? Because it all works on differences of temperature one to another, right? So if you're 50 meters away, maybe you can observe a difference of 1 degree, but if you're 500 meters away, you can only observe a difference of like 3 degrees. I think we're getting Scandia, who probably knows this as well. But Charles, any knowledge, thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a tough question, because I always had like I don't know how exactly my thermals worked, but they were really high resolution, so we could zoom in and zoom in to like 20 times, and therefore then the differences would be even greater at that distance. So yes, true. When I would have it on one-time zoom, then I would see kind of fuzzy points, but then I would pick one and zoom in further, and then I would have a very clear image of that vehicle or of that generator or something like that.
Got it. Maybe Scandi, you're very technically minded. Maybe you can explain to me how this works.
Yeah, hi, Doman. Thanks for holding the fort and interesting discussion. Yeah, I've actually I've worked with infrared systems, and you know the resolution really falls into two things. So it's the format of the sensor, so how many pixels you have in the focal plane array. So that's the spatial resolution that you can get out. It's also somewhat limited by whatever optics is behind the sensor. And of course, most of the military targeting stuff is like really high performance, and they have very good optics, especially the nose mounted pods or pod mounted cameras on aircraft. The handhelds typically have a little bit smaller optics, so the optical performance isn't quite the same, but the sensor format can still be, in the military case, millions of pixels. So that's the spatial resolution side of things. But then you have the thermal resolution, which is the other side, and there, the state-of-the-art systems. So this is the contrast that you can resolve, and that in the state-of-the-art things, it's in the sort of 10 millidegrees. So 1 millidegree being 1,000 of a centigrade. So 10 of those is kind of within the noise. But it doesn't mean that you can resolve objects that are fraction of a centigrade, different from the surroundings, because then there's the other thing, which is clutter, and clutter can be anything from foliage to rain, snow, or just some material or camouflaging or other things, and of course the operator experience plays a huge role. And yeah, like the other speaker said, you can with infrared in winter conditions, you typically get better contrast because of just the ambient temperature being so much lower, and also these sort of things like thermal shadows may be present for a longer period of time. Thermal shadows meaning the example of if you've had a vehicle parked somewhere and then it drives away, you can still see the thermal shadow as the ground has heated up from the engine. But yeah, there's lots of interesting phenomenology when it comes to winter and thermal.
Thank you, Scandi. See, if you can hang about a little bit, I want to go to Peter's question, Peter S's question. So we've been waiting for a while, but I really want to get a little bit more into the physics of this with you, which is good and convenient because you've A, used these, and B, you're a physicist. But Peter S, shoot.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I'm a corporate jet pilot, and I used to fly into Kyiv probably every 2 weeks, summer and winter. And I've got videos I could show you where you just break out at absolute minima, which is about 200 feet, and you've got snow, whiteout, very bad visibility, etc. And my question is, because I know nothing about military equipment, but particularly with drones, how limited are they to the actual weather conditions, i.e. if it's IMC, instrument meteorological conditions, or visual conditions, how do they respond to icing? I mean, I know our jets are fully de-iced and anti-iced. I doubt drones are. How do they actually enter clouds? Can they navigate in clouds? Or are they purely line of vision? And what is the operational limitations? I mean, we talk a lot about people's limitations. What are operational limitations of equipment in the winter, including obviously drones?
That's a really good question. I think it depends on which kind of drones it is, right? Because we often say drones, and it actually means lots of different stuff. So my understanding is that drones that are sort of little quadcopter stuff, or maybe even big quadcopters, hexacopters, octocopters, whatever, they'd probably do it the same way as helicopters, right? They'd they'd have the heating elements in the blades, because it's a relatively small area that you need to de-ice. Whereas if you have something that looks like a plane, then you probably have to de-ice it. But those are the ones with way longer ranges anyway, and that might fly a lot higher and be a lot more at risk of entering clouds and where these things might be an issue. I don't know though. I don't know. Anybody want to pipe up? Anyone knows about drone operations? Pauli, excellent.
Yeah, I would just like to highlight that there are a lot of like DJI drones in use that are, well, basically for the consumer market, and the I would say during the winter time and when the weather goes to the minus degrees, I would expect that the battery usage and the depletion of battery, even when not in use, just for the unit on the move, they have to really be careful for the depletion of batteries. So they have to secure and just be aware that if you store your batteries outside or the drones, the batteries will deplete quite rapidly, and this is something that's of course quite normal and evident for everyone living in the north. But if you have people coming from different places that have not experienced the cold and they don't have the awareness, I would at least expect that with the consumer drones, they will basically they will the battery life and the use of drones will deplete. And with smaller drones, I would say that when you have winter storms, snowfall, slush, I would say it is not an ideal weather condition to use smaller drones. I don't know if anyone has any information for the bigger drones like Orlan drone or the Bayraktar, but for the consumer drones, I would expect that the usage time will deplete quite rapidly and significantly. Thank you.
Yeah, the bigger ones that are fossil fuel powered, let's say, right? Those aren't going to have those same issues. But absolutely, you're quite right. All of these lithium-ion batteries are not very well suited for the cold, and just do run flat a lot more quickly. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that.
I would just add very, very briefly, Doman. I can't really think of a specific incident, but we've heard briefly that like weather definitely affects like drones. You know, I can't remember a specific person saying it, but you know, I kind of remember that as sort of skinny on the space. But one thing that kind of comes to my mind is we watched a lot of drone videos, right? I mean, how many drone videos have we seen from the Russian invasion of Ukraine?
Oh, thousands.
Like they're always clear weather, right? I mean, we don't really see them in rain or in other weather conditions than a clear sky, to my knowledge. So that kind of says something to me. But anyway, I got to head off, Doman. So great to see you. Looking forward to your guest today in what, 8.5 hours and 9.5 hours. Is that right, Doman?
8 hours and 9 hours. Exactly.
Yep.
Almost exactly.
Definitely. So yeah, looking forward to that. And Slava Ukraini, buddy.
Hello, Slava.
Yeah, so with the larger aircraft-style drones, whatever you want to call them, how do are they purely visually operated, or do they have some electronic targeting that they use?
Oh no! They wouldn't be purely visually operated. Like a range for a Bayraktar TB2 or something like that. That's 100 plus kilometers. You literally can't see it. But generally, all drones that are used for recon, they have a camera feedback, right?
Yeah.
That kind of shows the interesting stuff. Without that, it'd be kind of useless anyway, right? If you just have something flying off somewhere, I mean, what good is it? So there is a video link back, and that's actually really important, and that's the bit that can be that's one of the things that can be targeted with electronic warfare, because that denies the utility of it. Even if the drone is flying, but you don't get any pictures back, that doesn't do you any good, right?
Yeah. But they don't actually visually target something, like if they want to pick a building out, that can be done electronically. That doesn't have to be done by a visual targeting.
I think we're talking past each other. I don't think I understand the words, the terminology that you're using. Maybe someone else can hop in and help. But I mean, it is visual in the sense that it's a picture.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Right.
Well, thank you very much.
I think this is a terminological issue. Thank you, Peter. So Scandi, while I have you here, because I do need the physicist to explain this to me, I think. But you are a physicist, so that's good. So how does the thermal resolution change with distance on various night vision equipment, right? Because we know how pictorial resolution changes with distance. We're quite aware of that. The physics of that are pretty straightforward, right? But how does thermal resolution change with distance?
Well, there's a couple of things to it. But I mean, one thing. Okay, and I mentioned that there's these two things in resolution. So you have the spatial, which is the pixel count up and down, and then there's the contrast, which is typically quantified in infrared systems as noise equivalent temperature difference, NETD, which I mentioned is about 10, 20 millikelvins. Now the atmosphere is not always your friend. So in typical clear weather conditions, you have the excellent the atmospheric transmission is very good, and it doesn't really there's not a lot of attenuation, which means that you can recover that 20 millidegrees of thermal resolution over a vast distance. But as soon as you start introducing things like clouds, especially clouds that are heavy in water content, or cold weather conditions, whether it's rain or snow, then you start introducing attenuation to it. And the attenuation will primarily serve to reduce the contrast. So it's the radiometric resolution that gets spoiled. You will still retain the same spatial resolution to a degree, although, of course, anything that's flying in the air between you and the target is going to be introducing clutter, making it more difficult to distinguish the objects. But the other physics, it's the same as with any optical system. So ultimately, if you're dealing with like long distance imaging, your resolution will be probably limited by the optics through which your sensor is looking. There will be diffraction, which is determined by the size of your aperture. So the bigger your aperture, the crispier the image, and so on. But yeah, so and you see some of these problems if you have like aircraft mounted infrared, and if you have like heavy thick clouds, you will struggle to get good imagery from the ground if there's a lot of cloud in between.
Thank you, Scandi. Okay, so it does depend on whether clouds are bad. Moisture content is that generally bad? High humidity conditions?
Yeah, high humidity, fog, clouds, all of those things will play a role. And this is a well-known thing that in if you have airborne assets which have infrared targeting systems, they won't be that useful if the weather is really bad.
Thank you, Scandi. Charles, if you want to add to this, go ahead, and then we'll go to you, Joe.
No, I actually have a question for Skandia, because in my experience with thermal, I've always equated it to the same as with night vision. So we had the same issues in night vision that we did with thermal, which was the more ambient light there was, the more noise there was, the more difficult it was to identify, okay, what's a threat and what is not. Is it the same for thermal?
It's a bit different because basically when you're dealing with night vision, what it is, it's basically a light amplifier. So it takes the photons that you have in the environment and just makes lots more photons. And I know that many operators actually prefer night vision, in other words, image intensifiers, for the reason that the phenomenology your brain kind of understands it, because it's basically visible light that has been cranked up. And these image intensifier systems, they basically operate at the same visible wavelengths as our eyes do. So the wavelengths are, a few hundred nanometers, half a micrometer, whatever. Whereas thermal infrared is much longer in wavelength. Most thermal infrared imagers are like between 8 to 12 micrometers in wavelength. So it's a lot longer wavelengths. 100 times longer wavelengths, possibly, which means that these longer wavelengths tend to be less affected by the atmosphere, whereas the visible light is affected exactly the same way as if you were not using an image intensifier. So if you're in a fog and you're using an image intensifier, it may help a little bit, but it doesn't help a whole lot, for the reason that you're dealing with the same issues in the phenomenology. When it comes to noise,
thanks a lot.
And I think if you have like I think it's to do with the kind of the noise mechanism in these image intensifiers. So if you have too much ambient, you will get lots of crackle and popping in the imagery, making it a little bit harder to see what's going on.
Okay, great, thanks. Because I just remember, we were constantly switching between night vision and thermal and visual to try to identify targets, and we could see that there were different there was different noise, there was different profile, different contrast, and we would try to integrate all three to figure out, okay, is this a real target or not? Yeah, but I think you've helped out a lot there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and of course there's lots of stuff going on with like sensor fusion. So there are systems that actually incorporate this sort of multi wavelength operation. So there's an image intensifier and a thermal, and like a consumer great example of this is the FLIR mobile phone attachment type consumer grade thermals, which actually incorporate both a visible light camera and a thermal infrared. And what they do is basically they kind of they pick out the outline of the visible image, which they then superimpose on the thermal, because the thermal has much less pixels, so the spatial resolution isn't as great. Then they superimpose the kind of just the outline edges from the visual image. That helps a lot in kind of figuring out what's going on, because the thing is with the thermal is that the phenomenology, we humans have evolved so that our eyes, we see stuff that gets reflected. So we see things in the scenery because sun is providing us light that gets bouncing. It bounces off of objects and it gets into eyes, and we know what's going on. In thermal, you have no source of there's no illumination, so to say. You are seeing the actual emission of radiation from objects emitted by themselves. So that means our brains have, it makes your brain hurt when you're trying to look at infrared imagery and trying to figure out what's going on, because it's not the way our eyes work, and that makes it kind of cumbersome.
Thank you, Scandi. Joan, if you have any technical questions, go ahead.
Not a technical question, just one information. You can probably wrap my question in 1 minute. Yesterday I was, I am from India, so yesterday I was hearing that excellent talk by many speakers, but can I hear that once more, because I slept a bit after that, I couldn't hear everything. And the other thing is, can someone let me know, like typically what months does the winter last in Europe, because just to know, like which is the so-called vulnerable period for Europe that is being what to say, amplified across in our local media. So just wanted to know when the typical European winter lasts, and the second one where I can find that recording of yesterday's session.
So if you're thinking about the vulnerable period, you're basically talking about the heating season, right? The heating season, depending on where you are in Europe, but you usually there's the wide heating season, which you might consider sort of October 1st to end of April, so start of October to the end of April, and then there's the actual heating season, which is sort of December, January, February, maybe early March. Depends on where you are, but I think that's the bit that you're referring to. As to the recording, it's not out yet because it's very long and it needs a little bit of audio editing. But within 24 hours from now, it will be on the MriyaReport Spotify account. So if you go to our Twitter timeline, you will see occasionally there's like a white square with a yellow and blue trident in the middle. That's the posting of all the Spotify episodes, so you can find links there. I think the last one up from a few hours ago is Caleb Larson, who spoke to us last week about his visit to Le Mans, but we have a bunch of them there. So eventually all the interviews, all the segments end up there. It just takes a while because they need a little bit of editing usually. There you go, Spotify. Thank you, Joan. Let's go to Edward. Edward, shoot.
Hello, morning. Fascinating discussion on heat, temperature sensors and night vision. But I like this idea of sensor fusion, and it occurs to me that also on the temporal plane, one ought to be integrating data, and there should be someone other than a human watching it, so that over time, an intelligence picture can be picked up rather than just sort of someone picking up a pair of goggles and seeing something move. You could develop a much more sophisticated picture if you had AI people just staring through multiple sensors over a long period. You might build up a very interesting picture.
What are you referring to? Sort of like an encampment in a forest, or like what scale? Because I think at the largest scale, sure, but at the smallest scale, then definitely no. Because when you're looking at individuals, they get to move quite a lot.
Yeah, but I suppose I'm thinking of I don't know, movement. Yeah, on the larger scale, one could obviously rely. I mean, I don't, because I'm not a military, I don't know, but I sort of imagine one might see vehicles arriving, vehicles departing, vehicles cooling down over time. You can't just have people with goggles looking at everything all the time, but you could have, time span.
You mean you can have like a drone hover and
exactly,
and yeah,
and if
that's
it was
happening.
all time stamped and processed,
I would suspect that is happening. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping it is, but I wondered if these experts knew anything about that.
Can I chime in?
Please do.
Yeah, it's absolutely true what you're saying, Edward. I was actually at a fascinating keynote talk by the former. At the time, she was the director of DARPA. So DARPA is the Pentagon's Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency in the US that makes all sorts of GWIS technologies. But the main message in her keynote was basically, and this was in a community that involves, basically all the top researchers in things like thermal and radar and all these sort of things. And the bottom line in her keynote speech was basically that, we don't need better sensors. We need stuff that detects things when things happen without having a human in the loop. Basically saying that, the DARPA or the Pentagon is already capturing such a giant amount of data that the problem is not the quality of the data or the qualitative features of the data, but rather the fact that it takes gazillion man hours to shift through everything if you do it manually. So it's already happening, and it's certainly doing any orbital assets that are out there. That's all pretty much automated.
But that's theater view type. And
yes,
size.
yeah.
as
That's
opposed to
right.
battlefield. And I'm not quite sure what Edward was asking, but if it's battlefield related, the human operator with this wonderful little, fluid engulfed computer is actually quite good.
Yes, indeed, I agree. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Axel, that this is the theater level stuff, and the battlefield sort of tactical level stuff is very much wetware processed.
Wetware, that's human beings.
That's right.
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, it's intuitive that on the theatre level, it's easier to do. I mean, you've just got satellites permanently there, people wondering how much they can get out of these images and lots of processing stuff. But I was wondering if that had percolated down more to the battlefield space, because, or, whether that was a direction in which things might be moving, because clearly it strikes me as a complete amateur that could be quite an advantage, operationally.
And it also helps if the operator is sober.
No, so I think, Edward, what you're really getting at that would be of interest, right, is let me expand on your point and make you seem like you've thought this through. There's a lot of video feeds from a lot of drones, right, all over Ukraine. The real question I think that you're asking is, do or should or could rather all of those get integrated into some sort of central processing, and can there be more learned from all of this data coming in on a tactical level all the way to a strategic level? That's really what you're getting at, isn't it? Yes, excellent. Right. I think that then ties in with what Scandi was saying. That capability would ideally be there, but sadly might probably not be.
It's also a matter of whether it's worth it.
Well, yeah, quite. But I think it's the sort of thing where you don't know until you try it. But to try it, you need to build out an infrastructure, and at that point, you already have it. So,
maybe we should revert back to what was discussed also yesterday in the evening. This is still a very low-tech conventional war. We see some spikes of tech in it, yes, absolutely. But the remainder of it is very conventional. We're looking at missile systems, which were developed in the late 60s, built out in the 70s, and have been in use since then. We're looking at artillery shells, yes, some of which have been developed in the past 20 years, true. So the Vulcan, the Excaliburs have been improved since. We're looking at a few bits and pieces here and there, which are more recent than, shall we say, past 2 decades. But the rest of it is pretty darn old. So it's a conventional war. We're essentially fighting with the Cold War kit mostly. Which is why it is so funny, eerily, tragically funny, that the Russians are so bad at it.
Charles, I'm sure you have good thoughts on this, and then we go on to Surf and Peter.
Yeah, no, great point regarding AI and all of that stuff. I think what's important to remember here, and we discussed it last night, is what do we have to learn from this conflict? And there is a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn on the information space. There's a lot to learn in terms of the computing space and what that means. I think that the questioner is completely right. But there is only one military and one alliance that can actually implement that in training environments, and that's NATO, and that's the United States. So all of this stuff that's being seen in Ukraine is going to go in one direction. It's going to be integrated in National Training Center at Fort Irwin. It's going to be in JRTC in Louisiana. It's going to be in Hohenfels in Germany. And if there's one alliance, one military that can adapt to this, it's the United States and NATO. So I think it's a great question. I think it's perfect. And Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, I mean, of course they're watching this, and it's just going to make them even better.
It's probably also the first, war in the, let's say, drone age that simply has the volume, that has all of this vast amount of data being collected, right? That's where the learning component is, because it is such a very extensive conventional war, very, very different to anything, because and that is why it's so vast and so tragic and so murderous, because it is such a extensive war. Sir Fella.
Hi guys. Yeah, it was just going back to the thermal imaging stuff. I just in case anybody hadn't really seen it before, we've used it quite a bit in the past for some stuff we've done domestically with sled dogs. So I just put where I think it's called the Nest, where the bit at the top of the screen where we've got all our little avatars and stuff, and then we've got the MriyaReport. Please join us on Monday. Click on that. I just reply to that with some images, a little bit of video, some thermal imaging camera in use. We used it. I think the temperature was around about just below freezing in a forest with some dogs, which give you an idea of the quality and what you see. And that's just with a 200-pound imaging camera. So it was just in case people hadn't seen it before, I've put some images up there. Please have a look at it.
Cheers, Sir Fella. And yeah, I guess it very much depends on the quality of it, and then this is where the quality comes in. It's how far you can still have good resolution in the back.
Yeah, this camera was literally, it was a 200-pound one bought in a building supply store to look at houses to see where the insulation's working or isn't working in your basic house. So you can see the image, the quality is quite good and quite detailed, even just with the basic one. So I can imagine like the military grade stuff is second to none compared to this. It just give people an idea of what it looks like.
Thank you. Scandi, comments on it?
Yeah, that's exactly what you get with the consumer grade. You can also see that infrared systems, they are considered dual use, and if you're a civilian, you can't really buy the military grade stuff. The main difference to the military ones is really the frame rate. So that footage that you put up there, it's limited to 8 frames per second, and that's what can be sold to consumers. But the military stuff is obviously at least 30 frames per second or even higher. But the main difference is the frame rate for civilian systems.
Thank you, Scandi. Let's go to our friend of the show, Peter B, and then to Edward after that. Peter B.
Hey, thank you for letting me be here. One of the interesting things about this topic is qualitative data versus quantitative data. And so qualitative data would be the man on the ground right now. What can he be trained on, or what is given to him, versus what can we learn from the interactions of that data, the quantitative data thereafter. And so it's more like what's happening now and what's happening post-report. And so it's very important to make these things happen now, because the people on the ground, Ukraine, they fight for democracy, they fight for sovereignty, and they fight against genocide. So the qualitative thing to do would be to get them everything we can as far as night vision, FLIR, anything that can happen. And a part of that is a great organization called MriyaAid, which may have been formerly associated with this show, with this great space. And I want to thank you all for being here. And so if you want to get qualitative data to someone, get them on the ground now in Ukraine so that they can be mounted on something to help in the ungodly, the disturbing, the horrific invasion of Russia into Ukraine. It's horrific. So that is the qualitative data of this topic. The quantitative data will be an after action report about what happened with the qualitative data. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter.
I love you all for being here.
And we love you for being here too, Peter. Thank you, and thank you for your kind words. Indeed, anyone who would like to help out, check out MriyaAid.org. It's up there in the title of the space. Very easy to find, very easy to go and help out through them. Edward.
Hi. Yeah, but it does occur to me that the quantitative data can be sent back to all those funny labs, those NATO labs, where people can work on them in the peace and quiet, and maybe feed things back to the battlefield space. If there's time, if this war is still going on, that might be useful. But anyway, going back to, I think it was another Peter who'd been a pilot landing in Kiev, and he'd asked some question about visual targeting and so on. And I'd had this discussion with Language Learner about these Iranian drones, because my question was, are these fire and forget, or do they have visual targeting? In other words, once you've sent them up there, can you see a high Mars moving around and try and target it? And Language Learner was telling me that he thought that there were, at short range on the front lines, that might be achievable. And that in fact, there were also companion controlling drones that flew with the swarms that allowed potentially this to happen over a greater range. But on the other hand, if you're firing them at electricity substations or just people in Kyiv or something, then it's more of a fire and forget thing. I don't know whether they get even any video data, but even if they do, I don't know whether there's any control data going back the other way to adjust the targeting at long range. But maybe someone knows the answer to that.
If somebody does know the answer to that, hand up, please. My understanding is that indeed the Mohajer 6 or whatever that shot down over the Black Sea near Odessa some weeks ago, that is the sort of drone that actually has all the long distance links and can then control the swarm locally. But I don't really know much beyond that. I think they're primarily fire and forget, or at least they're primarily being employed in the fire and forget role. But indeed, you could use something like that. Data links over long distances, right? That's complicated and vulnerable. And Scandi, maybe you wish to touch on that as a more general technical aspect rather than the specific one to these drones. But I think this is how they're trying to get around that, right? Because that's expensive, and you wouldn't want that blown up every time.
I'm sorry, Domin, can you repeat? I was preoccupied with something else.
Oh, sorry. So we were talking about these Iranian loitering munitions that are quite long ranged, right? The Shaheds 136, and I think 37 got taken down over the last 12 hours or so in Ukraine, right? On top of the ones that actually managed to blow themselves up at the target, however many or however few that might have been. But Edward was asking, can you control these over large distances, or is it mostly fire and forget? Or is there an intermediary, let's say control point, right? And I remember that weeks ago when they were first introduced, there was mentioning of the Mohajer 6, I think they're called, drones that can be used to control the swarm. My thinking is any secure data links over large distances, over possibly hundreds of kilometers, would be pretty expensive, right? So you wouldn't want to introduce them into something that blows itself up. So maybe that's why and also they're quite an involved thing and not the lightest, not the simplest thing to be putting together in the first place, because that's really the vulnerability to electronic warfare is the long distance data link. So maybe they do it this way through an intermediary, right? And that's quite a good idea, perhaps. But if you maybe want to touch upon the vulnerability of long distance communications to electronic warfare, perhaps any thoughts you might want to introduce?
Really not exactly my area expertise, but what I know about communications is that obviously the further you go, you become more and more vulnerable to. I mean, just even brute force, swamping the frequencies with other stuff, so that the drone loses the carrier and that breaks the link. So yeah, I think your thinking is spot on, basically.
And it is a relatively expensive thing to introduce, right? You wouldn't add that to something that you are going to intentionally blow up every time.
Well, I don't necessarily see that the cost may be the issue. I think it's the robustness of such a control link over a long distance. I don't think necessarily the hardware that goes with it would be the thing or the problem, so to say. But I think it just you just introduce a glass jaw if you're running something over a secure data link over very long distances, because of the link budget, meaning that things get a lot weaker as you move further out, and then you can have local jamming systems nearby with orders of magnitude more watts in the air that just swamps your link.
Got it. Thank you, Scandi. This morning, at least 4 drones hit residential buildings in Kiev, or sorry, one hit the residential building. Four in total hit various parts of Kiev. Now these are these loitering munitions, right? The Shahed 136. Although, as I'm reminded, the Russians rebranded them into Germanium 2 because somehow, right? And dozens got shot down, but of course some get through, and this is the sort of behavior that they exhibit, or rather, this is the way they're deployed, is in large numbers all together, and then some will get through on a purely statistical basis. Scandi?
Regarding that, I don't think I've heard this discussion, or if it has been discussed, I've not been online then. But has there been any discussion about would CRAMs or these sort of close-in weapon systems be of help in protecting, especially the critical infrastructure against these drones? Because wasting like missiles to me is that's kind of non-economical. Okay, CRAM puts out 3,000 rounds a minute at $100 a piece, so it's not a cheap system either. But yeah, I mean, for these sort of power stations, switching stations, transformer stations, and all that.
So what I think is used a lot, much more so than missiles for these loitering munitions, is sort of autocannons, right? Gepards, Tunguskas, ZU, whatever the thing is called, 223. You know what I'm getting at. Actually, a suggestion someone had, I think George Stakakis, he said that doesn't Sweden have a bunch of Bofors autocannons as well, right? And I think this is really the way to go at these, is very old school, because they're slow and they fly low, and they're noisy. You can definitely shoot at it fairly well with not even a radar aided, but just a point and shoot kind of cannon. So I don't know if you really need a CRAM simply because they don't fly that quickly, right? CRAMs are, I think, isn't the point of a CRAM take out something that flies, very fast, whereas these things fly very slow. You don't need that high end even technology to hit it, because it only flies at 60 kilometers an hour or whatever.
Yeah, point taken. You're absolutely right. There's no need.
Because the seram's meant to take out like an RPG or something, right? That's kind of the idea.
All ballistic missiles or even mortars.
Yeah, exactly, right. So those are things that move very quickly and are very small, whereas these are shockingly large for the sort of size of warhead, and they fly slow. So I think you can just take it out with pretty much anything that has the range to hit it, right? I think for these, just more and more and more, and that's why they take so many down. 4 came through, you know, they've taken down a dozen, or you know, maybe several dozen in the process. It's just the numbers, and they just send a bunch, and then a couple make through, actually get through the defenses. Anyway, listen. Let's go to BJ and then to Foxtrot. BJ.
Hello there. I just wanted to say that from what I know, the bigger drones, like the ones that they launch out of the back of the airplanes, they do have a command drone to talk back to the planes. So, and they can correct the others. So that's about all I can tell you. Thank you.
Thank you, BJ. Makes sense, right? The more advanced, the more complicated, more expensive stuff. But yeah. Thank you, BJ. Let's go to Foxtrot. I agree with the sentiment. I just know that we're broadcasting a few Midwestern and Mountain West states, and I don't want us to, you know, get debroadcast. So go for it.
I understand. I like to. It's quite a personal thing I want to tell everybody, and I like to use your stage to say something which is heavy on my chest. I need to let it out. I born in Iran. More than 2 decades ago, I left Iran. I feel extremely shame and helpless every time I see that the Ukrainian get killed or get attacked by Iranian-made weapon. It hurts me. I cannot do much about it. I just want to say I'm sorry. I support Ukraine all the way. I've been in Ukraine after the war. I did what I could for Ukraine, and I will keep doing it until the victory. Slava Ukraini, Herom Slava, Putin Huilo.
Thank you, and I think everybody here will completely agree with your sentiments. But also, you know, at the end of the day, it is autocratic regimes that work together. I think we will realize that, and nobody, I don't think, would blame most people, especially under the current circumstances in Iran, whereby they're trying to actually get rid of the autocratic regime, which is collaborating with Putin's and is providing these drones, and apparently soon the ballistic missiles as well, right? Because Russia is kind of running low on those. So I sincerely hope that they're successful in dethroning the autocracy. But at the same time, I sincerely hope that the collective Western response will look at those ballistic missiles and be like, "Aha, we have something similar." So clearly, if Russia can, have them sourced, they can't really complain about Ukraine getting some as well. And I think that the correct response here would be not just air defenses, but lots and 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 lots of attackings. You know what they say: an apple a day chases the doctor away. A couple dozen attackings a day chases the Russians away very well indeed. Scandi, thoughts on my policy prescription?
I'm with you 100%. Absolutely right. I have a question. Just getting back to the thermals, if you don't mind, and I appreciate the sentiment of the previous speaker regarding Iran. But for the thermals, I've seen some tweets because I'm kind of curious where Russia gets its thermals, because as far as I know, I don't think they have any capability of domestic production of those, except for light intensifiers. So these would be the night vision systems. I think they can make themselves, but for thermals, I don't think they can. And I've seen some tweets with some pictures inside Russian tanks indicating some Thales. This is the French defense company Thales has supplied at some point either image intensifiers or thermals. But have we seen anything on the sort of the individual warfighter level of the invaders? Any captured equipment, scopes, whatever? Are they Chinese? Because the Chinese can produce them. Is there any information on that?
So I've had exactly the same thought as you, and there has been speculation about Chinese ones being, or there've been reports of Chinese ones being spotted among the Russians. And at some point there was a point. So I don't know if you're listening. An hour and a half ago when Antti was talking about Ukrainians having an advantage when it comes to NVGs. At some point it was said that suddenly Russians were seen with ever more of them themselves, right? And there was a lot of thought that they must have come from China. So every time we've had a Ukrainian soldier up of the last couple months, I asked almost all of them the same question. If I was around, I generally asked the same question, which was, have you, when taking over Russian positions, when capturing Russians, killing Russians, whatever, have you seen any Chinese scopes, any Chinese-made NVGs? And the answer was always, no, we haven't. Now, my sampling is shit, right? Because I asked this of like 5 guys, many of whom will have been, on different fronts or in different positions. So what would they know, right? But I was just asking, on the off chance, have you seen any Chinese-made NVGs or bulletproof vests or anything else? And the answer was always no. So because of that, I don't know how to answer that, but I have exactly the same question. Therefore, I would suggest, Antti, that you're asking the correct questions because they're the same as mine. But maybe Mika saw something.
Yeah, hey, that's an excellent discussion, and I have been sorting this out myself as well, because how I kind of came to this was a couple of years ago. I already started to looking for thermal sight, and this was in hunting purposes, because in the Finnish side of Karelia we have a permit to use thermal sights in hunting, because we have so much the wild pigs coming from the Russian side, and they spread diseases, especially one nasty one. And I came across and started asking question about the site called pulsar thermion, and when I investigated it more, and you can still see it, in like optics planets, etc. It's made in Belarus, and it was that time, it was pretty good kind of reviews. The scope got it still in the market, but I kind of found the original where it's been produced is Belarusia, but I don't really know where they get their parts. I think so it might be from China, etc. in different countries. So if you wanna Google that, so I know there's some, they must have some kind of knowledge there in Belarusia where they manufacture it as well. That's all.
Yeah, Mikko, good point. Actually, I had come across Belarusian infrared stuff many years back. So that's thanks for reminding. That's true. They do have, but it's the so basically the sensor arrays you can basically buy off companies like DigiKey, the companies that supply components. But those are mostly the consumer grade ones. So I'm not sure. This thing does have I'm actually looking at the spec sheet right now, and I think it does have a frame rate that is more than 8 Hertz, which would mean that this should classify as a dual use scope. But I am positive with the fact that the Belarusians will not be. They won't have the capability of manufacturing the sensors themselves, so they would have to buy them out of somewhere, out of China or out of France, out of the US. But yeah, I'll definitely take a closer look at this. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you. So, are you saying the Belarusian supplies might be a real problem? Are the Belarusian things completely domestically produced, or did they rely on a supply chain from the West? Really, another Finn of this grade.
Yeah, the sensor itself must come from somewhere else. I don't think they have. I've never heard that they have a domestic production capability on that.
Timo, thoughts?
Yeah, I think there was something in the 2014 sanctions that allowed you to continue the pre-existing contract. So if there was I think there was some tails contract before 2014. So, and I think they continued that after 2014 because the sanctions were kind of low, that in a sense that they allowed you to continue pre-existing contracts.
Yeah, as for the Thales stuff and tanks that Candy mentioned, that's absolutely correct. And very frustrating. Very well documented and very frustrating indeed. Cheers, Timo. Edward.
Yeah, just on a broader topic with data collection, I've heard that the Russians have launched 3 military satellites within the last week, and I don't know whether just by observing where they end up in orbit, one could determine their likely function, or I haven't read anything more specific other than the fact that they've launched 3 satellites. Does anyone know about that?
I see Denjon has his hand up, and he actually might know something about this, so might as well.
No, I don't know. Sorry, I raised my hand for something else. Sorry.
Yeah, I have no clue as to the utility or the possible utility of those. If anybody does, I'm sure they'll chip in. But Denjon, power on.
Yeah, about night scopes and that kind of equipment. It was raised here last week that in Sweden we had some suspicious burglaries recently. Actually, this kind of equipment was stolen, and of course, there's no proof who did it and for what purpose, but suspicions are there for the future use of it.
Is this the traffic cameras, or is that a separate?
No, it's in the same bucket. The traffic cameras is something that could be used for something. But we also had burglaries in I think in West Sweden, Göteborg, a couple of times where they actually have this kind of equipment, night vision scopes and so on, for I think for hunting purposes. But yeah, quite circumstantial evidence, I would say.
Interesting.
Very. But,
can someone say how useful are the sort of civilian hunting ones?
I've not actually used a hunting scope. I've been looking at those too, but I haven't purchased one. I haven't really used one, but I would say that they are better than maybe nothing, but still they won't live up to spec with like proper.
Is Candy just cut out for me or for everyone?
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
I think he got a phone call. I have a hunch. Okay, fair enough. So better than nothing, but not great. Okay. I'm curious about more detail if anyone has it, because I think this is something that might be happening more and more. Then, John, was there any numbers on that in, we'll say, Göteborg, on how many got stolen?
No, actually, there might be. I haven't seen it, but because I didn't look into it. It was raised by Eric when we were up last week. So actually, I haven't checked it, but I will see if I can find some information. Because according to him, it happened a couple of times. It was not just only one time. So the number could be, well, I don't know if significant, but yeah, I will look into it and see what I can find.
Thank you, Denjon. Yeah, I'm getting suggestions. Yeah, those things. Whatever gets nicked in Sweden is gonna go first down south, and then a little bit east, and then from there a whole lot further north and east and back around. I concur. That's exactly how it's gonna go. Does anybody know if Serbia has any production facilities for anything along these lines? Not just Belarus. No? Okay. Fair enough. Then, John, do you have any government yet? It's Monday. It's supposed to be Monday.
Honestly, it's looking a bit shaky because it's a thin majority, and actually the smallest party in the coalition is not aligned. So I don't
Is
know
that the Liberalerna?
Yes. So basically, someone I don't know what she is, but she's high up in the organization or in the party. She actually wrote something today that they're not willing to sign under that Sweden is not welcoming foreigners, which is basically in the agreement they have in the coalition. So I don't know where it's going to end. Let's see.
Great. Okay. So can they figure out the wording that works for everyone? Because this is, I mean, it's just it's not actually a policy statement, right? It's like an attitudinal statement that they have an issue with, right? Because that can't be a policy statement.
The thing is that the whole thing with Sverigedemokraterna is about immigration. They don't want it. So I think it's deeper than just something glossy.
Eric?
I just want to add one thing, because one thing that's quite mind-blowing is that all these four parties have come together to write down this deal between them. And in that 68-page deal, Ukraine isn't mentioned a single time. Not once is it mentioned. And that's either the positive spin is that, well, they're all in agreement with all the other parties, so they don't need it. The negative sentiment is that, well, this is something they couldn't agree on. So this had me a little bit worried, to be honest, because we know that one of the parties mentioned that this discussion has been very negative, or not very negative, but has been historically maybe not so positive, a positive force vis-a-vis Russia. So yeah, I'm slightly worried about that, to be honest. But we'll probably find out later today when there's a vote.
Yeah, and to add to that, Eric, I have the same fear, but another way that it was looked at was that this shouldn't be kind of a party program or small coalition program. I mean, this defense stance and the foreign affairs stance should be in a broader coalition than just the government. So I don't know, but let's see what.
I completely agree. What worries me isn't that it was one sentence, something like the Swedish government will do everything to support Ukraine, or Ukraine's indivisibility is obvious, or something like that. Just something that I calmed fragile nerves like myself. But it was nothing. But I hope you're right, and I think you might be right. And sorry for the background noise. I'm on the tube.
Hey, Eric. Okay. Do you know any more about the scopes stolen in Göteborg?
Just what I said before, that there are specifically night vision scopes, and they are the ones that we use to shoot boars, which are, well, having seen such scopes myself, they're quite advanced and they're quite expensive and they're quite good. And it's just interesting that the sole focus in these raids has been on such scopes, which is of course worrying. So I mean, to be honest, my extremely personal opinion is either is someone is stealing specifically to sell specifically, or there is a more targeted measure. But in the end, I think they're going to end up in the same place, and that is, of course, on the other side of the Baltics. That's what my just a pure guess. But there's so many strange things going on that, I mean, there can only be so many coincidences.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I'm also being told earlier. I was asking, does Belarus need help with that? And apparently, there's a joint venture between Zeiss and Bill Omo, where the technology comes from. Okay, that makes a whole lot more sense now, I think. Let's go to. I keep forgetting. Is it Mixhoku? Please tell me how to pronounce your name. I used to know how to do Albanian orthography, and then I forgot.
It's Mijoko, except on H, it's G. It's
Mijoko.
G.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
cool.
Just a nickname.
Because I know that the Q is a ch, but I don't know
yeah,
the rest. Yeah, Mijoko. Okay,
otherwise,
go ahead.
Otherwise I live in Sweden, göteborgare. Så att för Dan och Erik, jag bor i Göteborg och jobbar här. Somehow, I'm just gonna give you some late information about Kosovo. Prime Minister and Serbia Prime Minister President is gonna have a meeting this month. I think in the end of this month in somewhere. Discussion about possibly agreement about between Kosovo and Serbia, but in the Felt in the North Mitrovica, exchanging rate for plate number, old plate number from Serbia's controlled system to Kosovo controlled system, it's going very bad. Just only 7 member of 28,000 car plate number has exchanged. They are not willing to do that, and it's going to be some issue in the end of this month because they have to do regarding the law. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem to do across the border between Kosovo and Serbia. And yes, this is the last update that I.
So let me just contextualize this for everyone. And where's finance? I mean, every time somebody actually brings it up with proper information, finance isn't here. What is this? It's like a curse. He's the one that keeps. You don't know this. I don't know. But for months he's been teasing me with stuff.
Yeah. I'm gathering more information regarding some really inside news, and maybe because I'm so addicted in this space every single day, all the time. But I'm gonna gather more information and make a resume when finance is here, and just share with the public all the information that I know and see and hear. Yeah.
Thank you, Mijoko. I just want to contextualize this a little bit more broadly for people listening who are like, why is he talking about number plates? And I'll do it. I've done this before.
Because this is they make some subject to create some disinformation and then panic to the people, and then this is how it starts with Serbs and that place in Kosovo. So.
Yeah, and this is something that Russia does, right? Russia tries to destabilize other regions of the world by doing silly things, because then it A, distracts from what they're doing, and B, it fills newspaper headlines, and people look, oh no, right? And it also distracts, and very specifically here, it distracts and detracts from the government attention, right? One of the first things that various European governments had to do within the first week of Russia invading Ukraine, they also had to deploy more people to Bosnia for the peacekeeping mission there. Why? Because Russia was intentionally destabilizing the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the peacekeeping mission had to double overnight because they were doing various things that they shouldn't be doing. So it was Anyway. It's a general approach of the Russian military, because what they really care about, in part, is information warfare. And this is one of their avenues of approach, is always destabilization in the Balkans through Serbia or Republika Srpska. Carry on.
Yeah, just tiny information. For 3 months ago in Albania, they were arrested 3 citizens from Russia and 1 from Ukraine because they find themselves in the NATO base, which is surrounded from Albanian military forces. And they catch these guys with 3 drones and many other data and pictures, and they had collected many information inside some of the bunkers and military old facilities, and they're they are still in arrest. We will see. I'm just interested in that case as well. I'm going to follow up, and as soon as I get more information, I'm going to share with you. This is very interesting because they cover itself like bloggers and Instagram bloggers that they love publishing military buildings and gadgets and stuff like that, but very suspected. But we will see.
Oh, exceptionally so. Exceptionally so. Let's just remember all of the ammo depots and military bases that have been blown up by Russian operatives, by most of GRU guys, right? In Bulgaria several times over, the poisoning of the arms dealer twice, in the Czech Republic, right? All over Ukraine. I think in Slovakia they at least tried to do something. In Romania they tried to but didn't succeed. And then last month, I think, or maybe 2 months ago now, they were picked up in Albania. There was a bunch of Russians taking pictures and trying to walk into a military base in Albania, a NATO country. And this was kind of it wasn't tackled nearly as much as it should have, honestly, if you ask me. But hey, and please, if you learn more about this, Mijoko, please let us know, because this is really important.
I've been very.
And it fits into a pattern.
I'm gonna collect all this information and share with you as soon as I get more detailed information, because there is a process holding in Albania, and then there are I think there are 3 FBI agents has arrived in Albania to collect some information, and we will see. It's very interesting case.
Thank you, Mijoko. Let's go to Charles and then to Den. Charles.
Hey guys. Basically, I wanted to ask a kind of an admin question for you guys, because I think the last questioner covered it well. But since I've been involved in Twitter, like, I'm getting hammered by Russian trolls. How do you guys handle that? How do you handle
ignore
this sort of misinformation, because it's certainly happening? How can we as a group combat this misinformation?
I mean, call it out, basically, but most of it just ignore, because what's even the point? By engaging, you're giving them A, engagement, B, you're actually spreading their BS if you engage directly. So, I mean, don't go and reply unless you're part of the NATO army, and then go and flood them with, NATO Article 5. That's kind of the 2 ways of doing it. Half-assing it doesn't work. You either need to go, all in en masse, or other than that, just like mute and report, I guess. That's my approach. I don't have time to deal with it. So if you act me with weird ass shit, I will just ignore you. So tough luck. This is funny because 4 minutes ago, somebody after me saying, "I am a lawyer from Ireland. I have a business proposal for you concerning my late client asset and estate." In very poor English. I mean, it's grammatically highly incorrect. Every Irish lawyer I've ever spoken to wrote a whole lot better, and their English tended to be rather good. So I didn't know that the Nigerian prince scam has now spread onto Twitter ads. But tough luck, because guess who's not gonna have a business proposal worked out with me. That guy. Anyway, I don't know. Denjon, you must deal with these a lot. You're part of the NAFO longboats.
Yeah, funny enough, I'm not targeted, but I do a lot of shit posting on the Vatniks, and to reason with them, there's no point. But to make silly tweets with truth in it is a good way. Just, I mean, like what's coming for them in the winter and so on. It's nice to post pictures with frozen souls, and I mean, it's shit post them, just make fun of them or leave them. But to try to get them to change their opinion would never happen. So that's all I can say. And block, of course. Then the more you block, the less you will get. But back to the scopes stolen in Sweden. So I had a quick look. So there's one shop in the Göteborg area which been hit twice, and from what I could find, it's been like the value of the stolen goods is like 1 million SEK at the time, each time. So that's $200,000. And I did a quick check on the cost of those scopes. So it's between $10,000 and $40,000. Well, $1,000 and $4,000. So that gives between 50 and 200. And I don't know if they calculate the stolen value in the retail price or the cost for the shop. I'm not sure, but it's in those regions, 50 to 200 scopes. And I'm sure this is not the only shop in Sweden, and it's not the only shop in the world where this happens. So it could be quite a significant number.
Yeah, probably not Denjon. So hi Mariam. Usually what people do is they put their hand up rather than just unmute and power through, because that can be kind of distracting when somebody's speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever tried this. I have no idea how to even put my hand up, so I apologize.
It's always sometimes sometimes it has to be a first time for everyone. So that it's okay. No, we're just telling you for next time. Next time, there's a little heart with a plus at the bottom of your screen, and that allows you to put your hand up. But if you have something to contribute now, feel free to go right ahead. I think Denjon finished his notes on YouTube burglaries. So go right ahead, Maria.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, I just had a comment, and you had asked about the satellites. So that's something that I know of, being an astronomer.
Excellent. Go right ahead.
Okay, so there 3 satellites were launched recently. The other 2 were on October 9th. It was a GLONASS satellite. It was a 330-pound military satellites, optical reconnaissance satellites. And they've been in use since about April of 2018. The first one was called Cosmos 2525, and it lasted about 3 years in orbit, then it failed. It was followed by 2 others, another one in September of 2021, which was called Cosmos 2551, and another one in April of 2021 called Cosmos 2555. Each of those has fallen back to Earth and burned up also about a month ago. The thought among people who deal with this kind of stuff is that the current one, which is an MK3, is possibly a replacement for that very first failed Cosmos 2555, or possibly just a dummy payload, just so that the West isn't aware that they've got failures on their hands, that they're losing optical reconnaissance satellite capability. But anyway, that's what those launches are. Like I said, the first 2 seem to be, like I said, a navigational satellite, followed by one for Angola, and then this third one, possibly an MK3 optical reconnaissance satellite. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, Maria. That's really good. So the first one you're saying, the first one's basically another GLONASS one, right? You say
yes.
navigational.
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then the one for Angola, what use is that? Or is that like a telecoms that's gonna
Probably
be geostationary over Angola?
Probably I don't have any information on what that one was, just that it was for the Angolan government.
Okay, fair enough. So,
Yeah.
so the most likely nothing to do with Ukraine
Yes.
at all, because it's gonna hang out somewhere over the South Atlantic.
Yes.
And then these Cosmos ones that you say. So are you saying they're, because I don't really hear of satellites, of American satellites, say failing all the time and crashing down to Earth. So are you saying it's not very well built in the first place, or very well designed?
Yeah, they're using, the boosters aren't, that powerful, and they're putting them in these crappy sun synchronous orbits that decay quickly. So this, Russian technology, everything is just done sort of a caveman style. You lob it up. If it fails, you lob up another one.
Oh, I love it. I love it so much. You have no idea. This is excellent commentary. And these are, you say, optical ones. So basically kind of like Maxar kind of
exactly. Yeah.
thing, right? That's what it's trying to be.
Yeah, or those are like American keyhole satellite, that kind of stuff.
Okay, and that is something that could actually be useful to Russia in their current situation.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah, they'd be able to track military movements optically.
Do they have quite a lot of these already, or is this a new thing, a new capability for Russians as far as is known publicly?
They have, but I think what it is they don't have maybe satellites parked in these places. They're monitoring, they have satellites up monitoring other parts of the world, but I don't think they counted that they need them over Ukraine, and that's the difference. From as far as what I know, is having the ability to have optical recon over Ukraine. That's literally gives them an immediate kind of access to to seeing what's on the ground, sort of that's unimpeded.
Okay. Are these so these aren't geostationary, right? As you said, this is a sub. I forget what you use, but basically it's one of those.
Yeah, sun synchronous orbits.
Okay. So that's one of those fairly quickly rotating around. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. The sort of 90-minute or whatever it is.
Right. Exactly.
Something like that. Okay. Sorry. I'm vaguely aware of things because I was looking at these things many years ago, but I've forgotten much of the terminology. So, I get the physics of it. I just don't know what the words are.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Anyway, I hope that helps, just at least give an idea of what's going on. So at least 2 of the previous launches weren't nothing to do with Ukraine, but this third one might have been, if it's not just a dummy. That's been some rumored among the aerospace community that it was just a dummy that was launched, a dummy payload, just so that they don't give up the fact that that they're down a satellite. So they just quickly launched it.
So a couple of questions actually, if you have a moment. One, are these launched out of Baikonur in Kazakhstan? And 2, what do we know about the quality of them, if we know anything, compared to say the Finnish ones that Ukraine is now using for optical recon?
I don't know about the one Ukraine is using. I know that some of these have been from Baikonur. I know that GLONASS was launched from Plesetsk. I'm sorry about the pronunciation. Launch facility. And but like I said, the Ukraine one I'm not familiar with. Not offhand, at least.
And Plesetsk is actually in the north, right? On
the northwest Russia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that a good place to be launching rockets? I thought you always had to go as close to the equator as possible. Why are they launching them from there?
It depends what you kind of what placement you want. It's possible that some of these are going into polar orbits. In other words, they're going vertically instead of horizontally. In which case, you want to launch as far north as you can because you're going from pole to pole. So it's possible that's what it's doing. I'm not quite
interesting because you want less of the rotational momentum, right?
Yeah. You've got if you're going from pole to pole, then the satellite simply is going vertical. Think of it as vertically up and down.
It's going orthogonally to the usual.
Yeah, and
is what you're saying. So you want as little of that extra acceleration that you get as possible.
Yeah, the satellite doesn't have to do much except simply move in that ellipse, and the Earth rotates below it, so that you're getting basically like global coverage every 24 hours or so. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
makes it
yeah.
no, it makes perfect
Yeah.
sense. Thank you. That makes a lot more sense. But I did have one up there. Then, excellent. Yanis, you might have a comment or a question. You're fairly technically minded.
Yeah, hello. I actually have a question to Marian, if he doesn't mind.
Yeah, yeah,
About
sure.
this about this GLONASS. I remember that they when this invasion started in February, there was like news in Latvian in news outlets comment from a local astronomer about this GLONASS system, and basically he explains that in order for such systems to be precise, it needs constant calibration, and it requires some data inputs from astronomers around the world. Yeah, and basically he told that they like stopped providing such service to this GLONASS organization. Yeah, and it is expected that the system will not be as precise as required. Do you have any comments on that? Is it true, and how does it work? Thank you.
Not sure of the intricate details of how it works, but I do know it's much more primitive than anything the U.S. has. The GPS that everybody's used to using, as a matter of fact, I don't know if people are aware of, is actually run by the United States Space Command, by what's now Space Force. So actually all those, the GPS that Americans are used to and other people used to using around the world is actually run by the U.S. military. Surprise, surprise. And they are extremely precise. What I've heard of GLONASS is that it's crap. So to be blunt, and as far as optical calibration by astronomers, that if that's true, then I hadn't heard that. But if that's true, then that's really junk technology. So this, who knows? This may be why some of these missile barrage attacks are just so imprecise. If they're using any kind of if they're using GLONASS or anything like it to try to use it, for targeting, then this is why it's just so bad. It's just and imprecise. That's my guess, just from what I know. If that hopefully answers your question a little bit.
Yanis?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I guess I will try to check. It was the guy from Latvian University Astronomy Institute, so he's available in the social networks. It was just pure technical.
Yeah. I can't imagine, using astronomers around to calibrate these kind of satellites, which just seem to be a really strange way of doing things, a very primitive way of doing things, considering there's lots of better technical ways of doing stuff like that. So, but I wouldn't put it past the Russians to do something like that. Like I said, they do kind of a caveman approach to things sometimes, just to get things. They just look at the result if they can get things done, not necessarily how they do it. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's just a sloppy approach. So, well, we see the results of that in other parts of the war. So there you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. Anyway, I'll
thank you very much, Marian.
Thanks for having
thank you
me
for
on.
joining us. Thank you for joining us. It's always great. I love how we bring something up and there's almost always an expert in that thing listening who can say, no, this makes perfect sense. This is what the facts on the ground are. It's one of the great beauties of the space, and anytime satellites are up, just hop right up.
Sure.
We'd love to hear from you.
Well, it's on my time here. It's past 2 a.m, so I'm going to go crash. But I wanted to leave you guys by saying that you do awesome work, and I love listening in. And it's just incredible amount of information, and you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for having this.
So I have something based on I came in a bit late. But,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just saw. Okay, so basically, I came. As I said, I came in a bit late. I used to kind of work with GPL and EOD and CRPD. So based on what you're saying, the Russians are using a different sort of GPS technology than we use pretty much everywhere else. Is that correct?
Well, they use GPS as well, right? But they also have their own one in parallel.
I mean, in terms of the network.
GLONASS is their military service location-based system.
Okay, thank
All right?
you. That is basically what I'm asking. Yeah, I mean, given the supposed Russian technological superiority or whatever bullshit. Sorry, bullshit. I mean, sorry. Like, why not just like hijack another network? Like, doesn't that make sense? But obviously, like, my interest is not in favor of that. But why? Why is, I guess, my question. I definitely worked on lots of things that I cannot talk about, but one thing that I can talk about is like working directly against people from other countries outside of the US using space-based electronic interference. So I'm kind of trying to grasp exactly like where the actual blockage is, especially considering that we know that there are definitely like foreign actors, especially who are able to like hack into different systems and work with different systems. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place, but yeah, I just thought it was interesting and I was curious.
Yeah, well, the Russians don't have the knowledge to do such things. The only thing they can do is try to hire someone from outside who has knowledge from it, and then they pay them to do it. But themselves don't know it, and they are not as smart as you might think.
I mean, I wasn't saying they were smart. I was just asking how and why, which you answered. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, sorry for that.
Right. No, that's so good. Thank you, Tam. Thank you, Mr. M. Right. Let's we'll get some fins up. It's a very Finnish morning today. Finnish Monday. Well, it's afternoon in Finland, I guess, but it was a Finnish Monday until it was Finnish afternoon. Nice, Sniper.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to the previous question that on the eastern border of Finland, especially in the north, where there's a big Russian military base, we pretty frequently have GPS, how would I say, disturbances, so that the Russians are capable of making GPS locating services unprecise, and they are able to disturb the service. And I guess that the West would be able to do the same with GLONASS. So basically, the system itself cannot be hacked in that sense that someone would intrude in the system physically or something like that. But basically, what they do is that they send like fake signals around, because the satellites basically calculate. No, the end device gets some information from different satellites and triangulates the expected position. And there are some reference transmitters on the ground. That's how I understood it, at least, that there are some reference transmitters on ground which help the satellites to calibrate themselves. And these information can somehow be faked. But anyway, I don't know the exact technical details, but the bottom line is that the Russians have frequently already disturbed the GPS accuracy. And there's even a map somewhere in the net where you can see in which areas this kind of GPS disturbances are the most frequent. And one of the areas, surprisingly, is around Moscow. And it might be that they try to sort of, it might be enough for taxi drivers to know about where they are, but the accuracy might not be enough for any incoming missiles or something like that. So basically, the GPS system is not completely unvulnerable, but it's most of the time, if you're not very close to some areas where the Russians have control, then it works pretty well. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you guys. I really appreciate you answering my question. Yeah, I know that here our accuracy is like 3 to 10 meters usually, so I actually feel like I have a lot more information, and thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. Bjørnade, shoot.
Yeah, I remember we had the conversation. I'm not sure with whom, but it was about was it Thomas yesterday? I'm not sure. It was about the jamming things for the rocket, and yeah, mostly you jam these kind of things near to the ground. So the other thing is the reference points which are used for GPS, especially if you use it with your phone or something like this, are set towers. You triangulate with your set towers. You have a reference point, and then you check it up with the GPS.
Bjørnade, do you know anything about Galileo versus GPS, the European equivalent, effectively?
No, absolutely not.
No, I thought so.
But I remember something about the Glosner system, that it wasn't like our typical GPS. It's more like a system where you have to punch in your coordinates, and then you have to punch in the coordinates where you want to go to, and yeah, it's a little bit different than the GPS system in its capabilities, as far as I remember. Not so user friendly or something.
Okay, since nobody's saying anything, I will ask you this. Bjørnade, how is our animal welfare campaign going? Any news?
Solomon started it at Thursday evening. So Friday, nothing happened, and it was weekend in Germany. Nothing happened. Today is Monday. Let's wait a week, and maybe I got some post, some mail from the Bundestag. But yeah, it's we need to wait a little bit. But yeah, that's a topic we can also talk about. It's really annoying to read again some unqualified. Yes, thank you very much for the applause. Yeah, it's really annoying with the reading again unqualified statements from our officials, like, oh yeah, the focus is now on air defense, nobody need tanks and something like this. It's really annoying and not really helpful in my opinion. Obviously, yeah, Ukraine needs air defense, but as far as I can say, IRIS-T will take until next year, and I'm not sure what other kind of systems we have. Yeah, it's yeah. And the other thing, I think today Lamprecht said something like we have to take the nuclear threats of Putin serious, and it's always the same bullshit. It's annoying. I mean, come on, yeah. So yeah, we had it in the last days. We talked about it several times. World War III still is not started, and yeah, somehow still some someone from yesterday and who will always stay in the time of yesterday. I think she didn't reach the 2020s now, and is still somewhere in the early 2000s. I'm annoyed. Thank you, and sorry for the rant.
Cheers, Bjørnade. No, I know the focus is now in defense. You know, one thing that would make that a lot less important, a lot less needed, would be if Ukraine gets to kick Russia out real quick, and then now the US just moves in a bunch of Patriot batteries. Then everything's sorted out. And the way to do that is through animal welfare operations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Releasing the leopards to where they should be, roaming the Eurasian steppe. Very good. Anson, go ahead. I think you're suffering from a small screen syndrome, whereby the mute button overlaps with the wand. Try to hit the mute button properly so I don't do the soundboard again. Go ahead, Anson.
Yeah, that was funny. I was trying. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead. We know how that happens. Don't worry. It's yeah. Go ahead.
So my question is I haven't seen the CRAM system on any of Ukraine's request lists. Is that something that's on the board? Because it seems like that type of point defense system would be perfect for these Shahed drones. And that's my question. I'll go ahead and mute now.
Okay, I can talk to this because I was actually talking about this like 2 hours ago. So the CRAM is very good, is excellent. It can intercept things like artillery shells, mortars, ballistic missiles, right? But why do you need something that good to intercept a loitering munition that travels at, I don't know, 50 miles an hour or something? You don't. You can take it down with literally anything as long as you can hit it. Sorry, Tam, I need to drop you down because your mic is unmuting accidentally. As long as you can hit it, you can take it down, right? So anything with an autocannon, even a very old, World War II or early Cold War autocannon, as long as you can point it at the drone and shoot at it, can hit it. At night, like a Gepard with its radar on the back, you can easily take it down. All you need is more of those. You don't even need something as clever and modern as a CRAM. So that's kind of where I stand on that, right? It's actually a really good place for Ukrainians to use their Tunguskas, which also have autocannons, kind of like a Gepard. Not even the missile capability of Tunguskas, but just the autocannon bit. Because again, you just need to point at it and shoot at it and hit it, and it goes down. That's why Ukraine hit so many, right? This morning, like 4 made it through, and dozens were taken down by air defenses. Why? Because Russians just send so many that some are going to make it through, and that's a problem. I completely agree. The other problem with CRAM is just coverage. You need lots of them in lots of places, and that would make it, again, very expensive, very hard to cover all of Ukraine, which is a huge country. This is when people bring up the Israeli Iron Dome. Like, the Iron Dome's fantastic against RPGs and cheap dumb rockets and so on. It's amazing. The problem is Israel is like the size of Kiev. Kiev Oblast is the size of the state of Israel. Ukraine is huge. They would need just endless volumes of these CRAMs and other things that are incorporated into it to have the same sort of coverage, and that's just not technically feasible because you need too much. Just too much equipment all over. So yeah, best thing you can do against these loitering munitions, just send them lots more like Bofors, autocannons, and Gepards, and so on. Does that make sense, Anson?
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. I was just thinking of the CRAM in terms of protecting electrical substations and central heating facilities. Just certain places that we know Russia's after. But
yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to go ahead and go back to a listener.
Cheers, Hanson. Thanks. I agree. It makes perfect sense to put extra defenses around the bits that are the most vulnerable and the most likely to be targeted and the most impactful. No question about that. Björn, if you want to add to that, go ahead, and then we'll go to Abdullah and Vishnagovsky.
Yeah, absolutely. The point with the CRAM systems is, you can place it on a military base on the program it this way that it don't shoot at anything which is in the so you don't have any buildings behind the direction where you shoot. You can do this in Kiev. You can place CRAM systems and say, okay, you can fire in this direction. The ammunition will possibly airburst, but it's it's really hard to program all this, I guess, and it would be really hard to not have any incidents where you accidentally have a stray which flies in the wrong direction or you have some shrapnel hitting windows or buildings or something like this. It's not really a good system to deploy in a city. On an aircraft carrier, absolutely. I mean, you shoot right in the open in the ocean and something like this, or in a military base, for example in Afghanistan, where you have not so many high-rise buildings around you, but in Kiev, it's not a good idea, I guess.
That's a fair point as well. I mean, just more GitPads, right? If Ukraine could be given another, I don't know, 5,000 GitPads, I know they don't exist, but this would really not be a problem. And they're not that. I mean, they the training in the radar takes a while, but no, they're not that expensive in themselves. You don't even need the GitPads. That was my other point. You don't need them to be armored to protect cities. You don't need them to be mobile. This is just stationary-ish autocannons on the back of a Toyota pickup truck is good enough to visually take down these loitering munitions. I think George Stakatis, right? Stakatis. Greek is hard. Like he was saying that the Bofors has a bunch of them, old ones. Just use those. Yeah, it'd be a great idea. Abdullah, go ahead. Abdullah?
Can you hear me, Domin?
Yes, we can.
How are you? Just wanted to make a comment about the Iranian drones, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. I just want to tell you all on something, and hear me out on this, as this option might not be too savory for many of us. I know we're all pissed about the attacks in Kiev today of the Iranian supplied drones. It's a desperate measure from the Russians, and they will continue to they will keep terrorizing the civilian population with this type of weapons. The Iranian regime is also all in this on this, even though they're denying it and are telling the EU and the US that they're not supplying any weapons. But there will be new shipments of new supplies coming into Russia, coming from Iran, and this includes ballistic surface-to-surface missiles that the panel from yesterday they discussed, and these are much harder to intercept, and this have a range, if I believe, of about 200 to 400 miles. So this will replenish, because the stocks, as you know, the Russian stocks are depleting. So the Russians will keep getting this from the Iranians. I know the Israelis have been on the fence during this war so far, as to not hurt their relationship with the Russians when it comes to supplying weapons to Ukraine. Israel and the other countries in the region, like Saudi Arabia with their crown prince MBS, they need to, who has been acting belligerently lately and has been sucking up to the Russians, should know that and appreciate that these weapons in Iran that Iran is sending and testing in Ukraine is a test, by the way. Do not see it as a generosity from the Iranians. They're using it to to perfect their system, and will likely use it in the event of war, against the Israelis, or terror campaign against Saudi Arabia. And I'm hoping the Israelis come off the fence on this, really. Either attack the production facilities in Iran, which they know where they are, or provide Ukraine the weapons they need to counter this. I think that's the only option remaining for the Israelis, and also MBS. I don't know what the hell he's doing, to be honest, because these weapons are going to be targeted against the Saudis. I think something similar was used against their oil facilities in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, the Iranians used some drones. I don't know if they were drones they sent from Iraq to into Saudi oil facilities. I think it was last year. So I don't know what he's doing, helping the Russians on this. But that's all I wanted to say, Doman, and thank you for the opportunity.
Cheers. Yesterday a minister in the Israeli government said fun is over. We should have a comprehensive look at all of these things and support Ukraine fully and utmostly. I think that would primarily be, you know, more SIGINT, more EW, a little bit more openly, stuff like that. But that's really useful in itself. Wisniewski.
Hello. I saw the drones, like those, Iranian drones on some pictures flying above the city. Do you by any chance know how high they are flying above the city?
Some quite low. I think generally they fly relatively low, like tens of meters maybe.
Because honestly, I mean stupid ideas from cartoon dogs, right? So don't be mad at me, but what about putting territorial defense instead of, you know, like at checkpoints onto rooftops with shotguns across the city? I think that could put up a line of defense. I mean, that would be what I would be doing, like sit with a shotgun on the rooftop, try to shoot them down, and they don't have any third party endangerment because the shotgun shells, they go 250 meters with their danger zone, and then they just drop to the ground. So stupid ideas from cartoon dogs.
I think the range is a problem for shotguns, even like buckshot. You might not get far enough. But yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. As long as you can hit it with a rock, right, or a jar of pickled tomatoes, you take it out.
250 meters, right? This is what kind of this tiny.
Yeah, but 250
shotgun.
meters upwards or 250 meters horizontally. There's a difference because gravity.
I mean, if it's 200 meters, like at 45 degrees or beyond, I think that do it, right?
I mean, you're the hunter. I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, I've not seen those drones live in action. I'm going to Kiev soon. Maybe I'll see one. Maybe there's even someone selling me a shotgun to give it a try. But I don't know. Like on the photos, you could see them trying to shoot with AKs at them, and I think proper solution would be really the shotguns because they shoot all those metal pellets, right? And you have a
proper
higher chance
solution
at
is an
damaging them.
autocannon with fragmentation rounds, right? So Gepard.
Absolutely.
Gepard is the proper solution. Why? Because it also makes sure that your bullets then aren't flying down, raining onto the city. Because that's still not a good idea.
I mean,
right?
I completely agree. That's why I called it stupid idea from a cartoon dog. Because apparently everything else like Gepards and whatnot, as you said, ancient air defense can do that trick, right? I think even Austrians must have stuff that can do such a thing. I mean, our army has crap equipment, but I think
You can go raid a museum and you'll find useful things.
absolutely. So let's raid our museums and put that up as a last line of defense against those drones. Because really, I think there's only a tiny bit more missing to get rid of these annoying things. But I am going to listen to you guys. Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you, Wisniewski. Yeah, I love your things that come from the bucket of dumb ideas from cartoon dogs. Love it. Yeah, I think Daniel will be happy to listen to a couple of military guys. Let's go to Darrow and then to John Howard to explain what use any of this is. Darrow?
Hey, good morning.
Hey, sorry.
Morning, Dorman.
Sorry.
Yeah, Darrow, carry on.
Okay, yeah. Believe it or not, in the old 105s, they used to have a beehive round that they used it to clear trees, for engineering operations. But something like that, if they had, access to like a 105 cannon, or I mean, not 105 cannon, but like a 105 gun, typically like your some of the smaller guns, they do have a round that actually could do exactly like what was mentioned about a
Darrow,
yes.
this is way oversized.
I know. but they could do like a shotgun shell. I mean, it
I know, but like this is like what you're describing is like taking a bicycle out with a tank.
Hey, I just figured out we were talking about cartoon dog stuff, It was something.
No, you just end up hurting people on the ground. You know, if you're shooting that over a city, you'll do way more harm than the drones are doing, honestly. John Howard?
Morning, Doman. Yeah, the solution isn't trying to shoot these things down with shotguns or artillery or anything else. It's EW, it's counter UAS, counter UAV, EW systems that can basically deal with an area, say 8 kilometers square. And these systems are around, they exist in the West. I don't think there should be a huge issue in exporting them, and they should be integrated as part of the integrated air defense system that the Ukrainians are requesting, and that the West is saying, yeah, okay, we're going to supply this. You know, we don't need these sort of Acme solutions. We just need to give them the proper gear, and that's what they need. And then you don't have to have live rounds winging around above everybody's rooftops, as you know. Anyway, yeah, it's not. This isn't complicated. It's a simple bit of kit, and it needs to get to them, and that's it.
Oh, completely agree. Right, the first line is EW, and then anything else that comes through, nice fragmentation rounds from autocannons like Gepards. Right, that's the or Buffos or whatever else. But that is the correct way to dispose of them. Okay, thank you, John. Thanks for that. Let's go. Who is it? I think it's Daniel next.
Okay, I will say two things. First, Israel will not strike Iran. You must understand, even if they have
Let's scroll past the silly geopolitical comments. Yeah.
I will explain very easy. They control airports in South Azerbaijan. Iran knows that. And if they move something in the full social unrest in Iran, they will get the unwanted result. So people will not be very angry against Mullah, but they will rally against the enemy. So Israel will not move at all. And it's not just about elections in Israel and things like that. Second, I saw the Ilyushins flying Tehran to Russia, and I bet they will come. Also ballistic missiles, also tons of drones. And this will sound very bad, but cynically, Ukrainian cities must stand and accept this bombardment first, because they will get a lot of help from the West, because, you know, empathy, because Russia acts like a terroristic state, will make every country to rally to Kiev, including Germany. And a possible solution, and I say with all my heart, after our defense ministry, which normally today must be sacked by, I think he need to go to Georgia first, but was, if I remember well, asked to come to Prime Minister. Romania has to get parts, and a good call from Zelensky to talk with our Prime Minister will solve some problems getting Gepards, because you have the moral ascension. And that's it.
Thank you, Daniel. There's airport in Azerbaijan, big deal. Iran knows not to mess too much, and quite rightly so. Where were we? Tam.
Hey, so okay, I got two things for you. First off, one thing that people are missing when they're talking about like shooting drones off rooftops or whatever is like, you got to be a good shot. That thing is small. Like I can do a good grouping, but I'm not gonna like accurately do that necessarily. So just throwing that one out there. The next thing is there was some discussion about animal welfare, and I understand that there are medical supplies needed for animals.
You missed the joke. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Oops.
It's about Free the Leopards, which is a campaign to get leopard tanks into Ukraine.
I'm
And
learning.
we're
I
we're
learned about the
we're
watermelon Kherson thing today. So like I'm learning. Bear with me. So the other thing, which is an actual thing, there is also there absolutely is an animal welfare aspect to it, and like
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's just the that's not the content of the joke. Carry on with your serious point and this.
okay,
Ignore my levity. Yeah.
All right, I apologize. I'm just my snark did not catch on in this particular moment, but I actually am. So I live very close to one of the largest animal hospitals in the world, and we're very well connected to them. And I know that there are a lot of medical supplies that we can have access to that we can send over there if they're needed. So if there's someone who can like help me out with that, or like can figure out, you know, how logistically that would work, like I would absolutely like set up a GoFundMe or a donation program within the animal hospital or whatever. Like, you know, they're like, I know my dog has prescriptions that like they actually don't require prescriptions, so I can just get them and I can just like send them over if that's needed. So that's kind of where I was going with that. I was just thinking about it because dogs.
Yep. Fair enough. Anybody wants to get in touch with Tam? Find Tam.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Thank you, Tam. And Lime Juicer, go ahead.
Yes, fighting drones over Kiev. I know from the German Air Force, we used to have the 20 millimeter fish-ear gun, double barrel, which can shoot down an airbag, which is pulled behind a Cessna. That would be the scenario to fight low-flying incoming drones or even cruise missiles, because this gun was once constructed as an anti-aircraft gun to shoot down low-flying planes like the Su-25, helicopters. But as I said, the German Air Force trained shooting down airbags pulled behind a Cessna over the North Sea or the Mediterranean, which is exactly the same type of speed, height, and movement which like Iranian drones or cruise missiles do. So would be interesting to where we sold those guns. I bet we sold them to Turkey or Greece. That's my comment on shooting drones. Thanks.
Thank you, Lime Juicer. Does anybody know where those went? John, you might know. Keep tabs on that a little bit. John, how impervious is the electronic warfare approach? Especially seeing that these Iranian suicide drones, loitering munitions, seem to be kind of fire and forget, right? So what does the electronic warfare approach do to it?
All right, okay, those drones, they're not flying independently to target via GPS. They have, and even if they are, I mean, most are remotely controlled, but even if they are flying independently, they're still guided by radio waves, by a signal. And what EW does is it intercepts and interferes with that signal, either breaking the link and causing the drone, just call it a drone for the sake of argument, to crash land, or you can physically take control of them and fly them, so you effectively pirate control over the platform, and then fly it away from the area of threat, and then either into the ground or onto the floor to try and recover it, whatever you want. But that's how they work, and the West has systems that can undoubtedly overcome anything that Russia currently has in service. So that's the advantage of EW. You can do all of this without having to fire off loads of live rounds all over the city. Alternatively, if you have a mass, so you've got a limited number of counter UAV systems, EW systems, And if you can't, if you don't have enough, if there's a saturation attack, effectively, don't want to get into too much of the weeds on this. Don't want to get into too much of the weeds on this. But the drone identified by other means, the bearing can then be transmitted to anti-aircraft artillery or missile system, which can then use that information to target those drones very accurately and bring them down. So you've got the two sides. You've got the non-kinetic and the kinetic option with EW, i.e. EW working in tandem with anti-aircraft, or just pure EW and doing it in a non-kinetic way. But that's really the solution as far as I'm concerned. Gepards, everything else, yeah, it's all great, but you don't have enough. You can't have them in the right locations because obviously they need to be elevated, altitude all around the place. And I don't think there's really that option in Kiev. There's certainly not that option in all of the other major cities that need to be protected. So that's, for me, that's the obvious solution, and it should be part of the integrated air defense package. I'm not sure if it is or it's not, but it should be.
How many of these do you need? What area can they cover effectively?
Well, excuse me. It depends which systems you're talking about. I only really have visibility of a few UK systems. I would say that in terms of range, you're looking at, say, between 8 and 15 kilometers, maybe, for some of them. So I mean, they are powerful. If you can get 3 of these systems into each of the major cities that need protecting, that'll probably do the job for you. So I mean, you can kind of work it out from there as to what you'd need. But EW is not my area. I've never worked in EW. I'm aware of it to a limited degree, but it's not anything I'm specialised in. And I understand the Israelis, the US, and like the others, will have kit that is probably just as good as the stuff the UK is using, or maybe is a derivative, or the UK stuff is a derivative of the stuff they're using. I don't know. I mean, it's a fairly high clearance world, to be honest, once you start working in EW. But yeah, in theory, that if you've got 3 of these, say, decent sized systems for each major city, that's probably going to neutralize the threat to a large degree, certainly where drones are concerned. Obviously, that does nothing about ballistic missiles, which is a different threat entirely.
Thank you, John. Now we already touched on the Iranian ones, you and I, yesterday, so I'm not going to reopen that. Lime Juicer.
Yes. I sort of wonder a little that Ukraine doesn't already have some sort of air defense system, like a belt around Kiev. It's for an army acting after NATO standards. It's pretty much standard to have like a 20-kilometer ring to fight off like incoming objects. But of course, the threat with the Iranian drones is new. If you talk about defending against drones within the city, that's not quite right. If you really engage that problem, you would set up an air defense ring around Kiev, 10 kilometers in front of the city. You know the angle of attack from where the enemy is attacking, so you can put up like anti-aircraft guns or a Gepard tanks or whatever they have. And I bet there's a whole lot of old Russian equipment too, like this 20mm autocannon, which is often used by third world country on a pickup truck, is originally an anti-aircraft gun, I think. Every nation which has Soviet equipment actually has that gun. So I would even bet that Ukraine is already in the position to maybe solve that problem with its own means by their own anti-aircraft guns they have from the Soviet era.
So this is the thing, right? This isn't a binary question. The way you described it, right? You know, belt around Kiev, air defense, etc. Right? You're describing it as though it's a binary question, but it's not. And therein lies the problem. It's not like Ukraine doesn't have any air defenses around Kiev. They took down the vast majority of these, say, Iranian drones that were launched this morning, right? It's just a question of what proportion they're going to take down. And they are taking down an ever-increasing proportion of, say, caliber cruise missiles, right? But some are going to get through. Now, the question with the air defenses is, how do you drive the number of the ones that are going to get through to the lowest you possibly can, right? So they do have these, Zu-23 autocannons, anti-aircraft, Soviet autocannons. They have those, absolutely. They have, they have the Gepards. They have various manpads, be they Western or Warsaw Pact or Soviet, right? They have all manner of things. But the real question is, how do you get enough to comprehensively cover so that instead of 20% getting through, that it's 2% getting through?
Can I have
Certainly.
add one more comment? Probably in military terms, 20% getting through is maybe acceptable. If you think from like the military standpoint. From the civilian standpoint, it's totally unacceptable, of course. But fighting off drones with autocannons is also a matter of practice. You have to practice a real lot and have lots of experience to actually hit something which moves in the air with an old ZSU, how you said, or what I would even bet with a Gepard tank, because it's a new weapon system. And it might not be that easy to actually hit a small, low-flying object. So maybe but you're right. It's really complicated, and it's some sort of Raketenterror, we say in German. I feel reminded like the Blitz, which returned to London in the Second World War when Germany shot out of desperation V1 rockets from Belgium or the Channel coast to hit London, funnily. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. John, help us out.
Yeah, thanks. I'd just say when you're talking about shooting down drones, it isn't like shooting a shotgun where you need to practice and learn how much to lead a target and everything else. The Gepards, you're working off a bearing. You're working off a radar bearing because the target has been picked up by radar. Yes, it will be visually confirmed, probably if it's within visual range. But it's not about practice like that. It's not how these systems work. They work from radar, and then that information is fed through to a gun system, and that gun system knows exactly where to shoot. So, it's not. It isn't like some guy in a cap on a roof with a shotgun, having to get his eye in. That's not how these systems work.
The Soviet ones, the Zu-23, do those have a radar? I thought there was just fair enough. Doesn't really matter. It is what it is. I'll just add a touch of news. There is a new government in Sweden, and 176 for, 173 against vote, and that's good. Because we were wondering that earlier, a couple of hours ago, and hopefully we'll have some Swedes join us momentarily to tell us all about, when the archers are going, basically, various Agincourtian practices. In the meantime, Joanna, go ahead.
Yes, hello again, Doman. Thank you. So obviously, I'm not a specialist in drones, but I try to read and listen a lot, and they are discussed a lot on our military news. And as far as I understood, the problem is that those drones are quite small, and they do not have a heat signature, and also they are flying very low, so most of the radars do not catch them, because the radars are not designed for an object so small, flying so slow, and not having, well, the heat signature is more of a locking problem, system locking problem. But they say, because they are training with this in Romania, they say that it appears like a shadow, not like a solid point on the radar. So maybe this is what one of the problems, that some radar systems are not able to detect them, or not able to detect them in time. And also, I had to step out a little because I had a call, but you are talking about UK systems, and I wonder if you talk about that microwave cannon system that
We
is able
didn't,
to.
but that's a part of it, right? That's the sort of the anti-drone gun kind of thing that you're.
Yes, because I've seen a documentary about how UK is trying to protect the airports against drones. This was like a year ago, and apparently there are some very clever microwave gun things that are mobile. You can load them on a track, and they can lock on drones following the electronic signal, radio signal, and some other stuff, because unlike the rockets that have the missiles that have a fuse, so they are very hot and you can lock by heat sensoring. On drones, you cannot do this, and they developed some alternative systems that can lock on a drone, even a small drone, and then target it with the microwave beam, and this practically cooks the microchips inside and disable the drone. I don't know if you talked about this. Thank you.
No, we didn't, but it's. I mean, not today. Previously, many times, it makes sense. Of course, there are various methods of doing this. Of course, with a loitering munition that goes boom anyway, it might not be as useful. I'm not sure. But good morning, CJ. How did you enjoy your adventure yesterday? Stuck somehow, still with reception between two HIMARS, and yet we could hear you loud and clear for a change.
Well, I was at my home, so that was nice. But I heard microwave cannon, so I have arrived, as it is sort of artillery, I guess, if you really want to stretch it there.
Did they count as artillery? I didn't think so.
I guess air defense artillery. But yeah, no, I mean, it was incredible yesterday with Thomas Steiner for almost over 4 hours. And then, of course, Chuck showed up, Colonel Spencer, I mean, all the greatest hits of the MriyaReport. So it was so great to be there.
CJ, what's the one thing you learned yesterday that you didn't know before?
I learned that Thomas Steiner wants no mercy for the Russians. He really is an aggressive guy. I can see why he made a good officer, but it was interesting how that contrasted with Chuck and Colonel Spencer's slightly more nuanced approach. He wanted to trap them all, hit them all with artillery. He was very aggressive with it, but again, he's also lived in Ukraine for I think at least 8 years, so it's a little bit more personal for him than it is for some of us. So it makes sense.
No, thank you, CJ. That was an interesting point. Yes, I had a similar realization. Like, yes, he really wants to go all out. So there's lots more artillery that needs to go there. So is he a fan of the self-propelled artillery? Then is that what I got from your conversation? That
more so
you don't agree with? Yeah, you don't agree on the whole towed self-propelled aspect.
Well, it's odd because the Italian army and many armies in NATO and Europe, as we've seen in this war, they have way more different systems in terms of how many of their armies field. The U.S. only has 3, and that's it. So it's a little bit different mindset. But at the end of the day, we agree on the key points, which is how badly Russia is doing with their artillery, and that's all that matters. But once the war is over, we can do a 24-hour Twitter space dedicated to artillery and enjoy the 3 people that show up.
I think it'll be a lot more than 3, at least like 7 or 8. CJ, no, but seriously, those are you don't realize this, because you're only here when you're here. But talking about artillery is just about the most popular thing that's ever discussed on the MriyaReport. It always has the best ratings, like the best relative ratings. Maybe it's just you. Maybe it's the artillery. Unclear. It's a convolved pair of variables. But hey, on the point of artillery, CJ, I've been getting some questions, and those are: how does artillery destroy tanks? Basically, like how is an artillery shell strong enough to destroy a tank?
Well, as Thomas kind of pointed out, without a direct hit, it really isn't, right? At least with modern tank armor. I mean, it might be a different conversation when Russia brings out the 60-year-old tanks in terms of what type of armor they have. But on average, for modern main battle tanks, it really can't unless you have a precision-guided round or you have some sort of round with a shape charge, like a smart or a bonus round. So your best bet is to just get them to disperse, to kill the people riding in the hatch, or to maybe damage the optics or radio equipment. And then if they can't talk or can't shoot or can't see, it's pretty much as effective as if you hit them and destroyed them completely. We saw a video yesterday of a tank just doing donuts, and that was just from a tank tread coming out. And that's also another option that artillery can do, is to take out the tank treads. It's pretty difficult to manage, but it's more likely than actually hitting it dead on. So a lot of ways to take out tanks, even if you're not going to take them out outright.
If you're trying to take out a tank, how would you set the fuse setting, right? You wouldn't do an airburst, obviously. But would it be on contact, or would you try to do the slightly delayed one?
I mean, you really want to get into this. Well, it depends who you ask. Generally, since you're not going to hit it, I mean, unless you have precision guided munition, it's just maybe if you're Ukrainian, right, you could hit it. But because I've seen some incredible videos, things that don't seem possible with artillery Ukraine is doing, but that's not necessarily how every single person in an army is. But long story short, if you do it for point detonating or contact, as you called it, you're gonna, if you don't hit it dead on, you're gonna miss, and it's just gonna blow up at ground level, and that's not gonna help you. But if you, depending on the type of tank, if you were willing to risk airburst, then what will happen is shrapnel will rain down. It'll cut radio lines. It'll damage the optics. If the people are outside of the tanks or in the turret hatch, it'll take them out. And now you are much more likely to have success over a spread out area, especially if you're willing to fire, 100 some odd rounds. Then I would go with airburst. But if you really want to try and hit one tank and you don't have many rounds and you have a great crew, that may be point det. But there's really, again, these rounds aren't designed to take out tanks. In World War II, it was all sort of generally the same type of ammunition, where anti-tank guns, you may remember from like Saving Private Ryan, the streets, those big guns, they used them both for direct fire tanks and artillery, so the round was the same. But as time went on, and really in the Yom Kippur War showed in the 60s and 70s, basically you need to have very separate anti-tank rounds and very separate artillery rounds. And now they're not the same, despite Russia using 70-year-old versions of both. It's just not the same anymore due to how good tank armor is. So you really got to pray with artillery, or just get some very nice rounds like the U.S. has given, like Rams rounds, which are mines that lay on the ground and then are also electromagnetic and will destroy tanks from below. That's great. Or of course Excalibur, where they'll set the coordinates in, and if the tank is off for the moment and it's not going to move, then that's a great choice.
Thank you, CJ. Okay, Daniel, you're gonna have to ask about your own theory, because I can't phrase it very well. But let's go to Lime Juicer, who has his hand up. Lime Juicer, shoot.
Yeah, of course, the matter of taking out Russian tanks is sort of different than taking out a NATO tank, because Russian tanks often don't move. So you can hit them with artillery, and you can hit them over and over again. And I think that is what Ukraine did in the past month. Tanks just stuck somewhere in a traffic jam, and then incoming rounds, 20 rounds on a column of tanks. But concerning the business of fighting drones and Iranian drones now being delivered to Ukraine. Isn't this the point now where the United States could actually think about delivering personnel and guns, anti-aircraft guns, like the Phalanx system? I don't know if anybody knows about the Phalanx. It's the system, a Vulcan cannon, which is mounted on aircraft carriers in the past, which can shoot down incoming, cruise missiles or anti-ship rockets. The US also has a system like this mounted on a truck. And of course, you need highly skilled personnel to manage the system. But another step of escalation would be to put such a system on a C-17 with American personnel and say, yes, we are protecting the big cities now, like Kiev, from any incoming low-flying, non-personal objects, like drones, cruise missiles.
Okay, CJ, why is this not going to happen in short order?
So, I mean, I've seen the Phalanx systems, or people also may know it as the CRAM, the counter artillery and mortar system. And it, as you correctly pointed out, of course, first designed for ships. And then it had a ground-based application in Afghanistan where I saw it in action. There's a couple downsides to it, despite its success there. So first and foremost, it was designed primarily with very small mortars and very small rockets in mind, 122 millimeter and at most 220 millimeter rockets. And the issue is, of course, Ukraine is getting hit with much bigger things, and not just that, but they're getting hit by things that can fly and change directions, like loitering munitions and and cruise missiles. Right? We have Caliber. They have a lot of different types, and also these things, the range is extremely limited. At Bagram alone, which had basically a total area of about 10 square kilometers. It was 20 of these systems, and it was extremely expensive to run. I think Kiev might be a bit bigger than 10 square kilometers, but that's neither here nor there. And the last real problem, all that aside, is the fact that in the U.S. Army, or for anyone that uses the Phalanx systems on the ground, it's all contractors. There's no real Army job that does that specific thing. And so in order to get people trained on it, you have to first find that many contractors, pay them, bring them to some sort of area in Europe, and then pay them to train Ukrainians. So yes, it's possible. And maybe everyone's looking at me like, well, what's the problem, CJ? Well, the problem with that is it's a completely different pot of money and makes it 10 times more complicated. Again, that shouldn't be the reason that it doesn't happen, but I think we'd have to wait for a little bit more details about today, right? There was, as far as I heard from the mayor of Kyiv, who put it on Telegram, 28 loitering munitions, or the Shahed 136s, were launched at Kyiv, and 23 of them were taken out. So only 5 got through. I mean, there is a real point in time, and I'm sorry to say this, where you cannot shoot everything down. And if there's only 5 left remaining, then that is pretty damn good. It should be better, but it's going to only creep up just a little bit more. But last thing I'd say, if the embassies go back in full force, then that is something you can maybe work out with, if there's more U.S. personnel on the ground, perhaps defending them. But that also is a little bit complicated. But yeah, sorry for going on there so long.
Or contractors, which is even better. If the US has a contractor which supplied the Phalanx system in Afghanistan, they could just scoot over the contractor to Ukraine, and that wouldn't be an US engagement. Ukraine would hire a contractor to protect the sky.
I mean, screw it. Just give them contractors with Patriots then. Much better. Paul, go ahead, Paul.
Good morning, Don. Good morning, CJ. I hope you're both well. I just want to know how much CJ wants to charge for this artillery podcast or space, because I think he massively underestimates people's desire for artillery information. So, mate, go for it. I'll be there, and I'm sure lots of other people will be too. But good morning to you both, and it's nice to speak to you again.
Well, I appreciate that. I'll just say, if no matter what country you're in, everyone's kind of having a second look at their military budget after this war, or they are hopefully looking at their budget, whether they're in NATO or outside of NATO. Remind
No.
good people.
There's one country that's an exception, CJ.
And what's that?
Poland. They've already decided they're going to spend like 7% of GDP on defense or whatever, judging by all of the weapons orders they've been making.
Well, and then I guess we'll have to rename NATO to PATO or something like that. But in any case, just to remind your representatives how important all this stuff is, because, and that's the great part about where Ukraine was at the beginning of this war is, they had not only increased their defense budget, but they had, focused on things like artillery, things that in 2014 they were somewhat lacking. And they made these parts of their army bigger. And I will remind all the great listeners here, it was at Hostomel, where, of course, the U.S. gave some intelligence to Ukraine, and Ukraine set up a great defensive line. But it was really only some infantry conscripts, a small special forces contingent, but a lot of artillery that held back the Russians. And it was all obviously Soviet artillery systems that were pretty old, but the Ukrainians are just masters of it. So there's a lot of stories to come out of this war about how great the Ukrainian artillerymen are, and hopefully we get to hear more.
CJ, I think you misunderstood my my comment. It was, you said 3 people would turn up to a space on artillery. And I'm just saying, I would pay money to listen to you talk about artillery all day long. So thank you. Thanks for the extra info, but it was just a bit of a humorous comment.
No, I know. I'm always trying to make things too serious, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, Paul. Bionade, shoot.
Yeah. CJ, yeah, there.
Well, it was a second ago. He better be.
Yeah, better be. Yeah, we discussed already the phalanx or CRAM system. To deploy this in a city with high-rise buildings, I think it would be also problematic. Maybe outside in the outskirts of the city, but directly in the city would be my perception. Yeah, not really good for line of sight shootings, and airburst ammunition, the shrapnels could also hit windows and something like this. Not so ideal, I think.
So, well, yeah, I agree that you're right, but for slightly different reasons. So with the phalanx system or anything like that, obviously the ship con towers and everything that they were first designed around are pretty tall as well. And so you wouldn't want it spinning and shooting your ship or, the mountains or whatever. So you can actually set in predefined limits in terms of, we call it the min QE or minimum quadrant elevation. And basically it'll prevent that from shooting too far left or too far up or too far down or whatever your restraints are. So that is good for safety. However, that does limit what you can hit. So it does become a little bit difficult in cities. And then secondly, to your point, one of the benefits of the CRAM or phalanx system is that it is not airburst ammunition. It is actually a large amount of tracers. And so the rounds will burn up in air mostly and then take out the aircraft that way. So it's a benefit for that for much smaller munitions or small drones because it'll basically crisp it up. But also that comes to the downside of it's not necessarily the best thing for larger aircraft or larger missiles, because then you don't have a lot of munitions impacting. So definitely some pros and cons there.
Okay, so from these tracers, you have nothing left behind, which could maybe in this trajectory fall down and hit someone on the head or something like this.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just, again, like to cover a city the size of Kyiv, you would need hundreds of these things, and they'd have to be networked and integrated in a way that they've never been networked before. It's one thing to have 10 to 20 on a ship or a base, but defending a whole city is not what they're designed for. A port, maybe, but even then you're talking about things that, this is what a Patriot system is designed for, or a much larger integrated system. So I think everyone it means well. It's just, not saying it's impossible, but it might be more difficult than just setting them up with Patriots for long term.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially if we see these drones flying really low and really, close to buildings and everything.
And we lost CJ. Damn it! I need to figure out a way of how to prevent him from.
But such systems like the phalanx, is always a part of a big air defense system. So you have the normal system, which Ukraine already has around Kiev, which takes out like 80% of the incoming objects. And then you have only like 10 phalanx systems somewhere in the vicinity of Kiev, which can take out maybe the rest or a portion of the rest. You know, it's not always a total solution with the one system. It adds up in a sort of defense system, which is mounted like a ring around Kiev. So maybe that's the effect why such systems help eventually.
So again, right? It's all about getting the probabilities down, right? Or rather, the probabilities of getting rid of them up. But you will not have 100% reliable thing on a city the size of Kiev, let alone the country. No way, right? It's not gonna happen. So it's all about, as CJ said, 28 were launched, 5 got through. It's important to get this down to 28 were launched and 2 got through, but you're not going to get it down to, and especially with other things, you're not going to get it down to 0. Ukraine is already doing really well on air defense, just is. It's as a matter of fact. It needs to do even much better still, but don't think of it as a binary question, because it's not. And that's the wrong way to think about it, because that's not how physics works, basically. Jens.
Yeah. Well, these terror bombings of drone swarms against Kyiv is a new development, or a week old, and there's obviously going to be a little bit of a delayed reaction to that. But I think maybe we talked about the success rate and how in a wartime it's I don't know if it's cynical to call it harassment, because there are obviously casualties.
It's terrorism is what it is.
Yeah, sorry. How do we, there are these drone swarms that are successful because they saturate. Have you talked a bit about the missiles from Iran that are coming?
Go ahead, Jens, go ahead.
Well, if there's an increased focus on these drone swarms, I assume maybe the success rate of eliminating them can go up. Where does the rumored missiles from Iran fit into the picture?
Okay, so those are a lot harder. Those are a lot more difficult. Those are a lot more complicated to defend against, because they're ballistic missiles. It means they travel very, very quickly indeed. And you can take them out at launch or just before arrival. You can't really take them out mid-flight because they're too high up. And it's hard to see them because they're coming down, not quite vertically, but close to. There are two things. Modern air defense systems can take out ballistic missiles. Things like IRIS-Ts or Patriots, right? They can actually counter ballistic missiles pretty well. Sometimes. Again, it's not going to be perfect. They're not going to take out all of them, because it doesn't work like that, right? This is a question of probabilities, not of ones and zeros. However, the real thing that has to be done, I think, the correct response is saying, okay, Iran's giving Russia ballistic missiles, we're going to give Ukraine, equivalent things, which are basically called ATACMS, except they're way better. The headline of the range is about the same. The precision, the vertical attack, those make a whole lot of a difference. So makes them a lot more difficult for Russians to defend against them, makes it a lot better for Ukraine to be able to destroy Russian logistics. So I think the correct response would be saying, okay, fine, Russia said Russia's getting those from Iran. Ukraine's going to get 20 ATACMS a day for as long as it takes. And that would just ruin Russian ability to conduct war. Absolutely ruin Russian ability to conduct war. Now, we reckon that very possibly Ukraine has been able to procure a few ATACMS that they've used against Saki or the Kerch Bridge. Now, is it 100% sure there were ATACMS? No, but is it the most probable solution? Yes. If you listen to Thomas Steiner yesterday, he explained why. Right? It just requires the fewest assumptions. It is the most Occam-razory kind of approach. The only assumption it requires is that Ukraine somehow got a handful of ATACMS, which they could have gotten from not just the US, or that they've managed to equip a different missile with an ATACMS guidance kit, which, plausible as well. Anyway, where were we? So Ukraine getting dozens of those on a daily basis would just wreak havoc with Russian logistics, whatever's left behind. It would destroy everything that Russia still has, pretty much, in Ukraine. Even if they were never shot at Russian territory, only at occupied Ukrainian territory, it would make a whole lot of a difference, right? So yeah, there we go. That I think should be the response. More air defenses, more NASAMS, IRIS-Ds, SAMP, whatever else. All of them, lots more, please and thank you. But the real response is give Ukraine war-winning weaponry, more of it now.
Yeah, it's just because my main concern is that Russia, the Russian army are probably more. They prefer to fight against civilians than a real army. So I was just thinking that these rumored missiles might, is probably going to be used for terror purposes too.
Oh, undoubtedly.
Okay, but thank you.
No, Jens, you're completely correct. That's exactly what they're going to be used for. They're going to be used for killing civilians, because that's what all the Russian standard weapons are being used for, right? No question about it. And this is where better air defenses come into play. Again, no question about it. However, it's not going to be the only thing, and the correct response includes not only air defenses, but more and better capacity for Ukraine to kick Russia out of Ukraine.
And then in the meanwhile, the Ukrainian army, have set up a privacy space where they are making hay of Russians down where armies are actually fighting armies. So while we are kind of worried about civilians, at least the Ukrainian army is busy doing the Lord's work.
Oh, exactly. Okay, let's go to Abdallah, to Lime Juicer, and George. Good morning, George. Abdallah, go ahead.
Thanks, Doman again. I have some good news. Apparently, Dmitry Medvedev is pissed off this morning. Apparently, I don't know, maybe he got some intelligence.
Oh,
that
no.
Israelis might be providing some weapons. So he said that it will hurt.
That's his response.
Yeah,
to
that's his
the statement.
He said that it might hurt ties, relations.
So
but Doman,
I just want to say, yesterday, a minister in the Israeli government said that now is the time for Israel to stop messing. Oh, he was sober enough to say something for once. Shocking. He was sober enough to say something for once. Shocking. Carry on.
He heard something. Okay, perfect. So I just wanted to ask you about, or if anyone, I just don't think it's cost effective to use this expensive Western supplied, the air defense systems on these cheap Iranian drones. I was just wondering, is there any way to attack the source where these are being launched from? You know how militaries attack, batteries, air defense batteries and stuff. Is it possible to do that? Thanks.
Yeah, see, this is where I want the ATACMS, right? Because they're being launched from like Jankoy, among other, in Crimea. Ruin them. If Ukraine had a bunch of attack drones, that they could take out a bunch of these launch pads, it'd be a lot better. It'd be a lot cheaper, a lot easier, a lot more sensible. There you go.
Can you
Lime
detect?
juice.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dom. Can you detect where it's being launched so you know pinpoint accuracy?
You can tell from a satellite basically, or other aerial recon observation, and they know where they're being launched from. I mean, OCT people know where they're being launched from. You just need to be able to reach out and hit them reliably. There you go. Lime juicer.
Yeah, cynical comment, but in terms of military strategy, it may be some sort of an advantage to have if 28 were shot down or 25 were shot down and 5 reach Kiev of these Iranian drones. This has an effect, a propaganda effect to the West, to the Ukrainian society, which will uplift and scale the support again. You know, in the first attempt, you would not. How do you say? If I think about like in military terms, Winston Churchill, Second World War, if you wage an all-out war against an enemy, it is a cynical calculation to accept some drones getting through to get the TV pictures of it and to uplift Western support again. You know, so it's mean, but I can say I would state that's probably war.
Look at what Maria Avdeeva posted. Go to her Twitter account, Maria Avdeeva, and I think we already have what you described. George.
Hey, good morning, Doman. How are y'all doing today?
We are doing kind of okay. We are figuring out whether Ukraine taking down 23 out of 28 drones that were launched at Kiev this morning is a good proportion or a bad proportion. And I think my thinking is it's good, but it's not good enough.
Yeah.
So there you go. Carry on, George.
Yeah, a couple of that you have.
We're losing you. I think you've got a phone call.
I also think.
George. Okay, we'll turn back to George. Jens.
Yeah, just a response to Lime Juicer. Obviously, we put a different value on life compared to Russia, and therefore, you know, it's difficult to say it's a plus in the propaganda column when people are dying, but it does certainly have an effect that all these Russian atrocities that are, concealed behind the front lines and maybe, are concealed in smaller villages are coming to the center of it's difficult to ignore when a city like Kyiv where there are cameras everywhere, where you actually have the pictures, and to some extent, news, they always like stories where they actually have pictures. So it's, I would say it's an unfortunate side effect of these terror bombings.
Thank you, Jens. George.
Hey, sorry about that. I was having technical difficulties. Yeah, so there was a couple of questions you had just before you went to me. One was about how to take out these drones, and someone mentioned Israel, and Israel has a couple of drones that they could sell, or whatever you want to Ukraine that would do wonders against these Shahed 136 kamikaze drones. The other thing, it all depends on how they took down these 24, 25 drones, right? Doman, like Thomas Steiner said yesterday, you know, these are cheap drones, and you don't want to be using like your best air defense against these. We've been seeing people, you know, shoot at.
George, are the Russians stealing your internet? I think they are. I don't know. George, is this popular this morning to get all the phone calls, or the Russians are stealing Philly internet ahead of James Vasquez showing up?
I'm having talks.
I don't think these are Twitter posts. I think this is your connection.
Yeah. Okay.
Issues,
I think I'm
actually.
back. Really quick.
There we go.
Let me finish up. So, yeah. So the Israelis do have drones that could reach out and touch someone, kamikaze drones, that would be able to take out the launch sites of these. And there are reports that the Israelis actually know how to jam them. So hopefully, you know, that technical expertise will make its way to Ukraine. The other thing is, what was I going to say? You know, with these drones and taking them down, they just need to start dusting off some of that old Soviet, you know, 23 millimeter and 57 millimeter AA guns. I mean, they would be able to take those things out. You see them; they're not flying that fast, right? They fly low. They don't fly that fast. And unfortunately, that's what you're going to have to use to start taking these out, especially putting them against maybe critical infrastructure, which may or may not help, since I don't know what the goofball Russians were targeting with these things today, but yeah, it just, their terror campaign continues.
Civilians, George, civilians, as per usual.
Yes, that's critical infrastructure, right? Civilians. Schools, playgrounds,
No,
hospitals.
but it is. I mean, that's the thing, right? It is critical infrastructure because that's the Ukrainians.
Exactly. And then someone, you know, and then the other thing is with these ballistic missiles that you know, it's funny because these missiles that they're getting from Iran are somewhat updated versions of missiles that the Soviet Union had, like in the 60s and 70s, right? But once again, they are going to use them against, you know, the civilians, part of their terror campaign. But what needs to happen is, you know, Iran needs to get one of those F around and finders. You know, the United States said, hey, you know, you're an active participant right now of this war, so it's open season, and just start taking out an airfield. It won't take much for one of the U.S. Navy ships to completely wipe out one of their airfields. Every time an attack happens in Ukraine using one of your pieces of junk, we're just going to flatten an airfield. Let's see who outlasts who. That's what the ballsy move would be.
That would be a Caspar Weinberger move.
Yes, it would be, Axel. Thank you, Axel. Yes, I mean that's what needs to happen. Hey, just send them a letter. You know, someone, you know, the Secretary Blinken go on there and say you're an active participant in a genocidal war, and we're going to either start taking out a combat vessel, surface vessel, which they don't have much of to begin with, or we're going to start taking out airfields. We'll see who outlasts who. Put the costs on Iran. You know, tip the balance. Do things to tip the balance in favor of the revolutionaries in Iran. Take out the, you know, Iranian Guard headquarters building. You know, start taking out their facilities. Make it so that it hurts Iran to do this. Topple their government. This is the way to do it. You already have the boots on the ground. Literally, is the Iranian people. Give them a hand, and now you have the perfect justification. You are complicit and you're aiding and abetting a genocidal war. So we're going to take out your means of doing that.
Funnily enough, I just want to note something. You're talking about loitering munitions, George, Israeli ones. This morning, Ukroboronprom, the one of the Ukrainian defense manufacturers, suggesting that they're finishing the development of a 75 kilo warhead, 1,000 kilometer range, suicide drone of Ukrainian design and manufacture. And if they got those out, and I would suspect some Poles might be helping out with those a little bit, with just getting lots produced. Those could reach, well into Russia without the need for Western help.
Yes, I know. And it's incredible that they're being able to develop these. And hopefully, yes, the Poles help them produce them. But like I said, and Axel said, United States right now has the carrot is that the Iranians want a better nuclear deal. Well, I would tell them, go kick rocks right now, because unless you stop this, you're not going to have a nuclear deal. You're not going to have an air force.
All right. Thank you, George. Jens, go ahead.
Yeah, I just, something I thought of is that these terror bombings are very much a response to the counteroffensive. When the counteroffensive started and we saw village after village being liberated, we heard all these a choir of Russian mill bloggers screaming out for why are people drinking coffee in Kyiv, and why are people shopping? So I think it's a way of throwing meat at the table, so the Russians can sit in their living rooms and see on the evening news how they are hurting civilians. So I think it's very much, Russia is relying on cruelty because that's the only thing they have.
Yeah, I hope we can get Victoria back up. I think she was driving, had bad connection as well. But that's.
I think what my point was that Ukraine is not, planning to target civilians in Russia. So while this is going on, they're obviously going to focus on increasing the air defense. But meanwhile, they are targeting actually, they're looking at whenever they see an ammo depot that are within reach, it is gone. So obviously, this is not an eye for an eye in a sense, but there is a response in the battlefield and in command centers and Russian ammo depots.
Oh, for sure, right? That's the asymmetry of this. And that's been the asymmetry of this since the start. That's always been the asymmetry of this for the best part of a decade, whereby Russia is waging genocide and Ukraine is waging a defensive war against the military. On the one hand, Russia wants to hit civilians; that is part of their goal. On the other, Ukraine just wants to get rid of the Russian military, and Russia will always have a far more easy to reach target-rich environment because they don't care which Ukrainians they kill. All of them are the target, and that will forever be this this asymmetry.
But that's not a problem if you have Patriot batteries, CRAMs, THAAD, and the likes, and IRIS-Ts. It's fine. Israel can live with it as well. Israel lives with exactly that kind of threat since ages. It's not a problem. You can be a high-tech, fully integrated industrial society, and you can be significantly weaponized in order to defend yourself. But I see no problem in this. Europeans should just start living like other people do, meaning solid. South Korea,
Yeah, you just need enough
living,
capacity.
South Korea has been living with this for ages. And they were lucky enough that the US has been on site in order to ensure that North Korea doesn't lurk around and get across the border. From time to time, they've been shooting some missiles. North Koreans have been doing some very ugly stuff, but that's it.
You just need enough. You just need enough of those, all of those things all together. And it's a big country, and it needs a whole lot of them. And sadly, kind of slow at getting it there. Lem juicer.
Russia will actually probably run out of these drones maybe in 2 or 3 days. So the hype will be over then. That's what I bet. This is a short action which Russia takes, but it'll blow itself off like everything they did in the past. And then Iran will probably not be able to deliver even more drones. Maybe that's the end of the story then. Before we take action against Iran and slowly slide into a third world war.
No, nobody's please. Nobody slides into a third world war because of Iran. Iran is really not capable of withstanding significant pressure at all. On the contrary, Iran is a fragile, precarious society at the brink of falling apart.
But by definition, what a world war is and how a world war is started and how a world war
There's no definition
spreads.
for it. There's no definition for it.
Can I finish the sentences? Please?
No, you can't if you're telling
not?
stuff which is completely crap. There is no definition for a world war. We've given them ex post. The first war was called the Great War, and the second was called a World War after the Americans entered the war.
I know it's smart. That's a smart way to say that. Let me finish my argument. If we have a war in Ukraine, and suddenly if this leads to a military action in another area of the planet, which is connected to the events in Ukraine, that's a small road to a worldwide war. That's what I was trying to say.
Only Germans are afraid of this bullshit.
No,
and you know this. This is complete. It's a typical German fear. We need to stop fear mongering in this regard. Really seriously, this is absolutely. Well, then why do you bring it up? Iran needs to be targeted. The JCPOA is the worst ever decision in terms of diplomacy made. And there's a massive amount of things happening, fortunately, at this point in time. No matter how the midterms actually end, the next, collaboration between the president and the Congress will look different in regard to Iran. That's already clear. Because even Ms. Pelosi has said already that she is not in favor of handing the negotiation mandate any further to any Russians in Vienna to negotiate for the United States. That topic is toast. Therefore, pressure on Iran will increase, specifically now that a large part of the female vote of the Democratic Party has rediscovered the fact that Iran is not very nice to its women. So as a consequence, there will be more pressure. And what George said, yes, of course, he highlighted this in a quippish way. That's fine. Putting pressure, military pressure, as a retribution for strikes, that's nothing new. We've done this without having a world war. We've hit Iran before. There's no reason not to hit them. If they hit the Azeris in the north, if they are hitting other parties, and if they are killing political prisoners, and at the same time delivering to a genocidal regime, a bit of pressure is merited. That's not a world war at all, on the contrary. And we don't slide into anything just because we kill off an airbase in Iran.
If you look back like 50 years in the future on what
Well,
we're doing now, maybe
I live in the present. I live in the present and try to make sure that everybody actually assesses the present as it is. And at the present, Iran is one of the axis of terror, and it's one which is most precarious and can fall. And if we can be conducive as Western society to make that fall and free the people of Persia from the mullahs, great. If we can't, then we can't. But if they supply Russia with weapons more than they've done already, yes, they should be hit. Absolutely, they should be hit.
but
And we have enough capacity.
Who's hitting them? Who's hitting them?
Who's hitting them? And that's what George said. If they are conducive to sending more lethal weaponry to target Ukrainian civilians, Iran should feel the pressure of the West. And we are capable of taking out symbolically many things in Iran without cause, even this being a casus belli. We've done this before. You should look into the history. You haven't looked at Iran that much, have you?
But we can hit Iran, but on the basis of other reasons, not the reason Ukraine.
No, the reason
we can't connect a fight against Iran with Ukraine.
Of course we can hit them if they supply a genocidal regime which is currently under sanction. They are going against sanctions. That's the whole point George is mentioning.
And
if
then
they
you
go against
sanction
sanctions
them.
and supply, sorry, this is of course against sanctions. Russia is sanctioned for dual-use goods already since April. These are more than just dual-use goods. This is lethal. This is the whole point George is reflecting upon. We have every right to hit them. We just haven't done it.
Can we move on from this now, Lime Juicer, please? Because it really doesn't matter. This academic argument doesn't matter. We know what's what. Actions matter, not academic arguments like this. Definitions don't honestly matter. What matters is what's flying through the air and what else is flying through the air to intercept it. Then John.
Yeah,
I hear you have a 176 to 173. What did those numbers mean to you?
I think that sounds like a vote in a parliament where a government was formed. And honestly, I was busy here in meetings, so I didn't see it in real time. But yeah, that's what it is. So there's a government in place. Let's see how long it stays, because it's still shaky, I think. But anyway, I want to ask Lime Juicer, what do you want to do instead? I mean, what's your? Are we just going to sit and be scared and let this happen? I just want to hear your opinion.
Fight off Russia instead of fighting off Iran next. That's what I would do. Not start a war in another part of the world because of that.
Well, it wouldn't be a war, would it?
It's a military action, and of course, it's the general how do you say Wahrnehmung, how the world will see it. It will see it
perception
as a war.
Is what you mean.
Yeah, perception, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, well, perception is not reality, even if in recent history society wants to make it that way. Perception is only reality for those who can't see the truth.
Perception is everything.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not.
I'm sorry.
The physical reality matters more than perception, because physical
Perception
reality
matters
is
more.
No, it does not. Not at all. Has never. That's only for political people who do not understand war. If a Russian soldier with a tank stands in front of your house in Konotop, as they did in front of the house of family friends of mine, whilst another vehicle was standing with 3 so-called ambassadors, delegates of the Russian armed forces, demanding the surrender of Konotop at that point in time. And the mayors told them to go exactly find where the dark side of the moon is. And the people of Konotop and the territorial defense forces remained there and defended the city. But that tank was standing about 80 meters away from the house of that family, and they retreated from there. That is reality. Everything else is really by the by. Perception only matters to political animals. Sheer power politics and real physical capacity of defense matter.
Jens, then Joanna, then Christian. Jens.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to tie in the excellent Thomas C. Tyner with these terror bombings. He kind of said something that I liked. I think I've echoed Axel before that you prosecute the Russian war crimes by prosecuting the war. And yesterday he said he was not a big fan of golden bridges. Whereas when I have thought about it, like a post-war, what do you call it, a prosecution, I can't imagine that Russia will send 170,000 Russians to Nuremberg or Hague or wherever. So when we talk about all these crimes that are being committed, from the luxury of my armchair, I kind of like the idea that the Ukrainian army are, arresting the Russians one way or the other, either taking them as prisoners of war or arresting them into the soil. That was all.
At the end of the day, that's the only recourse that they have, right? Is to, as you said, arrest them, stop them, one way or another. Joanna.
I think Christian was ahead of me, so.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Christian, shoot.
Thank you, Doman. I just want to say this regarding the perception. So this is my thinking, and I might be a good example because I am involved politically. I am a member of a party, one of the parties from the coalition that is governing Romania right now. And what you're saying, George, is that I shouldn't take stances and do the moral thing. The best thing that it should be done and can be done just because it's perceived as being uncool in the media? I think not, and I have a great example for this. Last year, I was one of the people that worked on this EU directive. You might know it. It's the whistleblowing law, right? And what we did is released some press articles regarding to this law. I already did it. I had the law in my hand, and the general perception in Romania was that we're going back to Securitate times, people snitching on each other, and just going back to Ceausescu era. And these are traumas that Romanian people has, but I still tried to I did propose the law into parliament, not myself because I'm not an MP, but the MP I was working for, and I did try. I gave it to the Ministry of Justice. I did work groups and I went through with it because even though perception was on the downside for this law, we all know that this is a great and a good law. Americans have it since Abraham Lincoln. So this is perception versus reality.
And reality wins out. Joanna.
Yes, thank you. I want to comment on this perception thing because, well, it's controversial, and perception is closely related with the relativism, which I hate. So, yeah, I just wanted to change a little bit the subject and talk about Belarus, because we are seeing three things that are happening. Some weapons from Belarus are going into Russia. We are seeing some videos with training which seem be directed to a special circus operation, or they are smoking them preventively to last longer on the fight battles. I don't know. And we are seeing the drones that are sent from Belarus. And even previously, there were rockets, missiles fired from Belarus. Russian army entered Ukraine from Belarus. I think we should kind of accept Belarus as being part of the war. I know it's sanctioned, but I don't know to what extent. So what do you think? Shouldn't we be as harsh with Belarus as we are with Russia? Thank you.
Yes and no. When it comes to sanctions and the like, yeah, absolutely 100%. Everything that's applied to Russia should be applied to Belarus in equal measure, because otherwise they serve fundamentally as a bypass. And it's the most trivial bypass to stop. Right? What do the words union state mean to you? Because it's pretty clear how Belarus functions, even formally, right? As to everything else, to some degree, yes. To some degree, no. Because at the end of the day, there's a difference. There's a clear attitudinal difference of Belarus versus Russia, in that Belarusians don't actually want to go and fight in Ukraine. Let's stoke whatever dissatisfaction there is with the regime, and for which there is a lot more than there is in Russia. Let's maximize that. Let's maximize hitting the Belarusian government. Also, any Russian military installations, I think, should be much more fair game on the territory of Belarus than has been thus far undertaken by Ukraine. However, there has to be much more additional caution there, to not hit any other installations in Belarus than needs to be taken in Russia. Right, dual-use things are a lot more iffy in Belarus than they are in Russia. Hitting dual-use things like railways, for example, or fuel depots is a lot more iffy in Belarus than it is in Russia, because the last thing you want to do is provide legitimization to the regime in the eyes of Belarusians, even formally or as a matter of fact, or as a matter of perception. Because that counteracts then any of the attempts to counter the regime itself. Those Belarusian soldiers jumping over a fiery skip rope, right? But until they actually do something, they're doing nothing, and that's worthwhile to observe. I mean, what would you do, Joanna? I guess is my question. What do you want to happen?
I understand everything you say, but Russia is functioning with a different worldview than ours. And in Russia's view, Belarus is part of Russia. Belarus has no agency in doing what it's doing, like sending missiles. It's Russians who do this. So they are just using the territory of Belarus to attack Ukraine, because they think they are empowered to. They think they have the right to do this. But if some missiles were sent to Russian bases in Ukraine from Poland or from Romania, I think they will be very upset. And they will say that Romania and Poland are part of the conflict. It's just a speculation. Of course, we will not do this. But they will point to us and they will say, you are part of the conflict. While Belarus is doing exactly that, and we are not considering them as being fully part of the conflict. And also yesterday, Russia, I don't know, a Russian official stated that West does not care for territorial integrity of countries, which is like, again, putting everything upside down. So yes, the people of Belarus have no intention to attack Ukraine. Yes, Belarus worked on a very thin line all this time because he doesn't want to upset Russia, but he doesn't want to be part of the conflict. I agree with this. We do not have to punish the people of Belarus, but considering them part of the conflict, I think at least at a symbolic level is essential. Because I don't know, normally we have, so Ukraine will not be allowed to target I don't know, military bases inside Belarus, okay, because it's Belarus, so yeah, they could not target those bases. But Belarus is allowed to send drones in Ukraine, even if the Russians do this. So it's this kind of asymmetry that bothers me. And yes, maybe I'm reasoning at a very principial level, but again, I think Belarus should be considered part of the conflict.
I agree, right? The same asymmetry bothers me to no end as well. It's just a question of how you handle it and what else you cause by handling it one way or another. I would very, very happily see Ukraine, destroy all military bases within Belarus, at least all the ones used by Russians, at least all the ones used for standoff weapons, be they Iskandars, be they suicide drones. Matters little to me. At some level, I think what's going on is the following. Ukraine still has a very target-rich environment in that they have more targets to hit than they have ability to hit them with. And for as long as that is true, they will always pick targets within Russia over targets, or within, of course, occupied Ukraine, over targets in Belarus, because targets within Belarus come with side effects. So for as long as they have more things to shoot at than to shoot with, which honestly, with the sheer volume of things they can shoot at, will be true for a long while, they'll just keep picking targets within Russian occupied Ukraine. I think it really comes down to that simple mathematics.
Yeah, I understand perfectly. And Ukraine was very careful with the targets and played by the rules. And this is exceptional to this kind of conflict, which is very cruel and brutal. But again, Belarus cannot just raise the shoulders and say, well, we are not really part of the conflict when drones are leaving the ground of Belarus and go hit civilians in Kyiv. So I don't know, maybe President of Belarus should be addressed by somebody and told that you should not allow to do this, you should not be allowed to do this. I don't know, it's everything comes from my frustration of seeing daily these drones coming from there and attacking civilians in Kyiv, and Belarus still claims it's not really part of the conflict, which is bullshit.
Do they really still claim they're not part of the of the war? I thought they were kind of, on the political level, they were saying they were now.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm confused. I'm
confused. So I'm,
I have not seen an official statement that yes, we are part of the conflict. I have not seen.
Okay, let's you and I look for that a little bit more, because I thought that from the start they were kind of intimating that they were, but not really. But they're it's an odd situation. Let's have more of a look and reconvene a bit. How about that?
Thanks.
Thank you, Anna. Flying Goose, go ahead.
Good morning. I actually just want to ask Axel a question. And I want to try and be as sensitive as possible about asking this because I don't, I'm not meaning any offense by this. I honestly want to know, because we honestly haven't been taught this in the West, this part of the West. And I grew up in Canada and the US and was not taught this in either country. So, I've heard Axel over, I've been listening to you for 8 months now. Many times mention how Germans are very reticent to get involved because of being afraid of a world war. Does this go back to the denuclearization and just not wanting to get involved with things? Or where does this mentality come from that Germans automatically assume? Well, some Germans, I'm not lumping everybody. This is what I mean by I'm trying to be, where they don't want to get engaged in this, and they kind of want to, I see them having like in Berlin and several other places that I honestly can't name off the top of my head right now. How there's protests, pretty rowdy protests of your Russian Germans against Ukrainians in Germany, and they're very outspoken about how they feel about Ukrainian people, calling them Nazis, and that's rich, to be honest. And I don't understand. Is this a government thing? Please explain this to me. Are you understanding what I'm asking you?
Yeah, I understand what you ask, but it's a consequence of the political culture having shifted after the Second World War, and how people have taken, and don't forget, at that point in time, there's a Soviet-occupied Germany, and with all that entails, meaning no real denazification, but yet another authoritarian regime put in place. So the population still has, and don't forget, the Soviets did take in a lot of Nazis, by the way, as their helpers. And they were quite happy to take in former party members as their new party members. The Germans have a saying, gleich und gleich gesellt sich gern. Similar, say, in this case, not opposites, but similars attract, meaning if you're one authoritarian, the other authoritarian idea can more easily co-opt you. And in the West, denazification was programmed by means of the Allies enforcing it. However, it could never have been perfect, and certainly wasn't, but it was reasonably well established, and it became ever more prevalent. But political culture and generational culture changed significantly in the 1960s and throughout the 70s, and Germany let itself be undermined in terms of its overall culture. And whilst it had at that point in time, and you can ask this for many people, one of the three most sensible armies within NATO, and therefore deterrence capacity, and its society was pretty much well split in that regard. One part, still the overwhelming, but one part very much in favor of defense, but in a certainly more passive way than others. And the other one, extremely progressive and supporting an a pacifist, subservient, anti-nuclear, because nuclear was seen as bad. Nuclear was giving rise, falling prey to Russian propaganda, by the way. Nuclear was seen as giving rise to nuclear weapons, and nuclear weapons would be the end of the world, and it would be world war and panic and all that bullshit. and this is a very rough simplification. It's completely unfair. It's not academic, but if you want, because how should I put this? This is a very long process, but it has led German society after unification into a sense of fulfillment that they're unified, but on the other hand, complacency. And that complacency has then elevated the pacifism and the belief that everything could be solved without power and deterrence, and resorting to violence as a means of defense. And that has taken hold of political culture. It has become majority opinion. And the rise of both the Green Movement, which has its, say, founding mythology as being anti-nuclear and anti-war as part of it, yeah, gave rise to this being prevalent, and to the what we call march through the institutions. Many people going into social science, so-called social sciences, or so-called science, being social science, because it's not science. Physics, mathematics, and chemistry is science, but everything else is very nice and very important, but it's not science. I know people don't like to hear this, but that's true. The march through the institutions of those who educate others has changed the perception throughout primary schools, and the likes, as to what needs to be done in order to defend freedom. And if you only arrange yourself to so-called Handel durch Wandel and Wandel durch Handel, you change yourself by trading, and you change others by trading with them. That's not good enough, because it always appeases those who are authoritarians and who can abuse open societies. And Germany has an open society, and it let itself be abused. So that's where it is. Therefore, you see the passivity, and therefore you see the complacency, and this is the hard wake up for them. And it's difficult for them to accept it, and this is why you constantly see the backlash. So Miss Annalena Baerbock, our foreign minister of the Greens, who said in very surprised motions and notions on the day of the invasion that she was surprised and he lied to me. She meant obviously both Mr. Lavrov as well as Mr. Putin at that time, despite the fact that she should have known better because German military intelligence told her so, but nevertheless, she didn't want to accept it and she didn't want to believe it. Miss Annalena Baerbock now just over the weekend, yet again, said, when asked as to whether Germany should deliver tanks, it said, no, this is all about air defense. Everything is about air defense. The tank question is, the tank topic is secondary, which just tells you yet again how little people do understand and how little they actually know. She was asked a few months ago when it came to the decision, which now has actually been taken, as to whether Germany should continue with its nuclear power plants or say reconnect the previously phased out 3 to the grid. She said, no, this is not an electricity issue. This is an energy, gas energy issue. That's not. It just means that she doesn't understand the electricity and energy markets and how they're intertwined. And she doesn't understand what options do exist in order to heat with electricity. She doesn't understand the value of electricity for an integrated, industrial, highly industrialized economy. And that just tells you everything you need to know. If the political elite of a country is beset with such misunderstandings and lack of deep reach into economics, science, and strategic policy and military policy, then a nation fails to have a chance to protect its sovereignty. And at the moment, Germany lives yet again under the coattails of the Allies. And that is terrible. And that just, I mean, this is a very rough and tumble and brief summary. But by the way, Charles, who as an American and former soldier now lives in, I think, in the vicinity or in the area of Nuremberg, if I'm not quite mistaken, or at least in Franconia, may be able to give you his impression.
I would love it if you could. Oh,
please
just
go ahead.
1 second. I would love it, Axel, if you could at some point one night or whenever, just do like a little blurb, like, you know, like maybe an hour or something on kind of the dynamics of what goes on in Germany, because it's very complex, and we definitely do not get the right picture here in the States of what goes on in Germany. It's almost like it's what you read. What I read here is that the right-wing party is trying to overthrow basically the well, what we would call it, the Democratic Party, you know, in Germany, and that the right-wing party is growing exponentially in Germany. And I'm wondering
Yeah, but
if
that is
is that
the
propaganda?
description is what. No, no, it's just for everything somebody says, there often is a grain of truth behind it, even if he or she lies, or if he or she tries to filtrate information and change the content. There is a right-wing populist party in Germany, which is completely ludicrous. It's called Alternative for Germany, AfD, and they have grown over time, but they've also, in the meantime, lost yet again, and they have not really performed very well wherever they were voted into office, because they're ludicrous and completely useless. I'm sorry. There's very little talent there, to say the least. But then again, they do not really matter yet. And whether they ever would were to grab more of the electorate, well, I doubt it, but that's a different thing. At the moment, the political left in Germany, far left, the Die Linke and the AfD, equally sizable across the federal states. Yes, there's swings and roundabouts here and changes back and forth, but they both together, for example, in the German Bundestag, meaning federal parliament, they had 100 votes. And everybody else in the parliament stood against them, meaning 486 votes, comprising the real conservative parties, meaning the Christian Democrat Union and the Christian Social Union, CDU-CSU, plus the Social Democrats, plus the Free Democrats, the FDP, and the Green Party. And this 486 to 100 vote was the vote in which the Bundestag decided and supported the delivery of heavy weapons to Ukraine, which of course the far left and the far right both opposed, because both of them benefit from authoritarian views, isolationist views, or pro-Russian views, because they both are intertwined on different levels and for different purposes with exactly that, meaning Russia and Putin. Putin's money, Putin's authoritarianism, Putin's fascism, and Putin's, say, tropes of the historic continuity of the Soviet Union, which somehow attracts still the far left in Germany excessively. And their Russophilia goes beyond. But there is also Russophilia in certain parts of the Social Democrats. There is a certain, say, I don't know, affiliation to an extent in certain parts, or even of the Christian Democrats and the Christian Social Union, with Russia as a good trading partner and so on and so forth. And this permeates society, albeit that the Russophilia is predominantly on the left. Now that's really, really bad, because it is a movement, emotion, and an emotional attachment which comes out of a misperception or a misguided interpretation as to how one lost the Second World War and German guilt and whatnot, rather than taking the right, say, course of action of detached and clear analysis of why a country fell prey to fascism, what evil it undertook and did, what lasting shame it carries, and what the past guilt was, and what Germany now does better today and hopefully in future to, say, reintegrate itself and support free nations. As opposed to that, Germany has compromised yet again, and Germany has failed in its passivity, and that's bad. So, and if you go through the whole political spectrum, and before I take this far too long, you will find that the fringe parties do not represent the majority of Germans at all. That's why they're fringes. And that, however, they dominate a large part of the discussion all the time, because they're clamoring loudly, which everyone who has ever studied history a little bit will be reminded of the Weimar Republic, where the fringe parties of the ultra-left and the ultra-right were the ones who are clamoring loudly. And the institutions of the Weimar Republic were incapable of dealing with the continuity of government, which then fractured the political spectrum when crises, economic crises, swept across the country. And that is where it stood. And this is why the Weimar Republic fell prey to the authoritarians and then handed itself over, meaning the political elites handed themselves over to the Nazis. Now, is that likely and as an outcome for today? No, not at all. Quite on the contrary. Would the left and the far left and the far right try? Oh, sure, they would, absolutely. They love power as much as your neighbor. But they are not getting it because the institutions in Germany have been developed. And that is the only real solid antidote against extremism, against undermining culture. The institutions are there. The problem is that some of these institutions and the people in these institutions have been infected by the same complacency. Some of them have been undermined. Russians and authoritarians have infiltrated those areas, and both the Chinese and the Russians have made hay out of this. But I would really like to hand it to Charles because he, as an expatriate, lives in Germany, speaks German, understands Germany from that perspective, and may have a very good insight of late. Charles.
Yeah, thanks, Axel. Yeah, so fantastic question. I think Axel, I think you really look at it from an overall global trends and maybe even academic point of view. What I see when I speak with friends, colleagues, neighbors, contacts here in Germany is similar but slightly different. So I really see three emotions running through the German electorate, and that is fear, disbelief, and complacency. And I think you touched on all three of those. To the American observer, I think it's a huge mistake to try to take the American experience and try to find similarities within the German political situation. It simply doesn't work. It is complex. It has a completely different history, has a completely different structure. So if we're trying to equate, for example, the AfD with the Trump wing of the Republican Party, it simply doesn't work. But what I mean by fear, when I talk to people here, it's when I see fear of destruction. Fear of destruction is not only the nuclear element, but also their way of life economically. But also I see fear of ideology. Through the history, there is a certain fear of being too bound to one set of ideas. And that even includes Western ideas. In disbelief, the disbelief that negotiation didn't work and can't work. It worked for Ostpolitik, it worked for the last 20 years, it worked for the last 30 years, that negotiation could solve things, and that suddenly there's a disbelief that, okay, now we're at the time of fighting and we must fight. Also the disbelief that this war that's in Ukraine actually impacts our lives here in Germany in a tangible way. So there's this fear and this disbelief. And then I want to highlight what Axel said, the complacency. Let's not forget that we just came out of 16 years of Merkel. And I know that her impression in the West was completely different than her impression here in Germany. But her impression here in Germany was really everything is going to be okay, stability, slow decisions. And it allowed people to get into this complacency where you didn't have any fear, where there was no element of disbelief. And so what I see are these three emotions of fear, disbelief, and complacency. But I would caution American and British observers saying, okay, well, this is similar to our system. It's completely not. The history is different. The structure is different. It is complex. but there is a huge transformation going on, but it's really tough. That's my observation.
I really appreciate that answer. I'm very interested in the dynamics. I'm trying to learn myself through watching documentaries, or but there's only so much that you can learn without talking to the actual people that live there, right? And like, I've lived in 3 different countries myself. I've lived in the UK, I lived in Northern Ireland right after the peace treaty was signed, the Good Friday Agreement. I've lived, in Canada, I've lived in the US, and so I've definitely experienced different countries and hostilities. When I was living in Northern Ireland, it was still kind of up in the air there, and things were, a little rocky, but I can understand not wanting to get involved in something, because Christ, I just got done watching all this stuff about World War II and Band of Brothers. My God, did they ever do a good job of that? But just, you feel sick. You feel absolutely sick watching that. And of course, we think about it as in, this is what Ukrainian people are going through every fucking night, right? They are going through this every day, every night, and they don't know when it's going to end. And everybody's it just feels like everybody's kind of sitting around just talking, and there's so much talking going on. Meanwhile, they have these fucking kamikaze drones come flying in first thing in the morning, and that's what they're dealing with, and I just don't understand some of the reticence coming from these countries that are so close to Russia, right? That have experienced Russia's bullshit many times before. Obviously, like, places like Poland is much more hawkish about this. And I would say Latvia, like Estonia, all the countries that are like surrounding Russia are some ballsy ass countries for being as small as what they are and being as close to Russia. They don't give a shit, and they are not about to put up with the shit anymore. And I give them
Flying Goose, if I may, let me just insert something there. It's a good point you're making. I mean, as you know, I am in the Baltics at this time, and for a long time, but I've lived in 14 countries, and I built offices there. And here in the Northeast, it's palpable, the sense of calm, preparedness, awareness, and willing to spend time, effort, and resources on deterrence. The same applies to my Finnish friends, who over the past 20 years have completely de-Finlandized themselves. The previous, shall we say, passivity has completely evaporated from Finland. And that is a consequence of the ever clearer danger the Siloviki-run regime in Russia poses. And clarified the picture that the interlude of what seemed to be a weak but still authoritarian regime under Yeltsin was just an interlude between classic Russian imperialism A and B, or whatever alphabet you say part you want to assign. But for Germany, Germany has had politicians who were significantly anti-communist, and Germany would not have been tied into NATO had it not been for Konrad Adenauer, who was a Catholic politician from originally Cologne, who was once in the 1920s a mayor there in the city, who suffered under fascism, quite literally, and started to rebuild society. Nobody is perfect, but he did. And if you were to look into the transcripts, and there are very good transcripts and translations in English as well, of the debates about exactly what is always called for the Ostpolitik, meaning the completely and utterly wrong approach to appease Soviet Russia. And this is where this Wandel durch Handel, change through trade, comes about, one thing it is to accept shame and guilt and to, for example, apologize to the Polish nation. The other thing is to appease the Soviet Union. And that, unfortunately, under Willy Brandt and later Helmut Schmidt, went hand in hand. And the opposition, for example, the then opposition leader of Rainer Barzel, in very well-crafted debate in the Bundestag, when people were still debating, because what our friend Charles has just highlighted, today, in this complacency, and in the last, not just 16 years, it's not just Merkel, Charles, it starts in this movement already in the last 2 years of the last Kohl government in its complete sclerosis, and then continues in this absolute abyss of the Schröder/Fischer government, which lays the groundwork for the efforts of Miss Merkel to stabilize things, foolhardy. But the debates, the clear adversarial debate about exactly this, the so-called foundation contract, der Grundlagenvertrag, as we call it, which then was nearly accepting sovereignty of the GDR. And
yeah, I'm sorry.
This is something, just let me finish. And then
Please.
This is something which happened, and this has permeated German society. But in those days, there were politicians who clearly named what we call Ross and Reiter, the horse and the rider. And this is extremely important that people do so. That debate, which you normally only see in, say, in the House of Commons and Prime Minister's Question Time in England, where they clearly carve out the differences, that is missing in Germany, and that is the basic problem. Charles.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. So I simplified it a bit, but I mean, you and I both know that Ostpolitik and what Willy Brandt did, and then what Kohl did later, is viewed as the main success in German foreign policy over the last decades. That is the way to do it, because they idolize, they see that as the biggest success. That's the way to do things. And of course, it's not working anymore.
Thank you, Charles.
Sorry.
I really like this bridge building discussion, but I just want to interject and say there is news of actual bridge building going on in Kherson. And since we have two engineers up, two former military engineers, I would love it if we can sooner rather than later steer the discussion in the direction of the actual bridges that might have. I love discussing German political situation. You all know that because we do it all the time. But when I don't know, Axel, how shall we move to bridges? Shall we stick with Germany?
Yes,
You're
fine,
cool.
but is this the stuff which has been released by the Ukrainian armed forces?
You can check it out in the nest. It's the stuff that Special Kherson Cat has moved out. That Russians have completed building a barge bridge next to the Antonivsky Bridge in the city of Kherson.
All right, yeah.
Thank you, Axel and Charles. I appreciate it very much for that was very informative, and I hope to talk to, when things are calm and we have a moment of kind of downtime at some point. I would love to hear more about stuff regarding this, but yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate your input.
That's all right. By the way, we did, Dorman, we just have to look through it in the, by now, thousands of hours? I don't know even how many hours we've done. What's it, day 200 and something? Dorman?
Yeah, I mean, we're in the 5,000 hour range somewhere. Yeah.
In those hours, you wouldn't believe, but we've done quite a number. Unfortunately, we had to. We've done quite a number of hours on exactly these matters, and I think we've had at least a good double dozen of those. So I'm sure we can find it somewhere. It needs a bit of AI.
I have a suggestion. Flying Goose, go to our Spotify feed, seek out like the 6th or 7th podcast, not from now, but from the start, with Jessica Berlin. and we did a good kind of breakdown of some stuff in there. And she's
Are you
also
talking
amazing.
about? Are you talking about like when we first started at the very beginning?
No. This is, if you go
It's
to
a
the
late
Spotify
summary.
feed.
Jessica came in and she did a couple of things. It's a bit simplistic still because we had very little time, but it was an okay session. We had 5 or 6 Saturdays and Sundays where we went into significantly more detail, but it's a good start. It's absolutely true.
Exactly,
Okay,
it's a
I
good
will.
start, and Jessica's fantastic, and it's really well put together. I mean, obviously it's not comprehensive because it can't be in an hour and a bit. But
Okay, I'll check that out. I appreciate it, gentlemen.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Flying Goose. We should get Jessica back sooner rather than later. What do you reckon, Axel? No, that's a softball question if there ever has been one. Because obviously that's a yes.
I was gone for a month, and because I was sick, and I feel like I've missed about 3 years worth of stuff.
You missed the Kharkiv counteroffensive, so that's a pretty big one. But yeah, okay. Let's thank you, Flying Goose. Let's jump to lunchtime because it's about lunchtime, and then we go to David and Bridges. Lunchtime.
Hey, yes, it is indeed lunchtime. Yeah, just really interesting discussion thus far. I mean, Millennia Podolyak is making the point that you know, to the earlier discussion about what to call this and World War, whatever, all that sort of stuff. She's making the point that effectively Ukraine is fighting Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia now. So, and she asks, do you guys want us to take on China too? So, you know, it's like whatever you call it, there are multiple state agents involved in this, and it just, I have to say, the lack of response again is, although there's reasons for it and things must be done in a certain way, I really feel like there is a kind of a sort of a problem in providing concerted messaging. I really feel that's not really happening. From Macron's, you know, we will not nuke anyone, etc., to the relative sort of silence after Iranian munitions are being used in Ukraine with impunity. You know, we do need to be more focused on how that messaging is provided between partners. I will say as well, just to comment really, like listening to Axel just come up with off-the-cuff comments. These off-the-cuff comments are extremely erudite and extremely informative. So yeah, if he ever did a full sort of segment, I imagine we would all be dazzled by it. So there we are. That's all really.
We'll do one sometime soon, and then we'll make it into a podcast and we'll publish it, and then we can just point people to the comprehensive, you know, Axel on Germany, and it'll be like 3.5 hours, and it'll be great, and then
it'll be a reference home.
Exactly, it will be precisely. It will be a nice treatise, and it will be treated comprehensively and fully, and then because I know I can hear it in Axel's voice, and he's like, this has to be done properly and fully, and I don't have the time to do it for 3 hours.
I'm not doing it justice.
So exactly, not doing it justice, and I can feel that, you know, this has to be done fully, but there's never time to do it fully. So let's do it fully once again, and have it published, and then it's gonna be, you know,
it's also not relevant. It really is not relevant at the moment. The only thing which is relevant is by hook or by crook convince the political elite to do what is necessary, and then we can sort out the shit afterwards.
Well, I mean, you touched on this in the discussion. I mean, you were talking specifically about a German politician, but it is equally as true in other countries, including the UK, where you have our dear Prime Minister, for instance, in economic matters, recently showed the complete lack of depth of understanding or knowledge in anything other than how to become a politician. I mean, that's sadly what comprises chunks of our political class, people that are just career politicians that have no expertise in anything. One other thing that occurred to me, by the way, Axel, is that probably the reason for AFD's lack of success is they don't know how to spell their own name, because Action for Germany should be AFG, right?
Excellent. On the point of screw it, David. What's been going on in Kherson?
Well, it appears that the barge that the Russians have been threatening to build for 3 months now, they've finally put them all together.
Why did they think about this for months? We spent a month talking about it straight, and then all the counteroffensives happened, and we kind of ignored it for a little bit.
Yeah, and then good question. Why did it take so long? Right, so they started building it. They left it there. They took it to pieces a little bit, moved bits of barges elsewhere, and then started building it again. I think it got a couple of pieces got blown up, and then apparently they started building it again. Yeah, and then completed it to my utter amazement.
Like fixed fortifications, and as by the way said yesterday by both Thomas Tyner as well as Chuck, pontoon bridges without cover, a hard testament to stupidity.
It's gross stupidity, right? It's a cope bridge, isn't it? We cope trenches, cope cages, cope bridges.
It doesn't seem very solid either, David, to my eyes.
Is it even decked? So attaching those barges together, that's great, and they do have the Russians do have a barge bridge for their trains, right? But these aren't those barges they use. These are different barges. So have they even decked it?
These are grain barges.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's how I made. Have they cut everything out to put the decking on it? And that's 1 kilometer of decking, right?
It doesn't look like they have deckings, because if I look at one of the pictures, if you zoom it in, you don't see it directly, but at 1, 2, 3 from the right pillar, there is a little goes there. So I don't think they are decked yet.
Right. So that's a kilometer. I mean, how wide are these barges? I'm guessing they're maybe 12, 15 meters wide.
Yes,
do we think?
like that.
Yeah. Right. So how do they even deck it? Because if you've got a piece of, let's say they're pieces of metal that go over, right? They're 12 meters, and you want to put something that's heavy over that. Well, that would just fall in, right?
Something in the cargo.
That's it. So you'd have to support it, right? That's going to take them months. Maybe, right? I'm just throwing this out there. It's not through the top. They're just going to put holes through the sides, right, at each end, and run through it like a tunnel.
Well, that's an interesting. So David, you've seen these grain barges before.
Yeah.
How is this going to work? So, isn't the idea with these grain barges that they're not actually that strong, because it's just a bucket that you fill with grain? How are you going to, if they try to drive a tank across it, isn't it going to crumple a little bit?
Well, that was my point about the decking, right? So if you've got let's just say for argument's sake, it's a 15-meter width, right? So what you need to do is you'd need something to a piece of metal or wood or whatever it is, concrete sections that would be 15 meters wide or long to go over it, and you would need to place them over the complete length, right? But you couldn't put something that long without it being supported in the middle. Otherwise, it's just going to break, right? Hence why, as I said, maybe the most logical conclusion is that they're not going to do that. They're going to cut out the ends. And as I said, I mean, I was in real seriousness when I said if they make the tunnel, it would be easier.
Yeah, but
Tunnel.
but those barges of equal form and equal size.
I just can't. Yeah, and I can't see how they can do it. Right. So this stuff they've got would have to be pre-formed, right? So you would have someone who's measured that barge, right? Let's say a barge is 40 meters long, right? And they're 1 meter sections. How are you going to put them in, right? So everything with all of this is a bespoke build, and again, you have to support the thing in the middle, otherwise it would just snap. I mean, so it's taken them 3 months to put barges together. It will take them 3 months to make the decking.
Charles? I just want to know, this is great, right? We have 3 former army engineers from 3 different countries. It's fantastic.
Yeah, totally right, David. The main video for me is the third one from Kherson Cat, that shows the up close of this. So first of all, I'd like to say, I'm Slava Ukraini, but this is a really good engineering achievement by the Russians if they could build a barge bridge. For me, it says a lot about the status of the Antonovsky Bridge above it, which is basically the admission, okay, it doesn't work, it won't hold it, so we have to build something differently.
When you say the third video, what do you mean by third video?
So he has I'm just looking at a thread.
Yeah, which number?
Cat. So it's number 3.
Oh, the number 3 in the thread. That's ancient. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Exactly. Which has the close-ups of the barges and how they're doing it. So it looks like they do have prefabricated wooden decking across the length of the barge, and then they're using steel plates for the end of the barge. That could certainly work. So this is certainly an achievement, but it is very ambitious and is very vulnerable. As the rest of the thread shows, this is not easy to destroy, and this is a huge asset, because it takes a lot of barges and a lot of effort to make that happen, and it's easily destroyed. And it says a lot about the status of the Antonovsky Bridge above it. It's only 1 lane. We're talking about wooden decking across the length of the barge when I look at it, then steel decking at the end of the barges. So I don't see a reason why it couldn't hold a tank, but I really don't think it's going to last very long. But it is ambitious. Yeah, the Russians are doing what they can, but yeah, it's helpless.
So I do have a question, Charles. How is wooden decking going to hold something that's 50 tons?
Right.
They look like sleepers, right? They look like railway sleepers.
Yeah,
exactly. But it's the same, David, with the Bailey. I mean, we have wooden decking on the Bailey, and it holds 60 tons. It depends on what the transoms and the steel girders are underneath. I can't see in video number 3 how it's held up underneath that, but it is possible with wooden decking to do it.
So I've built Bailey, right, and MG and MGB and HGB, right. But the pieces that go in, right, there it's not just so that's just a piece of wood in a metal frame that goes in, right, and it's specifically designed for that, right. And what we've got here are barges of. I mean, we just said 15. Bailey isn't 15 meters wide, is it? So So how do you support that? That's the question, because within a Bailey Bridge or an HGB, or whether it's MGB, for instance, it's all designed to fit into that, and it's got this. Everything's interlaced, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. I mean, well, the barge bridge, and I'm using air quotes here. I mean, it's a 1-lane bridge. So I can't tell the exact distances and all that stuff from the video, but it's certainly just 1 lane. It would be possible using wooden decking to support 40 ton, but I mean, yes, it would wear out quickly. It's not optimal. Obviously, this is an expedient bridge, but there is a way that it could hold it. Would tear up the wood, you'd have to replace it, but it's just the decking, and I just don't see any videos of the understructure to see what's on the barge itself to hold it up, but it would be possible. I'm not saying it is there, but it would be possible.
Would it be just to get out the military and not even about the tanks?
So this is the question now, right? This is the question. Why did they finish it now? Does that mean that they are trying to evac, or does that mean they're trying to massively reinforce? I think that's the real question here, right? I think they would want to get tanks and equipment across, otherwise they wouldn't bother. If you just need to get infantry across, they can still use the existing bridge. You can still run across the existing bridge, right? Charles?
Sorry, Twitter microphone's messing
Yeah,
up.
it's okay.
But the existing bridge is totally messed up. I mean, all these HIMARS attacks, I assuming they're HIMARS, but all the holes in those bridges are right around the pillar point where you would try to destroy that bridge. So
basically, it's Swiss cheese.
yeah, and at that weakest point, right there where that first section of concrete beams meets the pillar, it's a really wide pillar. But right there, and I really don't know how strong that bridge still is. Why would they do it? I don't know. The operational guy in me would say, God, I hope they're bringing more across the river to the north so that it can be captured and destroyed. But I actually don't think that this pontoon barge bridge will live.
No, basically, if you hit it with a HIMARS, it's totally. You must look at it. It's a barge. It's a hollow thing. So basically, it's totally gone. It will sink to the bottom when it's hit.
Exactly. And if you put even one hole in it, that one barge fills with water and drags everything else down.
Exactly, and we're talking about a lot of barges here, and a lot of work that went in to create each one of these. So it is not easy to fix either.
Basically, a barge is a box in water. Normal ships, they have airtight compartments. They can shut them down when there is a danger of sinking. You can shut some compartments. You can shut them down, so they are fully closed. They can get no water to the other compartments. But with barges, you have very little airtight compartments under the bottom and between the bottom of the loading area, and those are very, very small, so they don't hold anything. If there are holes in it, it's gone.
So, David, what we would expect is first time there's something on that, and the Ukrainian drone sees it, there will be a HIMARS strike, and the whole thing will whatever they have on it will just sink together.
No,
with the
exactly.
bridge.
Yeah, and they could just they could use the loitering ammunition would put holes in it. But I've got another question, really. So so we've got two questions, isn't it? One is this in there so they can resupply, or is it gone in so that it's an escape route, right? So let's suggest that, let's just say for the moment that because they're not making any moves that look like they want to try and escape, they're using this for resupply, right? So there's a couple of things. How many supplies can they get over that thing at any one time? And do the the Ukrainian guys, are they happy with some supplies coming through? Because that's just taking supplies from somewhere else, and those supplies could end up being trapped on the north side of the river where they're of no use to the Russians, but those supplies could be of much use to the Ukrainians once they're captured. So there's that point, and there's the other point is that okay, so if it's there for them to escape, then you've got two options, haven't you? You either allow them to escape, or what you do is, as soon as they start trying to escape, you deny it, and then start attriting more Russians that have congregated in that area, right? And it's quite a far, it isn't as densely populated as the other areas.
Yeah,
So
I'm totally with you, David. But I mean, for me, I mean, obviously the river works both ways, right? It's a hindrance for both sides, in one way or the other. Actually, three ways: reinforcement for the Russians, escape for the Russians, attack for the Ukrainians. But what for me is so interesting is looking at these satellite images of the Antonovsky Bridge. I don't know if they've changed, but also this activity shows me that the Antonovsky Bridge is no longer a bridge. It's simply not traversable by anything with any means. So that question has largely been answered for that bridge, and I don't think that this barge bridge is going to last long in general.
no, not me. I don't think it would. Although, so there's the question is, I would suggest that the Antonovsky Bridge is of no use to the Russians, right? So they don't have any ability to make stuff. However, entirely possible that the Ukrainian guys have built a custom overbridge for the Antonovsky, and therefore they've got something ready and waiting. They know the exact dimensions of that bridge, so they could have just built an overbridge for it and say, okay, here we are, it's now passable, assuming that the pier and the and the pier legs are fine. So that's another way to look at it, isn't it?
Yeah, totally, and I'm totally with you. Unfortunately, I mean, when I look at the satellite damage on the Antonovsky Bridge, I mean, the Ukrainians have really smashed everything around the pier. So that would mean an overbridge would have to go from the previous pier to the next one, which is really quite far. I think the Antonovsky Bridge is kaput.
Yeah, the Ukrainians have made sure that the Antonovsky Bridge is not usable anymore for the Russians. The Ukrainians will see afterwards, but for the Russians, it's not usable anymore. And about those barges, I don't think it is for supplying. I think it's more for escaping. And as much as Russians escape from Kherson, that's the better for the Ukrainian army, so they have not as much resistance there.
And that's why they might not. That's why
Sorry,
they might not hit it, right? No. There just one little question for all of you, and tie it in a little bit, maybe. Is there any chance that they had filled these barges ahead of time with soil or whatever? Just pack it full. It has plenty of buoyancy anyway. Carry on with whatever else you had.
No. If they packed them full of water, they'd be low in the water. Full of soil, they'd be low in the water, right? They're not that low in the water.
Okay.
They're not doing it. The other part is that the other bit to think of is if this was the escape route, they could just allow them to escape and then just stick artillery over the top of them as they get onto the south side, right? There's so many options the Ukrainians have, right? That would, it would make it, as Gunny keeps on saying, very emotional for them.
Okay. Very emotional for them. I'm not, that Daniel is messaging me with how about those artillery deployable mines?
No, exactly right.
Very good.
There's so many options.
Florian. Oh, and also I have to say, Charles sneaking the kaput in, flexing his German. Florian, go on.
Did I hear right, while listening to your very interesting conversation, that the whole endeavor started 3 months ago? Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's been a very long time.
How
long? We've been talking about this since May, haven't we?
But the Antonovsky Briscoes first time hit early July, correct?
Oh, no, in June, wasn't it?
Was it already in June? Yeah, I may be wrong.
I think it was.
But I was wondering if it's been under construction for 3 months. It was constructed under a purpose already devised 3 months ago. And I wonder if this is really supply instead of retreat, because Putin has given this stand and hold order for Kherson. So I think if it's so long under construction, it rather belongs to an older strategic or tactical calculus than as of today.
I mean, I've always seen it as that they haven't made any indications they want to leave, right? They've made a lot of indications they're still trying to supply, because they've done really crazy stuff. Like they've tried to supply via helicopter. They've got all those the ferry bar, the pontoon ferries that they're using, and most of that is about trying to get them supplied. And they've made no indications that they want to leave Kherson. So I think that they've had a.
I just want to say, Axel,
someone has given them
Sorry, Axel, I need to quit my app and come back, otherwise it will crash and I'll need a full restart. I'll be back in a minute.
Back in a jiffy.
But exactly, I always thought Kherson has such a political meaning to Mr. Putin longer. And then this annexation and everything, I think it's another attempt to hold it. And it's an interesting one, because it confirms what you said about the Antonovsky Bridge, because that's really kaput. You cannot repair it. Why would you undergo such an effort if you could repair the other things?
No, exactly. And they've and to understand Kherson is to recognize that they moved 15 or 20,000 troops from the Kharkiv area to Kherson, right? So, and in actual fact, they're in this problem because they didn't leave Kherson, right? If they'd have just said, okay, you can have Kherson, right, and kept their troops in the Kharkiv area, that this would things would be looking very different. It'd be very much more static, isn't it? But what they've done is they've weakened themselves everywhere, and haven't done anything. And but the importance of Kherson is really brought about by the fact that they've moved so many people into the region and haven't vacated.
I think because Kherson means the access to Crimea. That's why it's overriding political importance.
Entirely possible, isn't it?
So yes and no. I don't think that's really true. They don't need the right bank of Kherson, right? They don't need right bank Kherson. They just need left bank Kherson for that. And I think that it is just a political stand, not connected to Crimea really, just because it's the one big city that they managed to get that, still looks like a city and not like a pile of rubble, because every place else that they got, they had to destroy 3/4 of Mariupol, maybe more, to get Mariupol. Severodonetsk is what? A pile of rubble. Volnovakha is barely on the map still. right? What else did they manage to get? Melitopol, Berdyansk, okay, they got those without too much trouble, but they're much more minor cities compared to Kherson. It's the one oblast capital that they managed to capture this year. That's why it's meaningful. It's not because of Crimea, I don't think. Left bank of Kherson Oblast is all they need for Crimea.
But isn't there this problem that once the Ukraine gets the west or the north bank of it, it gets access to the dam of Novakhovka? With that, they can shut down the water to Crimea, so on and forth.
No, because the water is on the other side.
And you cannot control it by controlling the dam.
Nope. Unless you drop the water level above the dam so much that the canal couldn't get any water anymore.
Fine. Then it's a political calculus rather than a real geological location calculus.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, I see CJ listening. He got my invite. CJ, jump up. We're talking about the bridge, the Bart Bridge. So barge right in. Stephen, question.
Oh, well, I guess I was wondering if from like a more Russian perspective, given that they're trying to freeze the conflict so they can resume it at a later date, wouldn't holding on to the right bank of the Dnipro make it easier for them to, well, get to Odessa if they don't have to cross the Dnipro? I mean, admittedly, that's a extremely tall order for them to freeze it before they lose the right bank, but from like their point of view, wouldn't that make sense to them?
So yes, in their completely pie in the sky thinking, yes, but only within the context of their completely pie in the sky thinking. Stephen?
Yeah, because I mean, you saw like the same like type of complaints like when they lost Lyman, how it was the essential supply hub to get to Slavyansk, and it wasn't like they were complaining more about the lost potential of it rather than the military defeat that they suffered.
DJ, have you observed the barge bridge?
Yeah, I mean, we all know and love Special Kherson Cat, and you probably established already that he's a Ukrainian who formerly lived in Kherson, in the vicinity of there, but has now been displaced and is still in Ukraine, last I heard. However, I'm going through 4 or 5 different Telegram channels, and I'm not saying it's not true, of course, but I can't find any more evidence of this other than that one post that he found. So what I'm trying to see one of 2 things, right, which I think is important for understanding what's going on. One was this sort of progress tracked in terms of, did people know this was happening? Because we know about a week ago that barge bridge, which has been developed for over 2 months now, had stopped entirely and was being disassembled. So my question, of course, is did they reassemble it overnight, which is pretty surprising to say the least. But if it's made on Telegram and Twitter, then the Ukrainians have known about it for some time, and there's a good reason why it's still standing. Or is this in such an area that is just not easily accessible except for one grainy photo? I'm still trying to get more information.
CJ, well, if you look at what he wrote, right, the Special Kherson Cat, it looks like comms have been down in the city of Kherson, courtesy of the occupiers, to prevent news of this spreading.
And I understand that, and that makes sense, which is why the satellite imagery is so important. Not that I trust local reports over what I can see with my own 2 eyes, but at the same time, that's the interesting part of what's going on here. Is even if it wasn't reported on, people would have seen this. So then people will review the tapes and the imagery and see, was this a one-day operation? And I guess I would turn to the engineers, sort of how strong a barge bridge that was constructed overnight, what the possibilities are there, if it's meant to be permanent or semi-permanent or what. Because my thinking is, if it was assembled overnight, it can be disassembled pretty quickly, unless they're legitimately just trying to do this at night, put it together. And this rare early morning photo is the only images that we have, because it's disassembled by daytime, which would be pretty impressive of an engineering operation. And that would really be the only explanation here. I think that makes sense.
I know, Charles, give it a go.
Yeah, sorry. David and I are chatting about weight limits and things like that. No, I totally agree. I mean, it is really an impressive and an impressive engineering feat that they've done. But like I said, it's not going to last long. It's very fragile. I don't know what the operational use is. I really hope it's to reinforce the units, because that will just mean more combatability that's neutralized by the Ukrainians when they close the pocket. Smart would be to use that bridge to get out, but yeah, that's I guess we'll find out after the blackout is over how far the Ukrainians are, whether they've taken the dam or not, if this is the only way across the river now, what the Russians are planning to do. So that I can't speak about.
So I guess my more specific question is, Craig and I and many others have put together just a very basic and not necessarily all-inclusive list of all the supplies that Russians would need to support between 15 and 25,000 troops, and and factoring in the amount of helicopters they have that they could be using to lift, assuming they're not all dying in Chernobyivka. Trying to be very optimistic in terms of not pro-Russian, but just to try and make it easy for the Russians, trying to figure out what exactly they need. And every time we come up short, because even at most, on the busiest day crossing that river, it's only 14 to maybe 20 barges a day crossing, which just simply isn't enough supplies going over. And they don't have the helicopter fleet to support it. So the only explanation is that somehow they are teleporting, or in this case, driving across the river at night when no one is really seeing it in different spots and moving. I mean, what are the chances that Russia could pull off a secret bridging operation that no one knows about? Not in terms of could they hide it, but I mean, could they engineering wise do that nightly?
No, and now I get your question. I think Joseph asked me a couple days ago if the Ukrainians had more ATACMS. Let's just imagine we had more ATACMS with Ukraine. What would you target next? And I said, well, I wouldn't attack the dam, and I wouldn't attack the Antonovsky Bridge, because you might need those later. And my assumption was, and the evidence that I saw is that the Ukrainians had already constricted the supply lines enough that, I mean, we're talking about a one lane of traffic going in one direction to try to supply this kind of army and anything else on the other side. So honestly, I don't know. I mean, I think you know better as an officer, an artillery officer, like what high value targets would be. But I'm questioning whether this is even a high value target at this point, because the amount of supplies that they could bring across that are so minimal, are so insufficient. They've already cut them off on the north side of the river.
Yes, I agree. From like the highest level, obviously it's foolhardy at best, but I think obviously war drives innovation, and if this is what Russia is doing, it's going to make it a lot harder. Not impossible, obviously, but it'll make it harder and delay it and mean more Ukrainian lives lost. That's why I really hope we can get to the bottom of this, because if there was some sort of nightly bridging that was going on, that would be very important information to know, not only to drive our understanding, but also, to your point, what kind of weapons Ukraine might need, because that's why we're all here, of course, to support the defense of Ukraine. And so that's really where I'm coming from. Is yes, I completely agree. It doesn't matter it doesn't even matter if they had the bridges open, right? The European Union just announced that over the course of the next couple months they'll train 15,000 more Ukrainian soldiers, and that includes 5,000 from Germany and 10,000 every couple months from UK. I mean, as we said tons of times, like every single day that goes by, the Ukrainian army gets stronger, and as we saw today in Kyiv, basically Russia isn't relying entirely on Iranian military assets to keep up any sort of level of operations, whether it be the loitering munitions, which were shot down at a rate of 83% today in Kyiv, or what probably will be coming in the next few weeks, which is their ballistic missiles, which are better than Russians, but not by much. And so without Iran's support, this war will come to an even quicker conclusion. That's why I'm just, when we talk about bridges, I don't know, Doman, can we get Special Kherson Cat back? I know he's been very busy trying to, evade drones and whatnot, but that would be good for our understanding at least.
CJ, this
just
needs
one second.
Sorry, one second. CJ, you and I both messaged him and then we might stand a better chance. Sorry, Charles.
Yeah, I mean, CJ, you've probably seen the crossing of the Sava by the U.S. engineers in Yugoslavia, right, in former Yugoslavia. I mean, that's the kind of scale of bridging operations that we're talking about here with the 12 Charlies, with their pontoon bridges and all of that. I mean, you're talking companies worth of these elements, and now we're talking about that every single night. There's absolutely no way. I mean, the U.S. Army did it one time. After a month's preparation to cross just that one river. We're looking at simple. We're looking
How
at
wide
something
was the
similar.
Sava there?
Well, it was flooded at the time, so I'd have to go back and read the case study. I know it was wide, but I mean, we're looking at, when I look at the images of the Dnipro with the floodplains and everything, it's not narrow. So we're looking at something similar there.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking, right? Because I know how wide Sava is usually in various bits, but that's what I was wondering, under those circumstances. I think that's a great question. CJ, go message Herson Khan. I'll do it now as well. Let's go get a question from Sean first. Sean, how's your connection? UK for UA?
Oh, real quick, the Sava was 300 meters across at the time.
1/3 of the size of the Dnipro.
Hi there. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Mic check.
Yeah, it's good, Sean. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank everyone for being here and discussing these really important issues. And I know that you guys want to promote Ukrainian voices and the true experience here on the ground in Ukraine. And if there's an opportunity to share some information with a colleague of mine who's here, who escaped from the areas that you're discussing and still is involved in supporting partisan activity and his own family fighting on the front line in these areas. Is that a possibility if we have a translator that perhaps can help with some of the...
when would you do that, Sean?
He's available now. He does speak English pretty well, to be honest. I think we could manage, but just in case there might be...
Yeah, let me try to get fella in.
Yeah, that's fine. Just let me know, and I can bring him up
Sure.
to have with you guys. It'd be, I think, quite insightful for you on the different things that he managed to escape. I spent a few months in occupation, and he got some real insight into what's going on.
Give us a minute, Sean, and we'll try to get fella in up.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Much pleased. And his name is Sergio, right?
Petruszewski. Sergei Petruszewski.
Okay, sure. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Florian.
Yeah, just a quick question. If you would sort of assemble and disassemble every night the bridge, you would need a tugboat or something similar to do so. And I was wondering how flat is the sides of the river? Is that doable? It strikes me as very, very fantastic.
David, you want this one or?
Aren't these barges
I
powered?
I didn't.
Basically.
How would you pull them ashore and back to the river over a kilometer? You need some serious towing equipment, like a tugboat or something.
Sorry, I wasn't listening yet. But the what do you mean? The barges that they've connected together? Is that what
Yes,
you're talking about? Or
but
other...
because there was this discussion, they may do this only at night and disassemble them and bring it back on shore during the day. But that would mean constantly assembling and disassembling and putting it across the river. And I don't know how fast the river is flowing, but that seems very fantastic, to be honest.
No, they're not going to be able to do it. They can't even pull the. So the little ferry, the little ferries that they've made from pontoon sections, they don't even split those up at night time. So they're not going to do it with the really big stuff. So one of the reasons why it's been so obvious and they've been targeted is because instead of at night time taking their ferries and splitting them up into the individual sections that they come in, which is what they should do, and then hide around the various tributaries. They just park these 50-meter long things up at the side of a river, right? And so what happens is that everyone, even the OSINT people, just go look at a satellite and go, oh, that's where it is. They could hide these things very easily by splitting them up and hiding one under a tree somewhere and all over the place, but they don't do it. So if they don't do it for something small, they're not going to do it for something a kilometer size. And the effort needed and the number of people, I mean, it would be hundreds, an entire battalion of engineers.
Yeah, plus serious towing equipment to hold this while you assemble this, because it's a flowing river. I mean, just thinking about mechanically doing it is really hard.
Very, and you'd have to put it back into position. But these are grain barges, so they are powered. And there's the other question, isn't it? How do they get over the top of where the crew go and all the other bits and pieces? I assume they've just cut those sections out. But grain barges are typically powered unless they're of something that's a grain barge section, and they pull 3 or 4 sections. I don't know. We don't have access to satellite that's detailed enough at the moment.
Thank you.
But to reiterate, extraordinary amounts of work to put that in. And here's the thing: the bit that tells us that they can't do it every night is that it's taken them 3 months to get this finished. That 3 months, right? That's the bit that tells you they can't do it in one day or even in one night.
TJ?
Yeah, so I'm looking at, I've got this really long, very long thread on the Antonovsky Bridge that's I've had for almost 3 months now, just trying to collate all the data that I can about this, because I think it's just very important to understand, to really drive what kind of weapons Ukraine needs and why HIMARS, specifically Gimlers and ATACMS, are just so important for this fight. But, I looked about 2 days ago, this was an indication that it looks like something was changing, and it was Russian officials on the water with some ridiculous uniforms. Apparently the guy's name was Sider in English, but that's neither here nor there. And he's making a very strange face. I posted the newest bridge picture of the nest so people can kind of look at that thread. But long story short, about 2 days ago, they still had 600 meters across. The bridge all the way across is that span of the river is 1,300 meters. And as everyone's kind of pointed out, it took 3 months to get halfway across with this temporary barge bridge, with the first strikes occurring on July 18th. So what are we in October now? And then I think the barge bridge started shortly thereafter, probably within the week. And nothing was done until about 2 or 3 days ago, when there was a flurry of activity. And then that's when the Ukrainian, next phase, the counteroffensive, stopped. So I think, it's clear that something was going on, but I guess, again, more engineering questions, because I don't understand. Why would you just build 600 meters and then leave it for so long and then come back to it and build the 600 meters in 2 days when the first half took you 2 months? I guess that doesn't make any sense.
I have an idea. CJ, they built 600 meters, and then they built the other 600 meters next to the original 600 meters. So a side picture, you wouldn't see that they got the rest of it finished. And then they just shifted the 600 meters across. Right? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. I guess I thought people would have caught that if that was what was happening, because that would have been pretty obvious from satellite imagery, but maybe we all just missed it.
It's so narrow, right? You see a line. I think it's kind of hard. Maybe, at the very least, people taking pictures that are on the barge ferry next to it, or pontoon ferry next to it, they wouldn't be able to tell at the very least.
I'm doing that at that point. I think you would see it. You would see the big difference in the width. I've not seen anything that's gone, this is a bit wider, when I've been looking at it on Sentinel or anything like that. And I think it probably would have been that difference would have been visible. I mean, we'd have to measure it. We could do that later. but I understand you. I mean, the thing, but they could have built this anywhere, right? So this could have been somewhere else where we're not looking, and they've uh, maybe they didn't have all the sections ready, or the other barges ready, and they just then brought them in over the night time. I mean, the thing is that this demonstrates that there is a bit where there's a bit more urgency, because they've done it so much more quickly, haven't they? So instead of it just being over a series of days, it's appeared. So somewhere there is someone giving them a little bit more urgency to get this completed, because they've got an awful lot of manpower to get this completed.
Charles?
Yeah, maybe if I could just kind of summarize this topic and see if David, CJ, you agree. But I think we all agree that this is actually quite an impressive engineering feat to get all of this equipment, all of this manpower to make this happen. However, the efficacy of it is questionable. We don't know the capability of, what this would hold, how long it might last. Obviously, the HIMARS have destroyed the Antonovsky Bridge so that it's useful around at least one lane of it. Looks like both lanes of it, and potentially also the bridge over the locks upriver at the dam. But I think it is an impressive engineering feat by the Russians. Must have taken a lot of planning, a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of manpower. But I don't know. Do we all agree that this is probably not going to last that long, and probably doesn't change the situation in the Kherson pocket?
Well, it's just going to depend, because as Thomas Theiner so eloquently put it yesterday when he was on the space, it's about destroying this force or getting them all to surrender, right? So if they have the bridge intact, that makes that effort more difficult, and that's what I would just think about this all in terms of, does this help or hurt the Russian retreat? And it certainly helps them if they get this across, and that that also might be why in July they weren't really prioritizing this. Until Ukraine really put the gas on and really put the pressure on. And now it's, hey, we need this bridge or something going fully across to get everyone out of here, adequately in time. And if they decide to do the opposite and put more people across, well, we all know how that's going to go. But that's kind of how I would measure it, right? It's not a permanent solution, but it very much may well be a temporary, hey, this is going to be the way we get 20,000 people out of there quickly.
Tyler?
Hi. Yeah. So I guess I mean I've been following this war for weeks or months at this point, and I shared some thoughts on my Twitter prior, but I think my main takeaway is just, I don't think that there's a lot of thought nor plan as far as like the Russian offensive. I think from what I've seen, it seems like they're kind of drunkenly, they're obviously, soldiers are killing their peers and their superiors, and it's just it's a mess basically. So I don't think maybe it's a good idea to try and think about this logically, but I think the most important thing is just like trying to counter a lot of this misinformation that is coming out, because I think a lot of their online presence is much stronger than their presence on the battlefield. Again, I'm not there, so I try not to interject too much, but those are just my thoughts.
Okay, fair enough, Tyler. CJ, shall we go back to the bridge then?
Well, no, just going to try and find out some more information or ask the good people to help us out. I do have to go soon, but there are apparently some good news, well, sort of good news, depending how you want to phrase it, coming out of Kherson. So, over the last couple of weeks, we've heard reports that, which is not good news, that Russians are trying to evacuate and, forcibly displace and kidnap children and other officials and move them to Crimea, which, obviously is terrible. But if you're trying to look for a silver lining, it means the situation is getting dire for them. So I try and just keep it in the military terms, just because that's what I understand best. And then yesterday there was, Doman, you'll have to give me a little bit more information. There was some announcement that there was some other movement of people or government officials from Kherson. But regardless, today there is apparently, and again, we have to get some better information on this because we don't want to jump the gun, but there is some sort of reports of looting, banks being robbed, which, sounds like pretty crazy, but it also is what happened in Kupiansk and north of Kyiv. It's pretty much the precursor before Russians leave, is a couple, crimes in mass that happen. Obviously they're happening throughout, but they don't all happen at once unless Russia really is about to leave, because it is a lot easier to steal a bunch of money than it is to try and loot stuff throughout. So for example, things like household goods that are taken throughout and shipped over the course of time, but things like money, that's grabbed at the end. And we know, I believe Kherson was forced to switch over to the ruble, sometime in the past 8 months. So I think, hopefully this is a sign, unfortunate as it is, that Russians are getting ready to leave. And that's why they need the bridge done at this specific time and not really too much sooner.
Thank you, CJ. What do you think is the chance that this is an evac route out?
I mean, I would say it's more likely than it was before for a couple of reasons. The main one is, as much as I don't want to go down the whole analyzing Putin route, the language that he was using quite recently in terms of discussing the terms of negotiation do seem to be somewhat different than previously. Beforehand, seeming like Kherson was definitely not on the table, and now making it seem like, well, as long as we have an adequate water supply to Crimea, which of course is the buzzword or the hidden language to reference Kherson, but not referencing their sham republic there anyways. So that seemed to me to be a little bit of a shift, that they understood that really was probably the worst situation for them militarily. And then secondly, too, I mean, just the pressure throughout the entire front and the inability on Monday, or 1 week ago, with the massive missile strike that Russia did to hit anything of military value. I mean, I think they were really hoping that at least that would slow down the Ukrainians a little bit, and it just triggered way more military aid than ever before, and way more agreements to train Ukrainians in the future. And now there's a ticking time where if Europe and other countries are going to train 15 to 20,000 Ukrainians every month, yes, Russia has mobilized a lot of people, but there's a big difference between forcibly putting 60-year-old unfit people into a battle without a weapon and having these people that have 4 months of daily military exercises, not only from Ukrainian veterans who are training them, but also NATO veterans that are training them. So it's just, I mean, the situation is going to go from bad to worse. So I think the specific language and all the movements internally in Kherson indicate that something is about to happen in the near future.
Yeah, and we've to add a little bit to that, we sort of know that there's something happening on the Ukrainian front, right? So the Russians will have known that way before we do. So yeah, I'm going to go with CJ saying, as always, I should say.
CJ is a smart guy. Maybe someone will recognize it and send him to good school someday. In 4 years when he's college age.
That's right. As someone pointed out, that I'm just a 14-year-old on Twitter who likes to pretend, and that's man, I wish I was 14. I'd do a lot of things differently, wouldn't we all?
Yeah, exactly. And it's really funny because anybody who sees a picture of CJ kind of realizes that if CJ was 14, looked like that, he'd have an excellent career in the NBA waiting for him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, for all the Europeans, 2 meters and 110 kilograms or whatever. So I don't think I'm 14. I would be definitely a freak of nature if I was 14.
Yeah, like 6'6", 6'7", right? And yeah, it's well built. Yeah, you'd be, as I said, you'd make a good power forward.
Actually, just a a 40-pound Shiba Inu, actually. So as I try to get more information on this, I wonder, Doman, in the relevant topic of Kherson is, the next front, Zaporizhia, where just like in Kherson, Russians are crying wolf every single day, where basically a reconnaissance force will go out of Ukrainians, well armed, well trained. They'll inflict some damage, and Russia will report that they're being attacked by whole divisions. It's the Kharkiv counteroffensive all over again, 10,000 people, and lo and behold, it'll just be a couple tanks. Do we know any updates on Zaporizhia as well? Because obviously that'll be, it'll happen in very close succession to Kherson if Ukraine wants to maximize its effects.
I don't know. I'm still fascinated by the offloading close to Melitopol, right? Sorry, not close to Melitopol, south of Melitopol. Forget where it was. Somewhere between Henichevsk and Melitopol. Because that looks like placement in kind of equidistant from one front line and the other, like we discussed yesterday, CJ. I'm really fascinated by that. Because I think it means that Russians don't know where Ukraine's going. At the same time, there's been a lot of posts today from Ukrainians just like eating watermelons. It just hints. Nothing very clear, just hints.
I think, the difference now between the first massive jump in the Kherson counteroffensive is there's not really many places to go. Basically Russia is holding Ukraine off almost exactly 35 kilometers, which is just out of range of unguided high explosive artillery rounds. And this is, the Russians cannot give really another inch, because if they give another inch on any sort of part of the Kherson counteroffensive area, the whole thing is going to collapse like a damn house of cards. I mean, Yehuda could tell you about pre-planned fires and anything, but this is the absolute last spot. There's going to be no 10-kilometer withdrawal, 20-kilometer withdrawal. Yehuda, what do you think? Can Russia afford to give any more terrain on the north bank of the Dnipro before they have to give all of it? It seems like it's all or nothing at this point.
Yehuda doesn't want to talk to you.
Oh, sorry. I'm here. No, I was just getting yelled at by a 2-year-old. So, CJ, about House of Cards. So we're not talking about poker. I think the reference is to Kherson. Am I right?
Yeah, we're just talking about how, Russia could withdraw before and set up new lines, but now that they're about 30, 35 kilometers out, they can't give up any terrain or they'll lose it all just due to the artillery involved.
Yeah.
Because they have to hold here.
Yeah, they're decisively engaged in effect, right, CJ? So it's one of the hardest things to do is effectively break contact, especially with a superior force. So the time was a long time ago. We talked about it. I think we said it ad nauseum in the space. We said if the Russians don't leave now, there is no leaving, right? Or the leaving will be very disadvantageous for them. So we don't really know I'd love to be a fly on the wall in any cohort in some Russian headquarters. What's next, boss? I don't know. I think dying looks about right. There's not much they can do. And there is that rocket artillery brigade on the east side of the Dnipro. I don't know if you're tracking that, CJ, the Russian one.
Yeah, they're having some problems, though, as you know.
Something like that. But
this the one thing I want to say, Yehuda, and I think you'll agree too. We talked, when this all was breaking down at the end of July and August, and the pronounced counteroffensive. It was a question of, how many Russians were going to be on which side of the Dnipro, and now we will have to see, because we're almost, Ukraine is almost there, and within our artillery range of all of it, what sort of reserve force or what kind of troops are on the other side of the river. Because as we've been talking about for about an hour now, thanks to Doman and Special Kherson Cat, Russia has completed a complete, barge bridge across the Dnipro River. And so my thought is they're going to try and make a run for it now. I'm not sure if other people agree. That would make the most tactical sense. I can tell you that much. is to leave right now while all of your forces are not entirely in artillery range, and most of the force will survive on the other bank of the Dnipro and make it harder for Ukraine to win. But maybe Russia will be done. Maybe they'll try and bring more people across, and that bridge will be up for 24 hours and it'll be destroyed. I don't know.
Yeah, I never understand the Russian use of bridges or bridging equipment. They the right answer is what CJ said, obviously. That is, get out. Move whatever the heaviest things that you need to move now. Troops, all your A1, A2 Ash and your logistics support, get them out, and then you're gonna fight a rear guard action, using older terminology, a withdrawal under pressure. But I don't see them thinking like that, right? I just don't see them, the Ukrainians at every point in the line, Ukrainians are engaged with them decisively. So that'll tie up at least, they're not going to be able to leave with everyone if they tried. They would be able to, probably get away with maybe 5,000 troops on the west side. But we just don't know. If we go by Russian actions as a litmus test, I might think they're going the wrong way. Just as he just said, they're trying to reinforce, right? Is that just their crazy goal? Normally, no one would ever say, anyone who's ever studied this would say, no, of course not, they're leaving. But who knows? And then the question is, does Ukraine target that bridge? Do they target the bridge? Maybe they're waiting. Are they? It's the same thing that Thomas was talking about, and we've said before. The Ukrainians have no problem letting them in if they want to fall in. And maybe that's what the Ukrainians are determining. Well, you know what? The traffic's actually the wrong way. So and target that bridge. We don't want it there. Let them stay in Kherson. We like all their equipment. Who knows? No idea, CJ. Time will tell.
The truth will come out.
Oh, the truth will come out.
Yeah, but morale's very high, so that's good.
No panicking.
Whatever you do, don't panic. This is a strategic relocation. I don't know, lunchtime.
Hi, Yehuda. Okay, so it's a slight change of subject. This one of the former guests on MriyaReport, Alexandra Pavarotti, yeah, Alexandra Pavarotti, that's the one. I'm not entirely sure if this is a particularly serious tweet. In a way, I don't know how to read tone on Twitter, but she says, all right, I guess it's a good time to ask exactly what would be the best course of action when seeing a kamikaze drone flying somewhere overhead. Do you run to the nearest basement, duck and hide, just keep walking on? So, I put out a little, I just thought it might be nice if we, as there's so much military expertise here, I can't imagine what it's like being a civilian in your city and having Iranian drones flying into things and exploding. I'm not sure I would know what to do, to be honest. I think I would probably go on instinct and try and run away. And it occurs to me, I don't know what the blast radius is of these things. So is there even a point of running away? Is it better to go inside and look for shelter, or is that just being a stationary target? So I wondered if it would be possible to sort of do a mini crowdsource and provide her some decent advice. Gunny did reply saying, if it's flying over, you're okay. If it's nose down, you're going to need to be Zola Bud. And then he said, lie flat and cover your ears against concussion. I just wondered what people thought.
And CJ?
I mean, so again, if you're in Ukraine or in an area where these are threatening you, I would say first and foremost, listen to their government, because while we may be in the military here, they definitely know best in terms of the protocols. So I want to start with that disclaimer. We certainly don't know better than them. But what I will say is, for people that maybe don't know what this is like, for us that have sort of seen drones in action used against us, I mean, those were just, much smaller, right? So quadcopters with grenades. or other explosives, satchel charges, at most, 10 to 20 pounds of explosives. And this is quite a bit bigger, right? This is 80 kilograms of explosives, so about 150 pounds. So what is that equivalent to? Well, it's basically equivalent to 2 artillery rounds together. I'll just think of everything as artillery. It's going to have a pretty big blast radius, but it's also going to be very, very slow, only going about 100 miles per hour or, 150 kilometers per hour. And while that may seem fast for an aircraft, is very, very slow. And, obviously compared to an artillery round or rocket, it's just going at a snail's pace. So this is something that you can actually hear very much in advance, which is good, which is why they're so easy to be intercepted. And that's why just today, Ukraine shot down 23 of them. And out of the 5 that hit, I've seen videos of 2, and it looks like they completely missed, unless they were trying to go into fields next to buildings or fields next to bridges, which I don't think was their intended area. So probably out of the 28, only 3 actually met their mark, and they hit civilian buildings, which, again, the question becomes, were they actually targeting civilian buildings, which they very well might be, or, they just kind of missed. So that being said, yes, if you can't get in touch with the Ukrainian government and you see these drones, get inside a dang building, right? Because although the drone might be going towards the building, it is not enough explosives to really take down any sort of serious structure. And you're definitely better off than if it, blows up outside, where, as we saw with, the Ukrainian fighters that are going, fighter jets going across the country, shooting these things down left and right in ballistic missiles, the fragmentation was so large that it actually took down a MiG-29. So if it can take down a fighter in the air, it probably can hurt you if you're out in the open relatively substantially. So definitely taking cover is going to be pretty good. These things are not cruise missiles. They're not enough explosive weight to drop a building or anything like that. So definitely, I think seeking shelter would be the best course of action, as is with pretty much anything. But what I just wanted to say, the Ukrainian government said these police officers shot down the drone. I mean, that's fine. I don't think they necessarily did, but, of course I'm not there, so I'm not going to armchair general them. But what I will say is that just takes so much discipline to basically, stay in the open, stop what you're doing, and realize this drone has made it over your city, and you are really the only thing standing between the drone hitting civilians and blowing up in the air. And so these police officers stood in a pretty good shooting position, aimed up, and just absolutely unloaded about 6 or 7 of these cops, just laid into this drone, and it crashed like 20 meters away from them. I mean, it's on our Twar's page, it's on my page. It's some of the most incredible footage. And some people said, well, isn't this kind of stupid for police officers to do this? And it really isn't, because if they have a 1 or 2% chance of scoring a hit and saving civilian lives, I mean, that just shows you the dedication and sacrifice they're willing to go through, even if they're in serious trouble. So they would rather take that risk for themselves than let it hit a building. And whether or not they took it down is sort of immaterial, because they did absolutely the right thing and tried their best to defend their city. So all the more reason to get them all of the air defenses they need to defend their cities. And, no matter what Iran gives Russia for this proxy war on their end, it's not going to, crush the will of the Ukrainian people. They're ready for anything.
Thanks, CJ. Can I just ask some follow up here? So you said it has a big blast radius. What does that mean in meters, say? And second, if you can't get inside a building, what do you do?
So basically, as far as I understand it, it's pretty much going to be point detonating, which means it's not designed to blow up over an area and hurt people, right? It's designed to hit a certain building or a certain vehicle. And so the blast radius, it's a little bit difficult to judge if it's going to be point detonating. Basically, you wouldn't want to be anywhere near 30 meters of it when it goes off, because at ground level at 30 meters, you're going to receive shrapnel, if not die. And so what does that mean? Well, it means if you can't get inside, you need to get down, right? Get lower in the prone, so that if shrapnel does fly off, you present less surface area to where the drone is exploding. So just, for example, your feet or your head, as opposed to your whole body standing up. So you'd want to hit the ground, or if you could, you would want to get down in a ditch or a culvert or something like that, because then unless the drone hits you directly, you're going to be banged up and probably have some TBI, but you're going to be, walking within a few minutes. And so this is the thing that you'll definitely be able to hear coming. I mean, obviously they hear the air raid sirens, but you can hear in a lot of the videos that came out today, the drones flying overhead. and they also can hear all of the police officers shooting. And that is a little bit jarring because in the case of a lot of the other missile strikes, they hear missiles, they maybe hear some Gepards going off or some other sort of autocannons, but the distinct sound of a rifle in the city streets of Kyiv, something is probably going to be flying at you. And so all the more reason to get down, but you'll have a lot of time to get cover. And so that's why when we look, unfortunately at the casualty figures, the people that have been killed by these drones were in buildings and they maybe didn't know, and there was probably nothing more they could do because it hit their apartment. And so in that situation, obviously if you knew it was coming, you could try and get to a basement, but it's sometimes they just don't know, because now these things apparently as of today are coming from Belarus, right? So much less warning than beforehand. And so that's one of the problems. It's only 40, 50 kilometers from the border to Kyiv. And if they're flying over the Dnipro or some other part of water, it's tough to stop until they're right on top of you. And then you can hope to shoot them down. But again, the fact that Ukraine was able to intercept 80+% of them is a good sign that this is not a good strategy for Russia, obviously.
That's brilliant. Thanks so much, CJ. Does anyone have anything to add to that?
I think CJ answered it all lunchtime.
Okay, brilliant. So as I say, just to be really clear, so these are slow enough you can hear them, they're slow enough to sort of see them visually, like the direction they're going. So like my instinct would be to run in the opposite direction and then find a ditch or lie flat. Is that about right? Yeah.
I would not. I mean, again, I would listen to the Ukrainian government, of course, over me, but this thing has a range of over 1,000 kilometers, right? So this is not something that you're going to be able to run away from, and you also have no idea where it's going. So it would be much better to find shelter than it would be to try and run away from it, I think.
Yeah, don't run away and lay in a ditch. I mean, the reality is it's pretty low tech as far as munitions go. It is Iranian made, so that's like Farsi Radio Shack components, and they're used to attacking different targets, and they swarm because they are low tech, so they need more of them to be effective. Just going inside your house, I mean, we're not even hearing any reports of deaths yet, at least I'm not, from these drone strikes. From a friend in Kyiv, I've heard there was just like popped off. There's some rubble being removed in some place to retrieve 3 people who are alive. What's the payload on it? It's not the biggest, is it, CJ?
It's 80 kilograms. So
that's pretty big.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is definitely something not to scoff at. Not that we are. It's a very serious thing, but kind of to the question of how they come in order to avoid radar, they have to come in very, very low. Basically at treetop level, and so what that means is that makes it difficult for them to be shot down ahead of time. But once they're up close, it becomes then easier to shoot them down. So it's a balance of not only needing long-range air defenses, with missiles that can take out things far away, but also that short-range air defense that's going to be so key in stopping them once they get to the city.
Thanks so much, guys. I'll drop onto listener. Thank you again.
Thank you, Lunchtime. Question from a listener here. Can you track where the drone's coming from and send them something in return to the origination point?
If they're coming in really low, CJ, I guess they don't have a signature. That's I'm not a drone guy. So.
In the case of some of them, they're tracking them when they cross the border. So this is something that the radars can pick up, and they can say, hey, we got this many drones, 100 miles an hour. There's actually a decent amount of time that can be put aside to getting ready for them.
And so the ones coming from Belarus, the policy thus far was not to hit places in Belarus. Oh, by CJ. Ones coming from Crimea, they might have already been hit. There's some interesting notes on the internet about that. Let's go to Stephen, then Johan, and then Peter. Stephen.
I guess my question kind of goes back to the Kherson, like if the Russians are thinking about trying to pull out of there, like in terms of like doing a rear guard delaying action, to, I guess, buy other troops time to pull out of there? Like, would it be better to have like your better troops doing the rear guard action because like they'd be more effective at doing it, or have worse troops doing it so that your better troops have a chance to get away, if that makes sense? I mean, they might not be split into that degree of like stark categories, but like, is it better to risk losing your troops by having the better ones, like the remnants of your original army, fight the rear guard so the rest of them can get away? Or is it better to have like your freshly mobilized men just sit there with a gun while you're like left over of your contract soldiers get away?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So it's really not a question of that as much as it's a question of which units are decisively engaged. So Ukrainians aren't gonna say, "Oh yeah, you want to switch out some people and we'll wait here while you get them ready," right? So it's the ones that are on the forward edge of the battle space there that are engaged with Ukrainians that are going to be the ones that have to, confront the Ukrainians, right? So could they thin out feasibly and put in other people? But what would be the point of putting conscripts? Just having a gun doesn't help when you're being chased down by 30 tanks and 15 armored personnel carriers. It's not really going to help you much. So it wouldn't be effective. I'd say that whoever can attempt to block the Ukrainians while the rest make some withdrawal, hopefully organized for them, then that would be the only play you have. Once you're decisively engaged, it's very hard to break contact. And that's why when you're not committed to an offensive or some form of attack, you avoid being decisively engaged, because then, to leave that encounter means it's quite difficult. And when you're not prepared for the offensive or the attack, then you actually put yourself in a really bad position. So hope that helps.
Thank you, Huda. Joanna.
Thank you. So I'm very sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but unfortunately, one of the 5 drones that hit Kyiv hit a residential building, and there are 4 dead, and 18 other people that got out of the rubble. This is quite reliable sources like Gerashenko. Among the dead, there are a couple that was expecting a child, so a pregnant woman. Also 3 deaths in Sumy following drone attacks, and several wounded. And this is not about human lives lost, but in Mykolaiv they hit storage depot for sunflower oil. So much about Russia wanted to preserve food resources and stop the famine. So unfortunately, even if they are not very advanced weapons, they still inflict casualties, and they still make victims. And so again, we should give everything to Ukraine in order to defend the lives of the civilians. So it's very sad, but and the total number of drones during that night, 43. 37 were shut down, apparently.
And it's a remarkably good number, but still not good enough, obviously. And when we talk about the ineffectiveness of the drone, obviously, we're not taking away from the fact that it can kill
people. Did you cut off? Or sound like you cut off? Okay. No, but yeah, and I concur, of course. So that's the only course of action at all, really, right? No, on the one hand, looking at the numbers, 80% got shot down or whatever it was, right? It's pretty good, but of course, it's not good enough. And the not good enough is represented by those Ukrainian civilians that got killed. That is why it's not good enough. That's why they need a lot more, but not just a lot more in terms of air defenses, but also a lot more in terms of capacity, ability to get this war over and done with by kicking Russians out. Right? So it's both. It's not an either or. It's a both, because different people can do different things all at the same time. It's not like only one thing can be done at any one time, regardless of what some might be messaging. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. First, I'm really sorry to hear about those people who have been killed. I think sometimes we lose the fact that these people are individuals, and from them there's their families, relatives, and the awful impact this is having on civilians. Who it's a very cowardly act. Just coming on to the drones, I'm a pilot. I've flown into Kiev many times, and I know very little on military hardware. And this morning we had a bit of discussion on how these drones will operate in the winter. I've flown into MriyaReport in the winter when it's completely whited out with snow, low cloud, very poor visibility, and we're locked onto the instrument landing system there. So I would really, when you say drones, that covers, it seems to be a word which seems to be covering an awful lot, from the tiny little helicopter propeller driven things to literally miniature aircraft. And I think these Iranian ones are probably more military driven aircraft. Can you fill me in on what are they powered by? What is their actual speed? Because
Peter, it is called a Shahed 136. You can Google it for the specs.
Yeah. Okay.
It's 100 miles an hour. It's powered by a 2-stroke lawnmower engine.
So it's basically petrol driven. So there's petrol in there's gas or in the wings, and that is where they need to hit with. I mean, a rifle is very hard to take down an aircraft unless you hit a control cable or a fuel tank. It's quite a difficult thing to bring an aircraft down. With Belarus, what surprises me, if they are using Belarus as a base for launching these drones, surely Belarus not being part of Russia, it should be an open thing to attack those bases or to missile those bases, so these things are destroyed. Am I correct or not?
Ukraine has avoided striking within Belarus until now, over the last almost 8 months. I think that's the critical factor that has to be assessed here, that has to be considered here.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll let somebody else come.
Any sort of legitimization to a direct Belarusian involvement in the invasion of Ukraine. But it's beyond that, that's probably why they're not hitting it anymore. Or why they're not hitting it despite there being launch pads there. Not all of the Iranian suicide munitions, loitering munitions, are coming from Belarus. However, plenty are coming from the south, probably from Jankoy on Crimea, according to evidence that's been reviewed. Hopefully, that'll get hit and thoroughly destroyed. The airport in Belgorod's People's Republic is again being struck with something, it seems, as well, which is good to see.
I'm
Good to
going to
hear.
jump in there, Doman.
Please do.
So apparently, I just checked it because I was curious. So it's got a 40 kilo warhead, not a 80 kilo, but it's almost 90 pounds. It's not as big as we thought. 40 kilos is still a lot, but it's not 80. It's a big difference, and it is about almost 10 feet wide and 11 feet long. It's got an enormous profile. I'm not saying it's easy to shoot them with a rifle, but it's actually, especially since they're loitering and they move like a remote control airplane. It's not. It's like a glorified remote control airplane, really. It's not Predator drone. It's nothing, like the cool kids have. It's definitely it's a beta drone. But again, if you send 50 of them and 4 hit, I guess that's a victory for the losers, and that's what it comes down to. I hate to say it like that, but they're used to attacking targets in Yemen. They're used to attacking mud huts and shepherds with their goats and donkeys. So this is the kind of technology they want to bring against Ukraine. That's why so many of them get shot down. I think you'll get to a point where all of them will get shot down, but they are pretty low tech. As you said, it's a lawnmower engine, and they're about $20,000 apparently. So they're super cheap. I just want to make that clear. It's this isn't the highest end anything, and it is a very. If you were to look at it from the ground up, it looks like. And it's funny because the Russian trolls and the Iranian trolls who are bragging about it call it the Dorito, and it does. It just looks like a big Dorito. It's like a big triangle in the sky. Literally, and it's a solid triangle. It's not like a. It doesn't have a fuselage and then wings. It's built like a triangle. So it's not conducive to it's not something that is. It's very obvious, I should say. So I suspect you're going to see more of that.
Can I ask you a quick question on this?
Yes.
What is it kind of like visually controlled so that somebody has a screen and somebody is literally driving it visually through the sky, and somebody actually selects the target and then dives it remotely towards that target, or is it electronically controlled?
So it's autonomous, so it means it's flying on its own. I suspect they have a camera. I'm not sure the range of the camera, to be honest with you, and I'm not a drone specialist by any means, but it's like having a remote control airplane with a camera on it. So it is not GPS, or it's not precision guided. It's not. These are your targets. Go there. It's much less sophisticated. Hope that helps.
There we go. Clearly, it wasn't good enough when I said exactly that 6 hours ago, but okay. Stephen.
Yeah, I guess in looking at it from from the entire scope of the war, for instance, we saw that when a MiG-29 was shooting one of these down, that the MiG-29 got hit by shrapnel and went down. And if these things are only costing $20,000 a lot, isn't it pretty successful in terms of the amount of effort needed to, I guess, stop these strikes, as opposed to the amount of cost that Russia needs to undertake them?
You're saying, isn't it a lot more expensive to use air defenses than to use than the initial weapon, as in the weapon has an outsized effect? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, the cost of stopping these attacks is very disproportionate to the cost of conducting them. With how much the British had to spend stopping B-1 attacks versus how much it cost the Germans to carry them out.
So I'll say, on the one hand, I would argue that most weapons are cheaper than what they're destroying. right? So a Javelin being a lot cheaper than a tank, a HIMARS Gimler being a lot cheaper than an ammo depot, etc. So it's quite commonly the case. So that's not exactly surprising. Same goes for air defenses. When you try to make something that flies through the air to strike a building, that's a lot less technically involved than making something that flies through the air that strikes something else that's also flying through the air at a very high speed, right? So that makes sense. However, in this specific case, I would suggest that it actually isn't. That it actually isn't like that, because a lot of these drones can be taken down by, well, these loitering munitions can actually be taken down by fairly cheap approaches, as long as you have enough of them. But the consumable, let's say the autocannon rounds, are just not really expensive at all, compared to the drone itself, right? So the thing costs $20,000, euros, same thing nowadays. It's still a lot more expensive than the autocannon rounds, for example, for a Gepard or ZU-23 or whatever the Soviet thing is called, right? Those consumables are much cheaper still. So actually, no, shockingly enough, no, because it is low enough and slow enough and obvious enough that they can just literally shoot it with a big bullet. Raver, morning.
Hey, good morning, Dom. And also, there are a couple of different ways to measure the cost. What's the cost to Russian prestige in future arms sales and all those associated downstream effects when Russia has to rely on low-tech Iranian solutions? Russian prestige and technological claims are really taking a hit right now. So yeah, go ahead and spend $200,000 to get 5 drones through, or 3 drones through, and then forego another $1 billion in arms sales. So Russia is losing the cost benefit analysis, however you want to cut it. They're trying to bomb schools while Ukraine is destroying tanks and ammo depots and command posts. This is a war of attrition, and Russia is not attriting the Ukrainians very well at all compared to what the Ukrainians are doing to them.
I don't think Russia cares, frankly. Because if they cared about their economy, they would have done so very many things differently. All the things. I mean, for a start, they wouldn't, go and invade Ukraine. That's the first thing that's harming their economy. But even beyond that, like on a granular level, pretty much every move they've made over the last 8 months was something that would turn their economy for the worse. Other than maybe getting oil prices to go up. Other than that, pretty much everything they've done was harmful to their economy in the short and long term. So I think this is it's not that meaningful maybe. Anyway, let's go. I mean, Joanna, you're an economist. Maybe you can help me out. Is there anything that Russia has done except for getting oil prices up that is actually beneficial to their economy in the slightest in the last 8 months?
No. They managed to hold up the ruble, but it wasn't really beneficial for the economy. And they took some measures in order to preserve the war economy, but otherwise, no. Every decision was a bad decision. And after all, they are saying that they are fighting against NATO. So they are saying this openly. But Russia has a military budget of 66 billion, if I'm not mistaken. The states about 800 billion, and if you add all the NATO countries, maybe it goes, and probably even others like Australia and Japan, it goes to 1,500 billion. And even if those countries give like 2 or 3% to Ukraine, it's more than Russia's military budget. So how could they expect they will win this war? If we are talking money, how could they expect they can win? It's I don't know. It's mind blowing. They produce like 2 or 3 missiles per month. How could they expect that in the end they will win? I can't get it.
Because they thought it's going to take 3 days, and then they'll have Kiev, and they'll have most of eastern Ukraine and southern Ukraine by the end of the week, and and then everybody would just accept it because it would be a de facto state, and everybody else would just move on and not care.
Yeah, because they
That's-
had the precedent from 2014, from Georgia, from others. So they expect us doing nothing, NATO doing nothing. So those who say that it's NATO that pushed Russia into the conflict, in fact, it's quite the reverse. NATO doing nothing for the previous conflicts pushed Russia to this, because now they say it was a trap. It was a trap for us. It's because of NATO that we are engaging in this war and so on. So this is bullshit. I don't know. It's not because of NATO they got in this war. It's because the West did not respond to the previous aggressions in force that they are now attempting this new one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, exactly correct. The thing that Russia missed, however, is that for the last 7 years, there have been a bunch of other countries with training missions in Ukraine. Building relationships, building. Also, didn't realize that they could no longer pretend to be, we're just helping out some separatists kind of situation, because there weren't any separatists in even pretend separatists in Bucha or Hostomel or Kiev or that's it made it just impossible. So of course it wouldn't be accepted anymore. But they just kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and eventually they went too far, and this was definitely too far. Now, every previous one should have been too far already, and they have set up the situation to be as advantageous for them as possible, but they overestimated how much they've done by maybe an order of magnitude, and that's where they went wrong. That's where they overestimated their own capacity and own capability. I'm having more people ask me about the Iranian ballistic missiles. We can turn to that in a little bit, but let's go. Okay, Huda left us fine. Let's go to Abdullah, and then Dan and Stephen. Abdullah.
Thanks again, Domin. I just wanted to ask you a quick question about the drone, the Iranian cheap Iranian drones. This might be a low tech question, maybe the dumbest question maybe you've gotten so far. But since radar picks up this cheap drones very late, will it be a good idea to have spotters on border regions, border areas, to warn big cities what's on their way? I'm not sure if something like this is already being done.
They probably kind of do. They also implemented that new app last week, where anybody can download it and point it to the sky and say, "Look, I have been overflown by a cruise missile or a drone or whatever here," and that helps with finding them on radar, or at least identify what smudges on radar are the drones as well. So that helps. So they kind of have it, just not more and more distributed, more modern, more whatever. There you go.
Perfect. So they're doing so those are spotters. That's great.
Well, everybody's a spotter.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
And Iona was just talking about why Putin would take on NATO. He never thought NATO would do anything with so many aggressions, and then finally annexing Crimea. He said, "What the hell? Why don't I just take whole of Ukraine? NATO ain't gonna do nothing, because in the past they've never done anything. He's always calculating, He never thought NATO will come to Ukraine's rescue."
I disagree. That's not true. They planned for this. There's a reason why they blew up not only all of the big ammo, or a number of large ammo depots across Ukraine in 2015, 2016, 2017, but why they also went and blew up ammo depots in Bulgaria and Czech Republic and twice tried to poison a Bulgarian arms dealer. This was not accidental. They were trying to set the stage to have as easy a path as possible in case someone were to intervene. So there I disagree. They didn't go in completely blind. They didn't think that there was no chance that anybody would help. They tried to make it as difficult as possible for anybody to help, right? By removing the availability of these Soviet munitions and such, Soviet-era munitions from NATO allies. So that's not entirely true. However, didn't think that anything of this degree could have happened. They didn't think that Ukraine would be provided with things Ukraine has been provided with. Javelins, maybe. HIMARS, definitely not. Right? That definitely wasn't a part of their calculus. What else? But fundamentally, their calculus was much more political than military, because they thought they were going to win it on the political of it, that they wouldn't have needed the military of it as much anyway. So, Dan Miner, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. So 2 or 3 things. Something I'm just waking up here and checking in. We still think that the Russian head of mobilization was found hung in his house last night. That's the last thing I read before bed? Is that confirmed?
I understand that he accidentally hung himself while trying to make a pot of tea or some such.
Yes, the famous Russian style accident.
Yeah, something like that. If only he could have if only he could have
it was inconvenient to boil himself alive.
Well, it was inconvenient to find a 7th floor window when you live in a 2-floor house.
That too. But I just wanted to double check that. But my actual comment is that this Russian government is not going to quit. They have clearly concluded that quitting is tantamount to being thrown in jail or worse, which they certainly deserve. And they're just not going to quit. So it's, sadly, this is going to go on until there is a new government or the army quits. I would state that the head of mobilization hanging himself would imply that the army quitting is at least closer than it was last week. And that, we just have to provide Ukraine maximal support until this god-awful edifice in Moscow cracks. I don't see another way to do it, other than just committing NATO to Ukraine and being done with it, but no one seems to agree with me on that one.
It's very politically difficult to get sufficient agreement on that. That's why it's not happening. Because there you do have actual legitimate kind of feels of escalation and some such. So let's go to Dan John.
Yeah, thank you. No, I'm actually not
Sorry.
sure if I.
Sorry. Slava Russia.
Sorry. Yeah, go for it, boy. You're on the wrong side of the history, on the wrong team. Kick your ass, idiot. Anyway, Domen. So I'm not sure if I was, if I'm actually disagreeing to what you said about Russia was prepared for any intervention or not. I think they were not, because in the speech the idiot held the night before, he strongly warned against any intervention from anyone. It would have dire consequences. So I think he was counting on that rattle being enough to deter, and he hasn't done that before. I think in the previous wars, his waves against the neighbors.
Maybe.
I think maybe for the neighboring countries, yes. He was expecting to get that they would help, but to get this strong support from all around the world, I don't think he expected any way to do it.
Well, see, then John, this is the thing, right? It was their idea was that it's not going to take that long. No, maybe not 3 days, maybe not a week, maybe a month. But look at how long it took the collective West to kind of be serious about helping Ukraine, right? It took weeks anyway. So, and by serious I mean I mean really heavy duty weapons deliveries, non-trivial weapons deliveries, right? More than just handheld weapons, basically, more than just infantry weaponry. So I think that's where the difference really is. Ukraine held on simply for way longer than they would have thought. They held long for way longer than they would have expected. So maybe they would have been right had they been able to actually take over Ukraine. So there you go.
I think we have the same opinion, to be honest. Because initially there was no help, basically. Well, very small help, and so it seemed that the threats were working actually. And I assume their calculation was that those threats was gonna, they were gonna completely deter anyone from help in any way, in any significant way, and that melted away quickly as Ukraine started to perform, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it just took. Imagine their attack on Hostomel was successful. Imagine they actually got into Kiev in 3 days. I mean, they wouldn't have, right? Imagine day 2, they're in Kiev. What now? Would there have been the same level of support? No, probably not. But again, they've miscalculated the military first because they were counting on the political. And everything went downstream from that.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. Kind of.
I think so. Either way, let's go. Let's go to Vishniakovsky and then to Daniel, Joanna, so on. Vishniakovsky.
I believe now, then Sean, you said that you're alone with your opinion, right? Did I understand it correctly?
Sorry, Mr. Koff, if you could repeat.
Did I understand correctly that you said you were alone with your point of view on NATO support?
No,
Okay.
I didn't say that. No.
Okay, then I heard someone else say it. I just wanted to say I'm one of the few here who keeps calling for more NATO support, and especially for NATO support to close the sky. I think NATO's reaction has been appalling since the start of the war, and I think the weak answers to the terrorism on Ukrainians, the weak support we show to a European nation, I think is still appalling. Yeah, so I that's my opinion. I think there could way more be done. I think it's good that the Russian army is that weak and can be that easily destroyed. But what we see on the ground done by European nations or by the US is way too little still, given the atrocities that we witness every day. That's what I wanted to say, and I think it needs to be repeated once in a while in this space, because some voices are saying no, NATO cannot do more or could not have done more because of escalation, But I think NATO, since the start, fell a bit into this Russian trap of false red lines that Putin cannot cross anyway. So the other way around, right? That red lines that don't exist really. Thank you.
I don't think anybody says that NATO couldn't do more. I think that's not true. You know that. But there are certain things that I think there's a lot of consensus that just specifically weren't on the table and aren't on the table. But I think one that should be on the table is definitely, air defense systems operated by contractors, maybe at the very least, something like that, to cut down on training. That honestly should have been done months ago, but I think that's a big one, especially if those ballistic missiles come in, and Patriots are the one thing that can really hold them off. And I would like to see those, pretty please. Daniel.
I don't agree with
how's the Daniel?
Vyshnikovsky. Growing, steady growing. It's growing, becoming bigger, better for ships. Danev is okay, but Vyshnikovsky make, what I can say, a stand for getting some usual stuff. First, NATO, European Union, the coalition of the willing is very diverse. A lot of views, a lot of different type of arguments, positions, and that is good because when people try to harmonize different interests, different ideas, you can make less mistakes. And I don't think they reacted slow or they didn't act sufficiently. I don't agree at all. For example, look, what does it mean? Not a treaty, but some, I don't know, some new legislation try to pass in European Union. It takes years, not months, not days, not weeks, years. And you put together countries like Turkey and Netherlands, you put United States together with Egypt to talk about helping a country which is not in EU, not in NATO. And they did it, and they did it extremely fast. At all political levels, all things to be done, they move very, very fast. Of course, there are places for improvements. Of course, there are many things can be done. But I can say about European Union, NATO, United States, Great Britain, they didn't enough. I think they did it a lot of. Remember that cop cages? That cop cages were put it on tanks and everybody laughed about them. But that cop cages were put it because almost 1,000 javelins. 1,000 javelins made them to change the design of their tanks. And now we talk about harms, multiple rocket launchers with GPS guided missiles. We talk about drones, every type of drones. We see sniper's rifle from Finland. You see system for air defense from Spain. You see Soviet ammunition from Bulgaria. You see tanks upgraded from Poland. They send a lot, and I mean a lot. Of course, we want to see all Ukrainians safe and Russians crush it like a bug. But don't forget, this is not a video game. This is not a country the size of Belgium. It's the biggest country in Europe. And we don't talk about skirmish from 2 battalions. This is not Armenian-Azerbaijani war. It's huge, it's tremendously big. Huge urban combats, huge field combats, brigades fighting brigades. Air Force the second size air force fighting with a well-defended country with air defenses, Soviet air defenses, until, I don't know, when they get the Gucci stuff in Odessa. We forget how things are going. And in my opinion, things are going extremely well. Extremely well. Unexpected well. I'm an optimist. And I believed in it, in Ukraine. I believe the Russians will lose. Never imagine how badly they lose and how well Ukrainian will act. And we talk about maybe they try to run from Kherson. Let's see if Ukrainians will liberate Lugansk Oblast. These oblasts are the size of a small country in Europe. We have no idea what we're talking about.
What do you mean small?
Belgium?
No,
Luxembourg?
I'm saying no. It's a joke.
Slovenia?
Yeah, they're bigger. Most of them are bigger than Slovenia. Yes.
Yes. So, what we talking about? We talk about something which are way out of our capacity to comprehend what is happening there. And okay, what does it mean when you bomb cities? Are you winning? You have any chance? You have any hopes? Imagine at this moment, a nuclear power, the biggest country in the world, ask for peace because Ukrainians, they're kicking their asses. So what we need to do? To send some aircraft carrier to Ukraine, some nuclear missiles, because that is the limit at this moment. We talk very calmly about give them some F-16, F-18s, some Abrams tanks. I don't think anyone comprehends what we ask, in fact, where we are. So Russia crushed it like a bug. Crushed in every way. And we think is not enough. Of course, it will be bloody. Of course, there will die probably thousands of Ukrainians, soldiers and civilians. Probably will be a lot of hurt before it will be better and all Ukraine liberated. But also, we are no even close where we are 2 months ago. 2 months ago, when they start attacking, because everybody, I remember well, everybody, every expert in military, everybody who look at this world. I don't talk about Yehuda. Yehuda has a huge brain for this. I mean, everybody said, let's see if they know how to attack. To ambush, let's see if they can do it, offensive operations at brigade level. And after Kharkiv offensive, I think everybody take notice and said, okay, our academy, military academy, we need to study how they proceed because we need to learn. And they need to discard this information to all the allies to learn how to fight because we don't fight. We have no idea to fight. We fight with terrorists, with Talibans. That was not a war. So I think a bit optimistic view is better, less pessimistic, and let's hope the partial election in America will get over it and we have the resolution. Also, I think we need to thank the Iranians what they're doing. And I need to thank to Xi Jinping how he destroyed China. Because things can be much worse, but we had some luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm going to stay down in Romania. Go to Joanna.
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to comment on all of this because, well, the situation it is as it is, and the West, and I mean the European countries, not US, because I don't know much about US. The Western European countries were cautious. They needed some time to wake up after 77 years of relative peace in Europe and understand this is a great conflict. As Daniel said, there is a lot of bureaucracy in Europe. Things are going slow. And I guess the reasons for not being more fast in providing aid were like, first of all, they did believe a little bit the self-propelled image of Russia as a second army in the world and the nuclear threats a little bit. And they did believe that Russia will advance fast. And then also they were like a little cautious in providing Western equipment because they maybe were afraid Russia will take it and well, the military secrets will be known to Russia. If you remember the first ad in the first months, for example, it was like helmets and bulletproof vests and medical kits, things like this. So we'll help them a little and we see how it goes if Ukraine is capable of defending. And then when Ukraine was capable of defending and fiercely fighting and proved to be motivated, and when Zelensky proved that he's a true leader, not just a comedian as it was perceived in some circles, then the situation changed. And there were two factors that were very important. One was the wave of refugees. When you have 7 million refugees in Europe from Ukraine, you have to believe this is serious business. And the stories they brought with them, the refugees, were very believable and very close to European heart in a way, because you see mothers with children and fleeing a zone of war. So it's very heart touching in a way. And then the second was Bucha. When everybody saw what happened in Bucha, the thing changed. It was no longer a regional conflict between former Soviet countries, Soviet Union business, something like this. It became war between values, between democracy and autocracy, between the right side and the wrong side. And after this, the help came and became to be more obvious and more efficient and more meaningful in a way. So yeah, Europe is bureaucratic. Europe is slow. Europe is not really tackling things like US maybe or UK, which is a little bit different, even if it's part of Europe. But again, Europe is very sensitive to things that are about human rights and values. And I think this was one of the points that were very important. And I know that I'm talking like about philosophy here, and this is a war, but this is also important in a war. And the perspective of European people about this war was very important for their respective governments. Well, France and Germany have also some and still some hesitations, but the people of Europe is with Ukraine, and I think this matters, and this will bring the help that Ukraine needs. Thank you.
And this wouldn't have happened on the first day, right? Again, we're back to Russians were fundamentally Russians were fundamentally right, except they were off by 2 orders of magnitude on how quickly they could do anything.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Europe maybe thought, well, they will win quick. Let's see let's stay and see how it's going on. It's no use to get in this kind of conflict. If maybe Ukraine population is with the Russians, maybe they will just go from north to south and from east to west, and the population will be along them. Maybe there will be some partisan fights here and there. We have to see how it goes, and that's why first weeks of the war, at least, everybody was very cautious. But they underestimated the will for independence and freedom of Ukrainian people, and they overestimated the power of Russia to do what it intended to do. So this combined with the fierce fighting and resilience of the Ukrainian people convinced everybody that this is the cause for which we have to fight.
Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. It's a anyway. I won't belabor the point. I'll move on. I'll move on to lunchtime, to Vishniakovsky, and to Mitek. Lunchtime.
Hi there. I'm afraid I disagree, unfortunately, with the recent assessment. I think the West could and should have done more. I don't think it was a question of, oh, February 24th, what a surprise. We had advanced intelligence that it was going to happen. And what's more, we had 8 years to prepare. We had Crimea 8 years ago, right? So I don't agree with this assessment, really. And even now, as the previous speaker pointed out, there is reticence in Germany. There's mixed messaging from France. There's all sorts of things that can be improved. I also think that one lesson that people just it just beggars belief that all these military experts, politicians, whatever, don't seem to get that prevention is better than cure. And yes, okay, like at every stage, it's been proved that if we had supplied more meaningful and more speedy military aid, particularly to Ukraine, the war would have been shortened, less lives would have been lost. I still think that if, as soon as Putin started his ridiculous convoy of tanks over the Ukrainian border, if on day one we had parked the bus in Ukraine and said, okay, fine, we call your bluff, we're putting in X number of people, or even before that, as we had advanced intelligence, to say, okay, we're having extensive NATO preparatory exercises in Ukraine at the border, go ahead, call our bluff. This war would not have happened because he would have had to recalculate. We keep having this thing where we think, oh, well, if we're just reasonable in the face of a dictatorial, autocratic bully who's probably a narcissist, given that he used to steal the money, well, not steal, but spend the money his parents sent him when he was at university on fancy clothes and wine and whatever, instead of honoring their sacrifice, if you see what I'm saying. We still think that the right way to deal with this person is with measured reason. And that's actually not the case. The way to deal with it is to roll up your newspaper and whack the snarling dog on the nose and say, back in your corner. That is the way to deal with it. Not this sort of slow, oh yes, we'll be reasonable. It doesn't work. Anyway, there we are.
Why do you torture me like this lunchtime?
Sorry.
No, sorry, it's just kidding.
You don't have to. I know that's not the majority view. But
No, I'm trying to formulate it properly. It's like this. The mistake was made in 2007, 2008. That's when the mistake was made. But then it wasn't easily correctable after that at various points. And a huge mistake was made in 2014, 15. And then by 2017, 2018, that was no longer a correctable mistake. And no, it's being corrected now as much as it can be, but it cannot be corrected because And of course, it cannot be corrected with respect to the many thousands of lives lost. However, at this juncture, while not as much as could be is being done, and I agree, and that is true for every single juncture over the last 8 months, not nearly as much as could have been done has been done. But that doesn't mean that what is being done will not be enough to allow Ukraine to liberate Ukraine. So both of those are true at the same time. That makes sense. I think that's
Of
agreeable
course,
on, right? Okay, good.
of course. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it's okay. To clarify, I'm not saying that we're not doing enough to help Ukraine sufficiently that Ukraine wins. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that the huge cost of it to Ukraine could have been mitigated much better. And in fact, the whole war could have been prevented. And as to when the mistake started, I mean, the mistake started with the first Chechen war. The mistake started when Boris Yeltsin basically held his parliament, held the Duma to hostage, right? These were all red flags that we just ignored in the West. You know, we ignored the warnings of the Baltic states. We ignored the warnings of Eastern Europe. I mean, anyway, I'm sort of getting upset talking about it, but it rubs me up the wrong way sometimes when I hear people sort of patting themselves on the back, saying, "Oh, we're doing great." Well, no, it's not great. It's not great. I mean, today, as I say, I responded to
Can I
a
ask
tweet.
Lunchtime?
Yes.
Lunchtime. Let's remember something. In the 90s, the only preoccupation of all Western countries were don't let the nukes to be stolen. That's why we have the Budapest Memorandum. It was not about Ukraine or Russia. It was the fear Al Qaeda will store a small warhead and smuggle it, and will have
Okay,
a bigger
Daniel.
World Trade Center.
Daniel, before we
Last
get
time,
sidetracked,
I remember very well.
Before we get sidetracked into that, let me just say that let me just finish my original sort of thing that I was saying, which is that I really think that it rubs me up the wrong way to hear that we did brilliantly. I heard someone describe Biden as a genius the other day. It's like, okay, I mean, you know, he's all right, but he's not a genius as far as I can see.
And just to be clear, no one here is saying that, right? Nobody here is like, yeah, this is all perfect. Nothing else has to be done. Just sit back and wait. Just right. We're all clear on that one.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, you know, it really affects me. Like I saw that message this morning from Alexandra, and it was almost like it was hard to tell if she was joking or not. I don't think she was joking, but she was literally saying, "What do I do? I don't know what to do when a drone flies over." And like, you know, that's a consideration I thankfully don't ever have to think about. Well, maybe I will have to think about it one day, but I don't have to think about hadn't had to think about it in my entire life, you know. And I really think that my government and other Western governments could have prevented that, you know.
I really don't think so. And I really don't think this war was avoidable. And I will explain why. In the 91, the discussion in Moscow where Ukraine has some lands which are not Ukrainian. In 1991, when Kuchma said, okay, we are Ukraine, they said, you know, Crimea, Donbass, they are not so Ukrainian. This was not avoidable. Sorry
Yes,
to tell you, it wasn't, because it was very clear in the mind. Ukraine, we mess with your borders. We expand you to west. We give you some lands in the east. This is a reality in their discussion. Second, of course, there are symptoms in Chechen war, symptoms in Georgia. But also to say, oh, we can avoid this. How? We challenge the MAD with Russia. This was
Well,
a danger, which is
simply
also
by,
now.
well, simply by not changing the status of the CIS as it was into a friendly country and maintaining the Cold War. Simply that.
Was an idea. Was an idea. Was bad idea. Of course, it was a bad idea. But was an idea. Why to need to go to have this stance and make, because everybody know in the 90s who are the Russians, who are the former Soviets. They didn't imagine they will become friends overnight. Some things changed. Mark Hertling was in Russia. Mark Hertling, the general which we seated him, he was in Russia. He saw what is happening there. And they tried, they really tried to change something there. Of course, it didn't work because corruption, because former KGB agents, because politics is a bullshit. You said about parliament in Moscow. Parliament in Moscow were communists. Yeltsin shoot at communists. Communist Party was the majority in so-called Duma. We forget this because, of course, Yeltsin was a bastard. He attacked Chechnya. But, you know, contexts are not so black and white like now. There were a lot of nuances of gray. Of course, they made a huge mistake, don't support Dudaev. That was a big mistake. But after that, because you can say you enter in Russia border because Chechnya was part in Helsinki recognized border of Russia. Please.
Okay, pause. Everyone, pause. I think the disconnect is what degree of correct or wrong assumptions was being made. Sorry, I'm just doing like an analytical distillation of this. And very wrong assumptions were being made about Russia. I've spoken to this endlessly, right? But that's really the disconnect. That's really the problem and the question. Could things have been done? Yes. Could things have been done within the perception framework that was dominant among those that made the decisions? No, right? So that's why the mistakes that were made within that framework, those were made in, say, 2007, 2008, right, around Bucharest. But that is the framework. You can say, oh, you know, mistakes were made in general. Absolutely were. Why? Because of things that we've identified, that we have identified many times. And those mistakes were in relation to the entire perception of how Russia is structured, Russia functions, right? That's fine. We agree on that, obviously. But that is not a reasonable framework to assume people will have worked in, because we know that it isn't what they worked in, right? Say decision makers in Germany, France, wherever. Therefore, some of those will not or could not have had been averted because of that. But we have a Ukrainian among us, and I will pass it off to Lena because I wish to hear from her more than from anyone else.
Well, thank you, Damon. I appreciate that. I agree with the speakers who spoke previously to me, and I think until we actually close off the oxygen with Russia in the form of embargo and completely close off the oxygen, nothing would happen. Because currently, even with promises of additional aid, the question is when it will get there, and amount of lives and talent lost definitely makes it, in my opinion, very hard for Ukraine to win with the current setup. And until there is the joint push of the European and American community to really wall them off. Like there was a very right comment saying that how do you deal with the crazy? Do you challenge the crazy? You probably don't challenge the crazy. You just put the freaking straight jacket on them and you wall them off. Number one, of terrorism. And I think with bullies, how you deal with them depends on what kind of bully you're seeing in front of you, right? So sometimes bullies are desperate and they just need attention and understanding, and that works. So in case of Russia, I think they was tried more than once, and good approach definitely did not work with them. So they need knock on the teeth so hard that they cannot get up, and then there would be a result, unfortunately. And I don't think that there is any other way here. And until there is a drip line that basically weakens Ukraine and people are dying, that reply needs to turn into the stream of weapons and support economical sanctions, which are the one sanction, not packet number 8, not package number 10, one, embargo. That's it. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. I think that's the wise approach that you outlined. So thank you for hopping up. I missed you, to be quite honest, for a while. I know you're busy, but serious things. Yeah, and an embargo would make a big difference. A vast increase in weapon supply would make the other big difference. Both of them together would squeeze Russia out of Ukraine much more quickly than what is happening at the current pace. However, at the same time, we can say that the current pace is at the very least heartening, because no one, and literally no one, would have thought in February that Ukraine would be capable of making, to liberate swaths of territory like it has been liberating them over the past month and a half. And that is a good thing to highlight, and good thing to say, look, that's why they need more to get this done with sooner rather than later. And it's a good point to illustrate to those who might still doubt, to those who might still say, yeah, but we're not so sure. What if this? What if that? To get past that and to get them moving and get those weapons moving to Ukraine more quickly, so they can get Russia out sooner. I think that's the other part. Thank you, Lena. Let's go to Vyshnikovsky and to Mitek and to Jeff. I just don't want to go back and revisit the history necessarily more and more, because I think we've done like 45 minutes on that. That's maybe, I think we're starting to be repetitive. Vyshnikovsky?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say to Daniel that he should not see me as purely talking pessimistically. I do believe that the Ukrainian military has the capacity to win this war, as we see. I think Russia is already grinding its teeth or losing its teeth on Ukraine, that we see. And here I'm completely with Daniel. So my comment was only to be understood that we don't put humans and I don't want to revisit past because past mistakes have been made, right? And we can't change that. I just want personally to talk about the future. And I think going into the future, I'm still calling for Europe, and I'll keep repeating this. We just need to put our soldiers with our skin into the game as well. For instance, bring some air defense units to Ukraine, help them defend the skies. For instance, that will be one option, where first we don't escalate, because we have already seen nothing happens if we help Ukraine, and Putin cannot do anything about us helping Ukraine within the Ukrainian sovereign territory. And that's just where my opinion differs. I don't want to talk too much about the past, because looking back at the past, we always are wiser, right? I'm just saying we do lack skin in the game. And I mean, we are calling to free the leopards, right? And to push for the German and the French government to get off their appeasement horse, right? So we have that construction side, but I just don't want to lose out of sight that there is more that can be done. And I think it shouldn't be a taboo question to support Ukraine with active duty soldiers, because that's what we train them for, right? We don't train them to play in the sandbox, what they currently do. We train them to go fight and die for a proper cause, for defending Europe. And I think that's what's on the line in Ukraine. And I'd prefer a dead soldier over 10 dead civilians in Ukraine. And I think that's something that we can ask our local politicians, That's something that we can promote at home. Thank you.
Yeah, future facing, right? Future facing more than anything else, because that's where the difference is going to come. We'll learn from mistakes for other cases in the future, sure, but future now. Mitek, then John, then Jeff. Mitek.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm waiting for news from the 1922 committee, and then we can get on with our lives for another week, but that's for another show. So I want to talk about a thing that's happening that's leaving a bad taste in my mouth. So as a bit of context, I worked reporting directly to Riek Machar in the Southern Sudanese conflict, both as a diplomat and as someone who was doing economic things and military things. We're not going to talk about the ethics of it. I think I was on the right side, and you know, they did get their freedom in the end. But what did I learn from this concept, from this conversations that we were having? So we had to go to Ottawa. We had to go to Washington. We had direct contact with Home Office and with Foreign Affairs in the UK, European bodies in the 90s out of Frankfurt. And there's two groups of people that I had to deal with. So, and I know I'll paint you sort of a straw man who represents one group. That's the civil servant working at the Foreign Office, who's been imbued with 30 to 40 years of diplomatic dogma, sort of a religious belief that certain things are the way they should be, and we should think that way, and that's how we respond. That person would be in the same room with someone from the MOD or from the Pentagon or from a more, we'll call it, radical section of the aid community who said we really should go in there and do something. And they're facing each other off. They represent essentially the same governments and the same interests, but they both have two sets of different educations. And as long as those two interests now is that we've got on the internet, we've got grinning Ukrainians eating watermelon, signaling things. We've got Twitterati from the Russian botnet signaling things, mostly lies. And as long as it stays there, that's fine. But what's now happened, the Telegraph, the Daily Telegraph of the United Kingdom has put out a big front page story talking about, well, maybe not front page, but a big story talking about how Belarus is going to threaten a third front. Now, if I recall the conversation you guys had, was it a week ago, with the gentleman from that very same newspaper who was talking about how we should be nice to the Russians. He represents the stream of consciousness of the Foreign Office gentleman and all of his mates in the various governments in the West, going like, oh, we should be careful and we shouldn't be doing these things. The moment the Telegraph is saying these things, this is a field of combat where we need to suddenly wake up and do something concrete about the war of information. The war on the ground, as far as I'm concerned, militarily is going as well as it can be, probably way better. I'm trying to dial back my excitement because I don't want the gods to look down and go like, oh, Mietek, he's too happy, let's give him some misery. I want it to go well. But what's now happening is that on the diplomatic side, if you get 2, 3, 4 more articles like the Telegraph or Le Figaro or Deutsche Welle starts spouting stuff like this, we're going to be looking at a situation where, again, appeasement is going to come back up on the table. And I think it needs to be stamped out now. It done so in a very forceful way. And on the one hand, we've got somebody with the newspaper swatting the Russian dog on the nose, the big bully, and we really need to do that. But we got to get back to the other side. We're like, well, maybe the dog was just poorly abused, but we should be nice to it. How about a nice little treat? No, these people have to be put in their corner, in their cage. And so, there's a time, we'll take the analogy of the 72-hour general and the tactical person. The 72 hours for diplomacy is over. It's now the tactical. It's the let's get this done. Diplomats have had all the chances in the last 30, 20 years, 10 years, since 2014 even, if we just want to go there, to do what they thought had to be done. It hasn't worked. They need to shut the EU up. And at the end of the day, I don't know who's going to be able to do that when mainstream newspapers in their op-ed pieces are pushing the mollo mollo, il faut faire attention pour pas insulter les Russes, are doing this stuff and feeding the egos of people in Berlin, of people in the European Parliament. I don't know if you've seen these guys. There's these Green deputies from Ireland that are a bit, cuckoo bananas. There's diplomats and politicians in Spain and France and other places that are going, well, look at this story. I mean, this is not just any newspaper, it's the Telegraph. And we really, really need to be very clear. I think MriyaReport is a nexus on information, but also a nexus on policy. I think enough people listen to this broadcast, whether we know it or not, and whether we like it or not, to ignore the possibility that we can, in fact, make change. And if people are listening, journalists are listening, I'm telling the journalists, enough with that bullshit. There's a war going on. People are dying. A man, a woman, and an unborn baby, that potentially 3 people, an entire family died today because of a stupid, cheap field testing drone from Iran. This should finish. The diplomats need to be put in their corner. I don't know how we're going to do that, because I certainly don't see the strong language coming out of Biden. I don't see the strong language coming out of Trudeau. I don't see the strong language coming out of Western Europe. There's a crisis in the UK because maybe we're going to have Richie Sunak next prime minister in the next 5 days, maybe next week. Maybe it wouldn't come to that. There'll be a general election. Maybe Starmer will come in, but that's what, 45 days, 63 days of campaigning, where no one in the UK is going to say a blessed thing because there's a general election on. So I don't know where you guys are on this, but I honestly think we need to make that effort to tell the diplomats to sit down in their corner, because it's now time for the boys with the guns and the bombs to play.
Ironically, we're going to go from a diplomat to a soldier, from Mitek to John.
Hello, mate. Just a few quick replies, and I'd like to raise something else, please. First of all, to Vishnakovsky, who says that putting Western troops manning weapon systems into Ukraine wouldn't be an escalation. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but that's not the case. It would be a massive, massive escalation, and we'd be turning this from Russia's war on Ukraine to a war between Russia and the West. Now, a lot of people say that's happening already. Okay, fair enough. But the reality is Western soldiers and Russian soldiers are not currently shooting at each other. I'm talking about the West as in the recognizable alliance of NATO. So that's what we'd be doing, which is precisely the escalation that the politicians and the senior military are desperately trying to avoid. The only way Western troops are in Ukraine at all in any capacity is if Putin does the really, really stupid thing that everybody hopes he won't, but most sensible people believe he can't, because at that point we are into a general war between NATO and Russia. That's the reality. Putting Western troops in now is absolutely crackers, bonkers, mad as a hatter, and not something that the Ukrainians even want. So let's knock that one on the head if we can. The second one, to the chap who just spoke, who's very exercised about the situation in the UK. Op-eds in the Telegraph are not going to move Western foreign policy. You know, we live in a democracy. People are allowed to have lots of dumb opinions. Most people do. Get over it. It's not important. It doesn't matter. Would be my response to that.
John, can I stop you? Can I add a little bit to this? But Mitek is correct, saying that the good opinions do matter, and promulgating, propulsive ideas that we sometimes do here, quite a lot of the time. That does. Oh goodness, I can't speak today. That that has a positive effect. Carry on.
Okay. I wanted to move on to the EU training mission that was approved today, if we can, please.
Excellent. Action. Perfect.
So apparently, starting mid-November, 15,000 Ukrainian soldiers to be trained. I presume that those will be infantry, sort of following the model that's going on in the UK at the moment with the multinational training force there. Does anybody have any? I realize it'll probably be mostly Poland and Germany in terms of where they'll be basing. But does anyone have any further detail on the length of the training program, whether this is a one-off or whether this will be a rolling program? So they'll train 15, then train another 15, then train another. I haven't seen any detail on that. So any EU watchers who are listening at the moment, if you've got any info on that, please do share. Thank you.
It's very fragmented, the way it's been announced. The Iran sanctions are kind of taking the, I don't know, more coverage than this, and I don't think it's entirely clear how it's going to look like. So somebody saying, "Oh yeah, this is going to be in Poland and Germany," and the other ones are, "Yeah, but the French are training 2,000." I'm guessing in France, because the French aren't going to leave France if they can avoid it. Or maybe Klaus has an explanation of what's going to happen. It's going to be introduced, but at the same time they're talking about basic training like the one in the UK. So honestly, I don't think we know what's going to happen, actually. And they said initially they intend to train 15,000. So I suspect it's going to be like the UK. So in the 15,000, then 15,000. Klaus, did you want to try to explain what the current situation is?
By chance, I had a conversation with a Danish instructor of these Danish frogmen, which is a special unit in Denmark, and they, I think, in this time span you mentioned, are going to the UK to train, but I don't know for how long. But he talked about that, and that he should be going there in a month or so to train them, to train Ukrainians.
Okay, so that's a different mission to the one that John was bringing up. But yeah, that's the.
Yeah, maybe I'm not sure if his training is specialized in any way. And another thing we talked about was this kill ratio for the Russians and the Ukrainian forces, and he said at least 1 of 10, but more likely 1 to 20. Just to if I don't know if you have talked about that before, but
that is 1 to 20 is a lot.
Yeah, he said that was not far away what was expected in daily battles, but at least 1 to 10 was at least expected.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
that was
John,
from a guy who has intelligence of this. So yeah.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, John, 1 to 20, that would be an astounding. I mean, 1 to 10 would be an astounding ratio already, wouldn't it?
He said at least 1 to 10, more likely 1 to 20. That was the numbers they had.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of what you'd be expecting if you were fighting Zulus with spears and you had Maxim machine guns. I mean, it's if that's what the guy says, that's what the guy says. I heard or read, and I've got no idea of the provenance of the statistics. I read that in Kherson, the casualty rate was about 6 to 1 in favor of Ukraine, which in and of itself would be absolutely amazing in terms of the military outcome. Obviously, it's horrible that any Ukrainian soldiers are being killed at all, but I mean, 6 to 1 is one hell of an exchange rate and unsustainable. 20 to 1, I mean, okay, if that's what the guy says. But that doesn't sound hugely realistic to me.
I can only speak for what he told me, and he was pretty serious about as at 1 to 10 was the minimum, and that was from inside intelligence in the Danish.
Excellent. Thank you, Klaus. I hope it's true. I don't think it is, but I mean, if that is true, that is absolutely astounding. Let's go to Jeff. Jeff's been waiting for a while, but he keeps putting his hand up and down, so forget to look at him because he doesn't have his hand up the whole time. Jeff.
Hi, yeah, sorry, I'm driving, so I was trying to figure out if I really wanted to speak or not. I just wanted to make a couple points. There's been a long time failure in Western policy towards Eastern Europe as a whole, and because of this and Taiwan, I think that's going to change dramatically in the future. But also, where was that 1 to 20? What region?
Oh, that's I'm guessing across the board that would have averaged out to a 1 to 10. I mean, I just think it's a bit more, exaggerated.
Yeah, I don't see that as being very realistic, especially with the Ukrainians only claiming like 67,000 deaths or whatever. So like 90 to 120,000, 20 to 1 is just not a very realistic number.
No, I concur. Fair enough. Jeff, do you want to carry on, or shall we go to Scribe?
No, you can put me down.
Thank you, Jeff. Safe drive. Scribe.
So I've been seeing like all the posts of like people having to stay underground in like the subways and underground car garages and stuff. And I know winter is coming, and I had this idea come to me since my family, we actually acquired a few old school military cots from like I think like Korean Vietnam era. These, no joke, are old. And I was thinking, why not we round up a fundraiser to send over like small, foldable, easy to transport cots for the civilians in some of these cities that suck. I'm not really good at, I have no experience of putting together a fundraiser for that.
No. I mean, I don't know if that's a very. I don't know. Go talk to Scribe. I don't know anything about it, and my mind is kind of blanking. So I'll just go on to lunchtime and then to Pauli. Lunchtime.
Oh, hi. Yeah, so, well, the conversation's gone all over the place, but I suppose I was wondering, do we have any indication of a ramp up in military aid to Ukraine? I know we just had that, what's it called? What's the band's called this? Ramstein. We just had this Ramstein meeting. So, at that meeting, it was indicated that there would be the focus would be sort of integrated air defense, and there was some discussion about what integrated meant. Do we have any further clarity about what was meant? At one point, I think it was Peter Doran was kind of thinking that it meant integration into NATO, but I didn't really see any indication in the speech to say that. Do we have further clarity at all?
On the air defense integration.
Yeah.
Not really. not really, because they won't really tell us more details for a good while, because they don't want the Russians to have a complete script, right? Primarily, I think it's to do with how it's going to be covering with stuff within Ukraine, plus the feeding data links straight from those SIGINT jets that fly over Poland, Romania, and the Black Sea, straight into Ukrainian air defense systems, right? Because that those see further, basically. Because if those are fed in the same computer, I guess, I don't know. I'm trying to simplify, but I might be oversimplifying. It doesn't really matter. If they're all fed together with all of the new fangled radars that will be stuck to NASAMS and IRIS-Ts, it will be a lot easier for Ukraine to see where stuff is that's flying around. And I think that's what they meant by integrated air defense picture. Somebody stressed, I forget who this was, but Ukraine will have about 15 to 20 different anti-air defense systems on top of manpads. It will be a ridiculous patchwork quilt of different ways to shoot stuff out of the sky. And that will in itself be interesting as a challenge, as an engineering challenge, to make sure that everything talks to each other well. But I think it's to do with that more than anything else.
Who came up with the number of 15 to 20 in the first place?
I don't know. I think we looked at all the systems and counted them up.
Somebody grabbed it out of thin air. Currently, there is 6 systems which can be identified. Any given country with self-respect probably has about 3 to 4 legacy systems, another 4 different systems, or in terms of hardware to be integrated, and some of them, have different capabilities. Just because Europe doesn't have a fully integrated and across every country land-based air defense capacity, and just like the Americans would have, and definitely South Koreans have introduced by using THAAD, say utilizing it together with all other systems they operate, doesn't mean that it doesn't work. Please. Let's be serious, okay? So this is all doable.
Okay, cool. Thanks so much. And Domin, you can't oversimplify for me, honestly. So thanks again.
Is it really only 6? I'm gonna write down the list.
Would you like to go through the whole systems which are effectively there? There's
Yes.
one. Okay, great. Then do so. Please have fun with it. Knock yourself out.
I'll go write stuff, and Pauli can talk in the meantime. How about that?
All right.
Pauli?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Domin. Mic check.
Oh, loud and clear.
Yeah. So briefly, to Scribe had a question about the this tents or like emergency emergency tents or this kind of equipment. In my opinion, almost in every country is now established, which sends and sorts goods to Ukraine. I have personally donated to the Finnish version of the Finnish Ukrainian Society, and then there's one in Estonia. So I've donated to my friend, and I think both have worked brilliantly. And in my opinion, you don't necessarily want to want to start figuring out where do you want to send few equipment and who's going to need them. I would suggest using a association which source the equipment and knows where to ship it. So I think I would first contact your local national Ukrainian society if there's one. If there's none, then it comes a bit more complicated. Would not use Red Cross or Amnesty. That's my first take. And then I think would be maybe smart to organize a bigger shipment, as the shipping costs might be quite hefty for just one package. All right, yeah. The killed in action number that you discussed earlier, there was like 1 to 10 or 1 to 20. I'm of the opinion that if the Danish intelligence have actually counted the wounded, and then after the wound killed persons, I think 1 to 10 in some areas isn't like impossible, in my opinion. So would be interesting to hear what was the rationale or background in these numbers. But I'm quite certain that these kind of numbers could be possible due to the reason how the Ruskies handle their own and mishandle their own. And I'm certain that come winter time, we will see 1 to 10 ratios. Thank you.
Just shortly, Doman, if I can comment.
Sure.
I will talk with this guy during this week probably, and I will ask him again if it was dead or also wounded or what it was, just to make sure.
So I thought for a minute, and I came out with 13. Now, you're going to dismiss half of them for being too short-ranged, but from the Soviet days, they have S-300s.
What's 50% of 13?
6.5.
Okay, thank you.
No, I know, but they're still a part of it, right? Like, books are relatively short-range, but they're still a part of it. They're still really useful, especially against all the crap that Russians are now flying over Ukraine.
So,
I mean, they need to be integrated. If you want to use them within the integrated air defense picture, then you actually need to integrate them. Because otherwise,
good.
By definition.
All existing Ukrainian systems, I doubt that you'll actually arrive at full 13, but it's fine. All existing Ukrainian systems have one thing in common, which is what?
They're all Soviet.
No, they have one fire control system, they are already integrated. They are one system, even if it's
Okay.
different equipment, but it doesn't matter. So, which systems did you find in the meantime?
Okay, so Soviet ones, S-300s, Buk, Tor, Tunguska, Osa, and Strela. Those are the ones I could think of having seen in operation. Okay. And then NASAMs I know aren't there yet, but they will be soon, so they're on the list. Iris-Ts, there's one thus far. Gepards, there's a bunch of. Stormers have been sent months ago. And then the three things from Western Europe that have been announced recently, which is the Krotal, the Hawk, and the Aspide. And I know there's training on the Aspide, and Krotals and Hawks have been announced. So that's the 13 I could think of.
Yeah, I wouldn't call necessarily the Stormer a pure missile defense system, but it's fine. And the Gepard, yes, that's fine. They're both mobile. That's okay, but they are both. Yeah, that's not what I would call missile defense per se, but it's fine. It's okay. So you end up essentially with 7, which you have at hand, right? 4 of which are completely integrated into the same fire control system which we operate in NATO. Which one would be those?
Was that a question? That'd be the NASAMs, the Iris-T, I'm guessing the Aspide, and the Hawk?
Yes.
I want my
integration.
My
What I'm trying to highlight is the integration requirement and integration effort, and I'm sure we can find someone. If Tom Caraco is somewhere listening to us under whatever account, please come up. Tom, please, if you have time, come up.
So you're basically saying they don't have to integrate 13 systems into one. They need to integrate like 3 systems into one.
Maybe 4. maybe
Okay.
4 different approaches. The issue is I can't judge the hotel. I really can't. I'm completely useless when it comes to that, but I have a French friend who would be able to. I will ask him. My understanding is that the Stormer and the Gepard, whilst insulated, are very, very capable systems if you, as a mobility, say, mobile systems, and they can make use of pretty much anything and everything you throw at them in the current version if you want to integrate them. And the Ukrainians, if you remember what we said, what they did, what was the first thing the Ukrainians did whilst training on the Gepard in Germany?
Do something with their own software.
Yes, they created immediately within the first 2.5 weeks. They created, to the astonishment of the Germans, they created a full integration capacity into the file control system the Ukrainians operate. Technically, you could take them, so to say, off the list of things to be integrated. The Ukrainians are extremely versatile when it comes to this. So when we talk about systems, meaning systems which need integration, there may be potentially 3 or 4, yes. Assets, individual weapon systems which have to be integrated. Yes, there are many, but the Ukrainians are good at it. The rest is software.
I think this was very educational for many people here, Axel.
I doubt it. I think I really doubt it, because most people know this. Ask John Howard, he knows. John?
No, I'd ask lunchtime. Did you know lunchtime?
John can...
I did not know that. That was extremely, extremely educational. Thank you for it, in fact.
Lunchtime, then I was wrong. I apologize.
I had no
Howard,
idea. I think I managed to think of 4, right? Ukraine's old Soviet system, German RST, French maybe Cretel and NASAM. So to hear them laid out like that is actually quite informative. Thank you.
Now comes Denjon, from the country of the most isolationist system design there is.
Are you sure?
Okay, so he needs to still dry out the smoke.
But anyway, what you said, Axel, I'm not. I don't know much about military systems, but I assume they are systems, right? And to integrate different systems, or to integrate different components into the system, that's what's happening in the IT world and telecom world every day. So I assume this is doable. Definitely, if you have defined interfaces and they are interoperable, then this can be done. Of course, it's easy if you have one vendor only, but it happens every day, everywhere in the civil society. So I assume what you say is correct.
I'm just reflecting what the people who work in these systems have continued to impress upon me for many years, and that I should be less concerned about it. I tend to believe that this is true. But if John Howard can actually hear us, maybe he can say something about this, but he has seen it.
Hi Axel, sorry.
Hi.
The Storm is just obviously a tracked platform for deploying Starstreak, and has some more tracking gubbings on it, which makes it easier to acquire and track targets than if you were firing off the shoulder. I don't think it makes. I could be wrong, and Gunny will actually know if he's on. I don't think it makes any difference to the range. So it's still a short range system, but very useful. And obviously we've seen quite a few hits over the battlefield now, where there's absolutely no indication of the missile incoming whatsoever, until you just see a chunk fly off the offending aircraft. But yeah, I mean, it's a good system. It's in very small numbers, as I understand, in terms of what's been sent across. But it all fits into the larger picture. I think the interesting thing was what you were talking about, which was the integration, and how to have all of the sensors communicating and talking to each other across secure data networks. I imagine that will be a real struggle with so many different systems, but absolutely outside my wheelhouse. So I couldn't really comment on that.
If only we knew that there are many people working in this industry who know something about and are good at it. Doman.
Yes, let's go to Ukryzaliznycja Fela.
Hi, Doman. It's Tracy.
I know.
Oh, I wasn't sure you knew.
No, I know, but I like saying Ukryzaliznycja, so.
Well, I need to learn how to say it properly yet. So I just have a quick comment about I have hit a bump in the road in trying to get the Russian embassy closed in the UK. They refused my petition on the grounds of some of the legality of the wording. However, they have made a suggestion to change the wording and then resubmit it. What I'm not sure about, because I've heard you and a couple of other people mention on the space, that if we were to totally give Russia the North Korea treatment and have no connections whatsoever, that's not good because we don't know what's going on in that country then. The government have suggested that I change the wording to cut diplomatic ties with the Russian embassy. I don't know enough about the laws to know if that means that's like the full-on North Korea treatment, or if we did cut the diplomatic ties, are there then still important back channels or something like this?
This is beyond me, I'm sorry. I'll need someone else to. I mean, diplomatic ties usually means that there aren't the back channels either. Axel? Help.
Okay, there was a reference recently. I need to dig this out. And we discussed it here briefly because I'm quite in favor of it. Is to reduce the activities of the country's embassy to basic consular activity and relaying information between states, and therefore reducing the number of staff. Now, the issue in that regard is that there's still a lot of citizens of a number of Western countries in Russia, as well as in Belarus. And you would have to make sure that those have sufficient consular support or are asked to leave. That we haven't decided yet. And I think that is the only concern which really impacts this at the moment. If we were to make that decision, that citizens of our nations should probably leave Russia, that would be of strategic importance. That, by the way, is a case in question for North Korea, where if you were to travel there, you really have to go out of your way or be Dennis Rodman for that matter. So you could reduce the size of the activities in your country, for example, by simply telling every single cultural attaché to take a hike.
Okay, so yeah, those were exactly some of my concerns, Axel, is that if we did, I mean, obviously reducing, I think, as you're saying, reducing those diplomatic ties sounds better, but I'm not sure whether to go ahead and submit that or not, because I don't want to submit that. I'm getting quite good.
Why not?
And then
why not? I think putting pressure. Sorry, apologies for interrupting, but I think it's a very worthy effort, and I think it's effort which, if and when supported by many people, will obviously drive the government at some point in time, or at least someone in the government, albeit that the how would we call them? The minions of Whitehall have just reasserted their power, as I understand, in your country. Yet again.
I mean,
So,
let's just laugh at our government right now. That's all I can say about our government right now.
It seems that
what government?
Appleby's return.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Sir Humphrey Appleby's return to power evidently has led to certain hiccups there, as I understand. Having said this, it is always good to put some pressure on them to understand that the will of the public for the reduction of such genocidal maniacs and their representation in the country should be reduced.
Yeah, I'm getting a really good response from everybody. That's why I wanted to continue with it as well, because I mean, my experience as well from setting up previous businesses, you know, these things just snowball eventually if you're willing to put the footwork in and do the hard work. And I am getting a lot of good response. I also just noticed a tweet by M. Ockers regarding the visa ban. and he's had a reply from an MP explaining that there is legality there for it already. We just need public pressure. So obviously that's something that I will be doing as well, trying to get everybody to write to the MP to have a ban on Russian visas.
The Doman dropped.
Oh, I wondered what happened.
I don't know what you do. You see, Tracy, you seem to have jinxed it, the Doman.
Well, I don't take those things lightly. I just ignore those things. I'm very stubborn. I'll still submit it anyway.
All righty, I will try. I think you should. I think it's absolutely worthy as a cause, and it shall be definitely supported. And if you will call for support from British citizens amongst us here, I'm quite sure you will have a lot of people helping you out.
Okay, thank you. That's great. Thank you for your advice, Phil. And just if anybody else is listening that wants to offer me any free advice, please feel free to DM me. I have no problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Oh, we have a Doman.
Yeah, I lost the audio, so I had to leave. Can you make me co-host again, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Why wouldn't I?
I don't know. Maybe you got bored of it. Maybe you want Wendy to co-host instead. I don't know.
Yeah, I like Wendy. I mean, just like Wendy likes Wendy, but I really like Wendy. But then, I think it's still Doman time.
John Howard, please come back up. Please come back up. Please, because now you're a ghost speaker because I'm not co-host yet. Please come back up, and then leave after I make co-host.
Are we going to do a Slovenian, Danish, British joke?
Mute isn't working.
What are you doing there?
Is Doman's audio unworkable for anybody else or just me?
No, he has issues at the moment. I think he needs to restart his phone. Doman, don't let Kato take the phone. Right, I think we have Jeff, and then after Jeff, we revert back to Wendy. And John, if you want to stick around for a little while until we can find out what on earth Doman wanted to ask you, he just needs to restart his phone. Jeff, please.
Hey, first off, can you hear me correctly? For some reason, the
fine.
audio switched off for my car. Okay, so that last conversation reminded me about stories of Putin's illegitimate daughter living in London. Has there been any movement on that?
I wouldn't know at this point. Doman is playing a game with dropping in and out, so we'll try this one more time. Wendy, would you happen to know what happened to the supposed temporary residence of one of the Tsar's offspring in Britain?
Hi, Axel. Hi, everyone. No, the general consensus is that they are so ashamed of the country where they are from, and rightly so, that they are trying to remain hidden out of the public gaze, out of the newspapers. They're not visiting the expensive clubs and restaurants that they used to so much because of fear of being snapped by the paparazzi. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't provide any information as to the whereabouts of that individual. I just thought that the previous lady who phoned, who spoke, raised a very interesting point. I didn't hear all of it, unfortunately, and I'm not sure if you can even hear me because I'm kind of on 1G Wi-Fi. so I'm probably going to drop in and out anyway. But yeah, this initiative is like so many of the wonderful initiatives we have here at the MriyaReport, is something which really could gain traction in the UK, and I'm sure elsewhere in Europe and across the free world, because the supporters of the regime, which is committing genocide and war crimes in Ukraine, such as we saw a few days ago in Kherson with the murder of the conductor of the Kherson Philharmonic Orchestra, Yuri Karpenyenko. There are people who are living in our countries who are benefiting and profiting off the people committing these murders. And it is our moral obligation to ensure that our values are upheld, that the society in which we value, the one which has higher values, principles, and is of course completely distinct to the one that of the country that's currently lies east of Ukraine. It's important that we allow our voice, we make our voice heard on this. So this particular petition, I'm very pleased to hear. I followed it a while back. I think it's perhaps a little bit difficult for people to track down. In the UK, a lot of government petitions, you know, they go onto the websites, onto the official government website, and there's a tendency for some of them to get drowned out by you know, a huge number of other petitions. So this particular one would certainly could do with some publicizing, because I feel that it would be quite popular. So yeah, thank you, Axel. I'm not sure if you heard all of that, and thank you to the lady who spoke earlier.
I did hear all of this. I was just wondering as to, I have had no confirmation whatsoever that what's his face is well, you know, Voldemort's daughter is actually a resident in London.
Well, there's a number of ways in which she could hide herself, but what a shameful existence she leads, being the daughter of a mass murderer. It's certainly not. She's certainly not a person that any civilized individual would want to be associated with, nor any business, nor any educational institution, and you know, any business in which she is seen walking into or promoting through social media outlets like you know, whichever they are, without naming them. I would say that she is bad for business, and that would be the view of any rational, civilized person. It'd be like, you know, putting the clothes of some famous Italian designer on, you know, the child of Saddam Hussein. You know, it wouldn't be particularly good publicity. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to drop, Axel, but thank you ever so much for this space, and to all our wonderful listeners and speakers, as ever.
Thank you, Wendy. Let's see whether Skippy, the co-host, is back.
I think so. I think so. I'm sorry. Twice, the previous two times, every time I press the unmute button, it would just mute me again immediately. I can only imagine how this sounded to you.
We were already wondering whether we should send out a search party to the borderlands between Serbia and Kosovo.
God knows what all you'd find there. It is mushrooming season.
I'm going to interrupt here to see if I fixed my audio.
So, Domin, what's happening currently at the border between Serbia and Kosovo?
Beats me. I don't know. But if Mijoko's around, maybe he can come and tell us. Actually, no, something is happening. So there's apparently a very slow adoption of some new license plates. I think that's happening. What else is happening? Yeah, well, what's happening is that the Serbian army is cooperating closely with NATO, with various NATO allies,
As it does for
Serbia and
many
Kosovo,
years.
as it has for many years, to the completely something that very few Serbs are aware of. In fact, that's what's been happening. So I think
if
that's the
someone
big
else
one.
who wants to know what's happening between Serbia and Kosovo at the moment, Domen, you conjured up a storm.
So I have. Such is the bane of my existence.
Given the fact that Tracy has just been on, let me, Tracy, if you give us a second, Auntie, what would you like to know about Serbia and Kosovo?
Actually, Axel, I have a much more pressing concern. I'm really.
Is it about Montenegro?
No. This is much more binary in a way. I would very much like to know, and I'm sure the audience would as well, is how did you, Domen, how did you manage to get Cato to give you the phone back?
I don't understand. What?
Domen, you had a problem with your phone.
Phone.
So we thought Cato had stolen it from you.
Who's Cato?
Oh, Domen.
Domen.
Seriously.
Does your dog bark?
I can think of a Cato, but back in his days there were no telephones.
I'm almost minded to consider Montenegro.
Yeah, I think we should go back to Montenegro whilst Domen catches up on the Pink Panther.
Yes.
Oh, that my favorite is does your dog bark? Does your dog bark?
I want a room.
Room?
Well, if you want to hear something about Montenegro, it is currently the 6th anniversary of the attempted coup in Montenegro. And the Democratic Front is introducing what is considered an unconstitutional initiative to amend the legislation ahead of an election. So that's what's actually happening in Montenegro. Just in case anybody's wondering.
And Domen, every day Montenegro is feeling better and better and better, is it not?
Probably. This is really going over my head. I'm sure it's very amusing to the many people for whom it's not. But
okay, let's integrate this discussion, Domen. I will send you a link to the Pink Panther, and then we'll start with that. We're building blocks. It's like integrating air defenses.
Sure. That works. I'm vaguely aware of the existence of something called the Pink Panther. That's about it. Shall we hear out Fella and then
Tracy wanted to just continue on her endeavors.
Hi again. Sorry. Just to add that I will submit that petition today to close the UK, the Russian embassy in the UK, and I will then pin that to my profile page on the Twitter. So it needs to get a number of signatures, and then the government will recheck the legality of the wording. Also, regarding Putin's daughter, I don't know if it's changed since, but in April she was living in $1 billion mansion estate, walled off estate in Surrey, and there was quite a lot of commotion because the government had to pay loads of money to the police to then go and police that, because when everybody found out that she was there, people didn't like it. And actually, thinking about what Jeff mentioned earlier, I do remember after 9/11 that Bin Laden's family were living in Yorkshire, and there was a massive campaign by all the UK people to get them moved out then. So this kind of precedence for that kind of thing, if she's still here, Putin's daughter.
Can I just add? Well, I don't. Can I just say something to the who was the previous? Is that Lizney? Who was speaking just now? Oh my goodness!
Just
No,
20 time, thank you.
How do you say that? Ukruzalizny.
Like you normally?
Yes.
It's not difficult.
It's like taking the train lunchtime.
Salis. Hey,
Good
listen to me
Lord.
lunchtime. Salis.
Yes. Salis.
Yeah.
Okay.
Salis Nitsia.
Zaliznytsia. Zaliznytsia. Okay, yeah, of course. It's
See, there
easy.
you're getting it. Simple.
So,
You're a smart person.
Thank you. I'm being explained to by the best, of course. So, oh, it didn't last. It didn't hold. But you might be interested that there is a, I think on the 22nd, there is a sort of demo at the Russian embassy in London along similar lines to the ones we saw recently. I think there was one in Poland where the idea is to hold a referendum and annex it or something. So you might be interested in that.
Thank you for your time.
No worries.
I've actually seen that. I did find that was quite funny because they seem to be doing it all over the world now, every Russian embassy.
Yeah, it did. Well, it's richly deserved, isn't it? So.
Excellent. And lunchtime learn how to say Ukruzaliznytsia. Let's go to Pilgrim's Notes, seemingly from the Czech Republic. Ahoy.
Ahoy. Yes, sir. I wanted to share some Czech experience with these Russian diplomatic ties, if that would be interesting for...
Yes, it would.
Especially Ukrazheleznica.
Will it be something very explosive?
Not at all, but you're on the right track, yeah. Basically, I mean, we have had a gigantic Russian embassy since '89, over 130 Russian diplomats in the country, and no government until very recently had the courage to do something about it. And famously, Prague and Budapest were the hubs of Russian intelligence, going basically as a kind of jumping board all the way to Western Europe. So we knew that it was a big problem, but nobody kind of had a good enough reason or courage to cut down the presence. So when they figured out that a munition depot explosion was basically tied to Russian government, the same GRU unit that did the Salisbury poisoning and the Bulgarian arms dealer attacks and all that, they finally decided to expel like maybe from 130 to 80, reduce the number. And Russians, of course, being Russians, they couldn't not retaliate. So they kicked out a bunch of Czech diplomats from Moscow, and we managed to reduce the numbers on both sides to about 7 diplomats, from 130 to 7. So that, even though I think most of Czech population wouldn't be against closing completely the embassy and whatever, but even the current government that is very supportive to Ukraine knows that it has a value to keep the embassy opened on kind of minimum personnel levels. And you already said both of the reasons. One is the consular support to the citizens. Second is to have presence and have ears and eyes on the ground. So because you mentioned cutting diplomatic ties as the suggested language, but that basically means closing. Usually that is followed by closing of diplomatic missions. So that wouldn't keep you the minimum presence that you agree that is good. So this is what we did, and we, according to our foreign minister, they don't really have any day-to-day interactions. They barely talk. They say effectively we don't have diplomatic relations because we don't talk, but the embassies are there on minimum personnel, but with 7 diplomats you can't really place too many spies under diplomatic cover there, so you depend on only the illegals, and that's much less convenient for the other country. So that's what we did. But just not to talk too long, just to share a good tip, maybe what you can also explore is that the city of Prague renamed bunch of streets around the Russian embassy to piss them off. So now Russian embassy in Prague is surrounded by Anna Politkovská Boulevard, Boris Nemtsov Square, and the Ukrainian Hero Street now. So maybe you can look at a map of London and see what you could do about this. Over, and thank you for the opportunity.
I think that's a great idea. I think Notting Hill deserves some renaming. And do you know, Pilgrim, who is the neighbor of the Russian embassy in London? You don't. It is the Czech embassy, and I think they deserve some better neighbors. Beyond that, since we have you here, I'd just like to ask you a little bit about the protests that Russian assets have been staging in Prague lately, with 70,000 people, apparently, nicely organized with all the same flags and banners and all the sorts. And clearly, there's no actual general support for that, right? It is just the 70,000 and then maybe a few other useful idiots. Would that be right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, a lot of these people are willing to go protest anything because these are people also hit by the energy prices, etc. So they don't really go and investigate who calls for the demonstrations. They some of them might go there to protest energy prices, and they realize, hey, this is a Moscow backed protest or some of these guys. But the organizers, the good thing is that these fascist factions or pro-Russian, or it's the kind of the same thing, they always end up fighting amongst themselves. So the big one you are talking about, the 70,000 people, already the two organizers don't talk to each other because they started arguing about all the money they managed to fundraise during this particular event. So I wouldn't be too worried about it. And some of the people are just
I'm not worried in the slightest.
Yeah, some of these people are just kind of victims, and it's like continuation of the anti-vaxxer protest. It's kind of the similar portion of the population. I don't want to hate on them. A lot of them don't have easy life, and if you triple their gas price and electricity, then yeah, they go and they want to voice their issue somewhere. Next 2 weeks after, there was another demo by the unions on the same topic, and almost nobody showed up. And these guys are promising another demo end of October, but I'm not seeing really any big movements there. So yeah, no big concerns there. But they try. The influence networks are there. The Russian money is still there. So they try to have such operations. They are not going away easy. We'll just have to live with it. Yeah.
And the Russian doctrine tells them to leverage the protest potential of the population. Right, that's what they're trying to do. I find it really astounding, specifically the protest in Prague. Right, how it was very clearly primarily aimed for at other countries rather than the Czech Republic itself. Right, Czech Republic has been one of the most steadfast countries when it came to support of Ukraine, and it was very clearly staged primarily for media in other countries to then go and say, look at what's going on in the Czech Republic, as opposed to it being an organic movement or protest, which is funny.
Also internally to Russia, I think, because then they twisted like, look, these people are very tired with paying for these fake refugees who come there on holiday to collect social security and go back somewhere or continue somewhere else. So it was a lot for also a domestic audience, because they use this narrative like they are stealing our money while we have to subsidize the gas prices and then also pay Ukrainians. So this narrative is, I think you can see it across the region, and it was just one of those. But the government is on the right side, the majority of population is on the right side, so can't have every single citizen. I mean, maybe in Poland, but not in Czech Republic. No.
I think the Czechs are pretty good on the whole anyway. Anyway, nice to have you with us. We're here 24/7, by the way, and we'll be until Russia's kicked out of Ukraine. So do give a follow to the host account there, MriyaReport, and you'll always be able to find us. Cheers, Pilgrim. Tom.
Good afternoon, guys. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we
Twitter all day because of work and stuff. I just wanted to know what Belarus doing.
They're playing fiery jump rope, fiery skip rope. They are breaking asbestos roof tiles with their bare hands, which makes perfect sense, right? Because if the Ukrainian bullets won't kill them, the lung cancer will. I don't know. They're trying to really make their chances of any theoretical plausible success as low as possible, seemingly. Belarus is saying that Ukraine is building up troops on the Belarusian border in an attempt to attack Belarus, which makes perfect sense to everyone except for no one whatsoever. Yeah, it's great. I still don't think they're actually going to cross the border because they'd be ground up into mincemeat within seconds. Really, no. If Belarusian troops cross the border into Ukraine, no, Ukraine's going to borrow some HIMARS from the south, bring them up with those M30A2, whatever they're called, and it will be very short. Whatever will be very short indeed. But we have a very belligerent moose among us. Battles,
Okay.
what Belarus doing?
I got to run off to a meeting in a couple of seconds, but let's put this Belarusian thing to bed. Axel, Dolman, and myself can walk across the Belarusian border, not necessarily sober, and take out the Belarusian army. So that's the threat that they currently pose. So think about that for a while. And emphasis on the not necessarily sober.
And to be clear, I'd be completely useless, unlike Axel Barum. So it's really just the two of them.
Dolman, you're the youngest of us three.
Yes, I'm still probably the least useful.
Thank God you didn't include me in that. I have a bit of a sore wrist, so I wouldn't want to tax myself too much.
By what? Lifting the bottle?
Well, I mean, if it's a heavy bottle.
Oh, Battles. I hope
Of some employees that are acting like Belarusians. So that's next level awesome.
Did you see the YMCA version thereof?
No, I haven't. But it reminds me back in the day when the Russians, or I guess the Soviets, used to release the videos of the Spetsnaz, and they like jump through fiery hoops and then throw the axe and shit like that. But it's all theater. It's all theater. The whole thing's just theater. Actual troops don't do that. Even if you saw the full video of the Belarusian troops where they're doing that the skip rope thing happens at the end. However, they're doing formation changes, and it looks like a squad. So they're doing their formation changes through the battle space and whatnot. And yeah, first of all, it looks like the video is sped up a lot. And some of the stuff looked good, but it looked like a dance routine.
I mean, well done. Can I just note really quickly on the panel right now, as speakers, so ignoring the co-hosts, we have 3 Brits, 2 Canadians, a Dane, a Swede, a Norwegian, and a Finn. Isn't that great?
Isn't that normally the start of a joke?
a Dane, a Norwegian, a Swede, and a Finn walk into a bar where 3 Brits and 2 Canadians are having a brawl. Maybe, yeah. Something
Hey,
like
why are we having a brawl? Hang on a minute.
Canadians having a brawl? They're far too polite for that.
It's an ice hockey bar.
In that case, why are the British there?
They thought it was regular hockey, wrong hockey. Anyway, let's Baramus, go. Anything else you have to add? And then we shall go off to Scandinavia.
No, I thank you for bringing me up, but I did see that video. It was quite entertaining, and it's like the other talking points that we get on here with this Belarusian thing's going to be flaring up. The more and more they push the rhetoric, the more it's going to become relevant, or people are going to bring it up in this space. And I just want to dispel to our listeners that when the Ukrainian High Command turns around and emphatically says they are not a threat, we should probably turn around and think to ourselves, well, if the people that the Belarusians are trying to threaten think that they're not a threat, maybe we should heed that.
I agree. It's just not that important. They're not. Yeah, whatever. I think that, Tom, you have to look up the videos. They're hilarious. Okay, I want to go to Denjon first and ask him if they still have a government, and then to Jörn and ask how many more Russians got arrested since I last checked. Because I know it's more today.
You should ask him whether one of the first actions of the government was to release the archers.
Yeah, how's Agincourt?
It might be. But Domen is onto something. I mean, there's some friction actually already. So let's see if there's problems ahead with this government or not. But actually, I wanted to say that if Domen, if you don't want to go, I can join Axel and Badlamus. I would be glad to take your place if you don't want to.
Yeah, okay, fine. You go.
I
You
also
go do it.
I know the way between Minsk and Brest. So I have some local
You mean
knowledge.
between Minsk and Pinsk?
Yes, exactly.
But
And we
not
need-
all the way on to Akmolinsk, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to go there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, I know the way. But I'll take your seat.
I can find Brest-Litovsk.
And we need to bring. We cannot bring foreign SIM cards. SIMs doesn't work. We need to have a Belarus SIM card. Otherwise, we cannot use navigation, GPS navigation on the phone.
Satellite phone, mate. Satellite phone.
Elon Musk. No, sorry, I didn't say Elon Musk. Forget it. Everyone, just forget I said Elon Musk. I didn't mention it. Sorry. Next.
You have to go to the borderlands of Serbia and Montenegro now with Domen.
It's all right, really. I think we'll have lots of fun then, John.
You forgot about Kosovo.
Nobody wants to go there.
He only wants to go to Montenegro because there's wine country.
Correct.
All right, shall we go to Norway? Sorry,
I
apologies.
just want to say goodbye, guys, because I've got to drop off. But it's been amazing chatting with you guys. See you. Bye.
Bye, lunchtime. Jörn, how many more Russians got arrested in Norway today? Because I think I've realized what the Russian strategy is in Norway. They're just sending all the Russians that have drones to Norway. Saturate Norwegian prisons and thus sow societal discord. Because with the number of Russians that have been arrested for piloting drones in Norway in the past week, I mean, that must have represented, 70-80% of all arrests in Norway this past week? Jan?
Well, what I really came to talk about was Elon Musk, car bomb, and nuclear war. But
but now that we gave you a Russian spy, why not?
yeah, no, what I actually took up my hand for was I wanted to join the improvised invasion of Belarus. And when we're our age and physical fitness, I think not necessarily sober is actually a force multiplier. The trick is to know when to stop, like after half a bottle of wine instead of 3 bottles of vodka like the Russians are doing. But your theory about saturating Norwegian prisons, well, it would be a good theory, but I actually don't think it's the strategy of the Russian Federation. It's the strategy of the individuals themselves, because the standard of living in Norwegian prisons are well beyond anything they'll ever experience in Russia proper. So it wouldn't be that bad of an idea. But on a more serious note, I haven't seen anything about more arrests. What I have seen is that the police...
There were 4 more. There was another car full of people arrested this morning.
Really? All right. You know more than I do. But what I've seen on the strategy part, or the tactics, or whatever we could call it, is that the Norwegian police has moved on a police helicopter from Oslo to the west to fly over the facilities. And I'm not quite sure what they're going to do with the helicopter. I think it's more of a situation where they're saying that we're doing something instead of nothing. Not that it's very effective, but they still don't have any clear anti-drone strategy. But I'm happy about the arrests. That at least that's something.
Dear Norwegians, please somebody send Jørn a link to the new arrests, because he's obviously out of date, and I don't know.
I've been out of date for a long time.
I think you're gonna have to start lobbying your elected representatives to make more prisons at this rate. I think best start now. Martin, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Martin in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and Slava Ukraini. Thank you, Doman, my friend. I just wanted to share, I was just watching on CBC News Network a broadcast, an interview with Christina Kratakis, I believe her name is. She lives in Kiev, and she's with the UN Sustainable Development organization. I forget the exact name. And she was in the area where some of those fascist Russian genocidal invader drones exploded this morning, and she gave an eyewitness account. And let me just cut to the chase. She said that the Rubicon has been crossed. We can't ignore the complicity of other states, other bad actors like Iran in working with the genocidal invaders, the barbarians from the east who are attacking Ukraine. And she says the West has to do more. I'm quoting her. I wanted to share that with everyone. And they also had a report from our friend, what's his first name? Sergio Olmos, the wonderful reporter who's been on MriyaReport in the past, reporting from the Kherson region. And he said, of course, Ukraine is making slow but steady progress. But the battle, he said, as we know, as we've heard before, is reminiscent in many respects of World War I. But he, again, I will emphasize, he said Ukraine is making progress, moving forward, pushing back the invaders. But as we know, it's just absolutely brutal. And one other thing, I saw a tweet today, this morning, that read it, or if it was wrong post, misleading information that the U.S. has given Ukraine permission to use some of these advanced weapon systems to strike within Russia itself? That's a question. So I just wanted to share that with everyone. Again, Slava Ukraini, and as I said, every time I'm up, MriyaReport is the one indispensable source for current information on what is happening in the war that the fascist Russian Empire is waging against Ukraine. And I feel very fortunate to be able to listen to you on such a continuous basis. So thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Do go and provide further details. That was a joke because I heard your television.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, just watching the news at the same time as I'm listening.
Yeah, no worries. It's confusing as to what the official position of the U.S. government was about striking within Russia using U.S. provided munitions. But my understanding was that it was already allowable. Depends on how it was done. I think this comes on the back of Ukraine probably using HARMS yesterday to hit within Belgorod airport, and I think that's why they were saying that. But obviously, HARMS, they fly against active radars only, so it's all right. It's not. There's no considerations like there usually would be with various other things. I wouldn't put too much stake in it one way or another. So it's not a massive change, but unless it is, but it only would be a massive change if the US also said, here's a few hundred ATACMS as well, and just shoot wherever you think best. That would be a massive change. That I would absolutely love.
Okay, thank you, Doman. I appreciate that very much. And I will drop down to listener and continue to listen to this superb, informed discussion. Slava Ukraini.
Madam Slava, thank you, Martin. Rusty, how's your local prison looking?
I've never actually visited them, so but I believe they are.
Is there not like a queue of paddy wagons?
So if I actually can say that there's instances in Norway where prisoners have gone to the shop and gone back to the prison with beer. So we're quite relaxed when it comes to rehabilitation. So or we believe the support to Ukraine, because I'm looking at the Kiel Institute for World Economy, and they have a support tracker for Ukraine, and it says that between January and October 3rd, 2022. Norway has actually given more in support than Italy, and it's actually given more in support than France. And I'm not sure if I can believe those numbers.
Between when and when?
So I can actually send you the page so you can look at it.
Yes, please.
Yep. But do you want the drone update for the week?
Yeah, so on Tuesday there was the first arrest, the guy with Russian and Israeli passports. Then on Friday there was another arrest, an older Russian. And now, okay, I already have the link. Thank you, Rusty. And now there was a third arrest with 4 people all at once, right? Any more?
Yeah, so the funniest thing to me is that there was an instance where the police actually spotted a drone flyer, and a military police had eye contact with the suspect, but he was on the other side of a fjord, and they were looking through binoculars. So, but he managed to escape. But there's so many things. Yeah, as you said, Tuesday was one arrest of a guy trying to cross the border from Finnmark to Russia. And then it was Friday, another guy was taken with true drones flying across Tromsø airport. I wrote to you about it, so I'm gonna find it again. But the funniest thing to me was actually there's a drone flying above a nuclear plant in Sweden, and the fact that there's been 4 people arrested today, 3 Russians, or 4 Russians, 3 male and 1 female, arrested in a car that was stopped, and they actually found that they've been flying drones, and they've been taking pictures of restricted areas in Norway, and that was in the middle of just north of Trondheim, I think. I'm gonna, yeah, but there's drones everywhere and reports every day, and they update them so quickly that you have to search for the exact ones again.
Thank you, Rusty. I still think they're trying to just saturate Norwegian prisons with people.
One of the things that provoke me the most is that there is quite believable theory that many of these drone operators originate from all the Russian ships coming to Norwegian harbors, especially the fishing vessels. And still, for some reason, the Norwegian government hasn't seen it fit to close the harbors for Russian ships. We buy Russian merchandise for about 1.4 million euros each month, and that's 140 million euros each month. So that's not nothing. That's quite a lot of foreign currency for Russia, and we should just, on an intelligence basis, we should just close the harbors for these people.
That and the shipping company that supplies that's supposed to help the Norwegian Navy, right, and military. Okay, Rusty, go ahead, then we'll go to anti and balanced. Rusty.
So sea line and our economic zones at sea for Russian vessels.
Well, they're quite clear about it, and I believe that that's one of the main reasons why. I have some theories that our prime minister, which has been close to Lavrov for several years because he's a former foreign minister, and that he has a theory that when all this is over and stuff normalizes, he will be one of the people that has a special relationship with Russia when we have reconciliation and stuff. But that's a private theory of mine. The public reason why they're not closing the harbors is that we have a very important resource cooperation in the Barents Sea when it comes to the cod fisheries up there, and it's the largest and probably only sustainable cod zone in the world. So it's kind of important. But you know what? I grew up in Lofoten, and the Lofoten fisheries of codfish has existed since the Viking Age, and we're the region in Norway that is most dependent on this fisheries. And I'm very clear that the Ukrainian lives are much more important than this resource cooperation. And of course, it's a danger that the Russians will just destroy that fisheries region by overfishing. But if we're so worried about that, then we should send the Navy up and take the risk ourselves and not put the risk on Ukraine. So I just find it morally apprehensive that we haven't closed the harbors a long time ago, and the reasoning of the cod fishing is just too weak. I don't want to hear it.
I mean, you can't deprive people of the bacalao, can you? Certainly not in the run-up to Christmas. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Rusty. And actually, if anybody wants to send me some dried fish, I'd be very happy. Let's
send you send me your address and I'll get you some dried fish. That's not even a joke.
No, I know you're from the Lofoten. That's dried fish.
I'll get you some cod liver oil as well. You're gonna love it.
Excellent, excellent. I mean, I'm not kidding. I love that stuff. So it's anyway. Antti, how do we always end up talking about Scandinavian fish? This is amazing. Antti, go ahead.
I don't know. Then John will probably could send you surströmming, so you would pair that with the oil. But on a much more serious note, could you tell everyone listening what's our what's the schedule for guests this evening? I hear.
Yeah. No. So we have two guests. We have two guests, Antti. I know what you're trying to ask me, because you're just trying to get me to try to correctly pronounce Finnish names. That's why. So in 15 minutes, we'll be joined by a Finnish economist. He's the head of the Bank of Finland's Institute for Emerging Economies, expert on economic development, but also the converse of that, which is basically sanctions, right? So sanctions against Russia and the like. His name is Ika Korhonen. I don't know, Antti. I'm sorry. It's hard. Finnish is hard. And he'll be here in 15 minutes. Yes, so he'll be joining us in 15 minutes. And then in an hour after that, we'll be joined by Lyubov Tsibulka. After that, we'll be joined by Lyubov Tsibulka. Basically, back-to-back interviews, one way or another, right? You'll all be here the whole time. What does it matter? She founded the Ukrainian Stratcom Center, Strategic Communication Center, and was previously the head of the Hybrid Warfare Analytical Group, UCMC, and she's an advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. And she's wonderful. She was with us before, like 3 months ago, and she's great, and we're glad to have her back. So Ika Korhonen. Antti, please say yes.
Maybe.
Okay, close enough. Close enough. I'll go with close enough.
No, it's a yes. It's a hard yes, though, man.
Yeah, let's run through the hands. I'm very excited for both of our guests upcoming in 15 minutes and in 1 hour and 45 minutes. As should all 800 of you be. Balanced life. Shoot.
Doman, can you help educate me as an American to the things that Russia is
If it's dried fish, ask you. Oh, sorry, no, Russia. Carry on.
I live in an area where actually that's a big market for dried fish. So actually, I'm pretty familiar with it. Not the Finnish type or the Norwegian type. I'm curious to know what aspects of cooperation are still taking place between the United States, whether it's government. There are the obvious ones, but I'm wondering if I could delve into that mind of yours, and where are things, like from the most obvious to the most obscure, maybe 5 or 7 or whatever of the things that the United States still feels forced or is compelled to continue to cooperate with Russia, just for my own sake of knowledge. I wonder if you could help me with that.
And before Doman answers,
go for it.
Is Elon Musk part of the U.S. government?
No, definitely not. So balanced. Can you ask me again? What countries are you specifically talking about?
Well, I was gonna ask you for the West, but I felt like it was just too general and there would be just too many. So I'm an American, so it makes sense to know, like, where are we still forced to have to continue cooperation with, a disgusting regime as I view it.
Honestly,
because we feel we have to.
No, the US really isn't. The US has barely any commercial interactions with Russia, frankly. I mean, it has a little bit, but very little. So I wouldn't worry about the US. The problem is when you have other countries that diversify away. So if you're a country like the Czech Republic, right? The Czechs stand really strongly behind Ukraine, but they get their crude oil from Russia and they get their gas from Russia. They do not have an infrastructure set up to be able to be supplied otherwise easily. That's the problem. So with those, you're kind of forced. They're not really forced. I mean, you can get around it, but it's really hard. And that's why people don't want to try to get around it, especially not quickly, because time is money, right? And quickly costs more. So some countries are forced, let's say, into it far more than others. But this is something actually that we're going to be talking to with Ika, Korhonen. I'm really trying hard. This is you people are going to be laughing, but I'm really trying hard to say somebody's name correctly, and it's hard, right? Antti. So my point is, we're actually be talking about him quite a bit about this, because what he's been writing on is about Finland becoming an island, in the sense land trade at this point. Almost all trades to Finland now comes by sea, far more so than before, because they basically cut off Russia, right? So we're going to be talking about exactly these sort of things, about how this process of islandification of economies happens, and how Europe as a whole can become an island, right? So that it no longer relies on any land connections through Russia at all. Right? Imagine that there's a big moat between Russia and to the west of Russia very soon. How can that be done, and what processes need to be undergone, and how that will happen? So 8 minutes from now.
Great. Thank you, Norman. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I just spoke to him, so he'll be with us in about 8 minutes. All good.
Yeah, perfect. Excellent. Great to hear. Let's go to Freight Monkey.
Yeah, apologies if we've moved on from this. Just tell me to shut up if we have. But in regards to these drones in Norway, from what I read, these are like, what would you call them, civilian drones? Are they just? I guess the Russians are just fucking with us, right? I mean, that's what they're doing. They're trying to use a bit of. They're trying to make the Norwegians use what we call precious workforce to monitor everything. Am I getting that right, or?
Kind of. I mean, I'm only half joking when I say that the Russians are trying to oversaturate the Norwegian prison system and thus sow discord, because at this point it's just insane with the sheer numbers of people that they're sending that get caught, right? But seriously, they are actually trying to harass. They're trying to harass energy infrastructure, and this has really started right around the time that Nord Stream pipes were blown up. It was happening before, but there wasn't nearly as much attention put to it. But once those pipelines got blown up, a lot more attention started going that way, because it was kind of more, pointed, right, and more contextually sensible. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to cause panic. They're trying to instigate fear. They're trying to instigate fear through uncertainty, and that's it, really. But we have two Norwegians who can tell you more. Rusty first, then Jørn. Rusty, shoot.
So if you look at what they're targeting, it got media attention was the fact that there was drones around Norwegian oil rigs. So the week that after the explosions in the Baltic Sea, that got a lot of media attention. The fact that several oil rigs in the outside of Norway had reported that they had spotted civilian drones flying around their platforms, and then after that you had stuff like refineries, oil refineries in Norway has had civilian drones flying above them. Then this week, especially, you've had airports. You've had 2 or 3 separate civilian and in some sense military, but civilian airports. And as well, you've had one Russian guy arrested with one drone who had flown above a military helicopter base, and he had reportedly filmed the new Bell helicopters that the Norwegian military has. I'm not sure how new they are, but yeah, they're expensive. We will always mess up when we buy helicopters in Norway. And then you also have reports from Sweden that there was drones above a nuclear facility.
Yeah, they're flying over nuclear power stations. It's to cause panic, right? Jørgen?
Yeah, I absolutely think that harassment and causing anxiety is part of the plan. But the reason why they're using civilian drones is because they're practical and it's easy to get a hold of them, and they do everything that you need them to do, and it also gives you plausible deniability that you're just taking your private drone for a ride. But they're doing intelligence gathering as well, and the installations that Rusty mentioned is something that they've been interested in long before the Ukraine war started, and they've had a quite aggressive scheme of intelligence gathering about both installation people and capabilities in Norway. So if they get this footage to Russia, I think it's quite useful to them. So it's not only the harassment; they actually me, because if we had a plan, we could have seen this coming and had some better countermeasures than we have right now. Thanks.
Troy.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in on the question about the Norwegian infrastructure, and I'm obviously way far away over here, but to me, it just sounds part and parcel with Russia's Maskirovka, strategy. It does. I'm sure they are able to get stuff mapped out and gain intelligence to the ones who aren't getting arrested and get that back home. And obviously, the Russian Federation doesn't give a shit about any of their people, whether they die or they're arrested. So it means nothing to Russia to send these guys out there with commercial drones and get gigabytes of video and all the while causing the anxiety and stress on the system, on the police, to have to continuously respond. Just like when they send jets over the sea towards the United States or into someone else's sovereign air territory, or when they start making approaches, it's not because they're going to make strikes on a foreign country. It's because they want to rattle, cause the response, get the jet scrambled to intercept them. And it happens so many times. The idea is to fatigue the responding forces into a sense of comfort that the 19th, 20th, 21st time that they do it, they're not on top of their game because they don't, they think this is just another drill, and that's how Russia wants to keep people off balance. So they're using what limited capacity they have to agitate, and people are going to let these.
Certainly. That's exactly what they're trying to do. And since we're already joined by our guest of the hour, Ika Korhonen. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. I've been trying really hard the whole day, I promise. We shall be focusing on exactly the converse, what we, the rest of the world, the free world, can do to limit Russia in various possible ways, especially economic ways. Limiting everything from trade to possibly financial services, secondary sanctions, even, etc. Very, very warmly welcome to the MriyaReport, Ika.
Thank you very much, and you pronounced my name perfectly. Thank you.
I've had help.
So thank you again for joining us. So just for the audience, Ika Korhonen is not only a graduate and a doctor of the Helsinki School of Economics and Business Administration, but he has also been a long-term member of the Bank of Finland Institute for Economies in Transition, BOFIT, and he is the head of said institution since 2009 and has been advising and researching and advising on the correlation of economic activity between different countries. And it's very important that we differentiate a little topics which impair European economies in relation to Ukraine, the sanctions regime, and a number of items which our friend Doma has already highlighted. Let's kick it off. Ika, a very warm welcome, as Doman said. What is the position? What is the position Finland currently takes economically vis-a-vis Russia? Where do we stand? How much trade is left?
Trade has collapsed, or let's say exports. The value of exports has collapsed roughly 70%. I mean 70 since the start of the war. And now also the value of imports has taken a big dive. We've stopped the import of natural gas and coal in July, and also crude oil has now stopped. So there's actually very little left. One major issue that we see, or the import, we are still importing some metals, and also there's metals that go through Finland and then continue to third countries, and then presumably some of the LNG that we are soon getting will be also from Russian sources, because that's not under sanctions. But by and large, the trade has really collapsed in both ways.
Finland has has a significant reputation for engineering and engineering services. I do remember that Uti Avasti, who was with Jaakko Pöri many moons ago, and then later on at Neste Engineering Services, had been taking a lot of mandates with clients who went into Russia since the early 1990s. A friend of mine, Aavo Antila, came into Estonia at an early stage when Soviet control was still there, but became a consultant then and helped transition, meaning helped Estonia transition out of. Now, whilst Estonia obviously made its way into freedom, Russia did not. Finnish companies, nevertheless, continue to do work, engineering work and support and advice all over Russia. How has that continued in recent years under sanctions? Have they moved out, or did they continue? And what is happening now?
I think for many Finnish companies, the 2014 was actually a big watershed moment. So after that, there has been very little, if any, new investments going into Russia, and many companies have actually either completely withdrawn or significantly sort of downgraded their presence in Russia. And of course now many companies have left, and I think all of the companies that have still presence in Russia have announced that they are looking for ways to leave the country and dispose of their assets. But
so is it fair to say that the engineering services rendered by Finnish companies and Finnish advisors beforehand more or less ceased to exist and were very quickly phased out after the initial sanctions occurred? Is that true?
Well, I'm not sure of all companies, but I know that the bigger engineering companies really sort of tried to shy away from many Russian customers after the 2014 sanctions, also because the trade financing and just finance became more difficult with Russian customers.
Yeah, I think that this is the key aspect, that banks in the region already under the imprint of what then became the, how should I put this, the single largest money laundering scandal in history. And it did not only engulf Danske Bank, but other banks as well. Whilst that happened in terms of whitewashing money, companies could not get financing for any trade, any services, correct?
Well, it became much more difficult, let's put it that way. And for that reason, and also for the reasons you mentioned, the money laundering and so on, a lot of companies became sort of get out of the market. And of course, the fact that after 2014, Russian market was growing only, or either it was contracting or growing very slowly. So it was not a very attractive market just from business point of view.
I think this is a key issue which many people have missed out on, that the capital absorption in Russia simply wasn't there. And whilst you highlighted that Finnish companies actually phased out their engineering service, this is in marked contrast to Italian, French, and German engineering companies. How is that? How did this come to be? Is it just because Finland has, due to its proximity to the border, its own specific historic experience with Russia, and a very clear code-eyed view of Russia, that Finland has a different culture in that regard and simply says, okay, fine, there are sanctions, we abide by them, we phase it out? Or is it also simply a business reason?
I think also the sectors where Finnish companies and Finnish engineering companies worked were a bit different. So a lot of work was in forestry, paper industry, and so on. And I think after 2014, things became slightly more difficult in that regard in Russia. So that also had an effect on many Finnish companies' activities in Russia.
So Jaakko Pöyry and the likes could not go into the market any further because there was no investment in those entities, right?
Yes, at least much less than before.
All right, Domen, you had a question beforehand which you wanted to raise. Domen?
Why was the yes? I mean, I thought you'd go on for a bit first, but anyway, going back to 2014, right? Because that's when the major sanctions on Russia started. What have we learned from 2014, 2015, and Russian abilities to bypass sanctions then that was changed and implemented differently this time around, that actually showed, considerable effects in isolating Russia?
Well, I think we have learned at least that financial sanctions work, in a sense that Russian banks' access and the Russian companies that were already under sanctions in 2014, basically their access to international finance ended. And even though the sanctions were basically EU and G7, for example, Chinese banks or Indian banks or banks in Singapore, they complied with sanctions, so they did not give additional financing or funding to Russian banks under sanctions. And the reason is that no bank, if a bank wants to maintain international presence, and the big state-owned banks in China are very much big international banks, they have presence in all international financial sectors, they need to have access to the US dollar market, and you cannot have access to US dollar market if you are under sanctions from US Treasury. So even if there was perhaps a temptation to provide financing for some of these Russian banks, the risks were so large that it really wasn't worth it. And I mean, you can see how powerful that deterrence is by the fact that when Carrie Lam, the previous head of Hong Kong executive, I mean, basically controlled by Chinese Communist Party, when she was sanctioned by the US, the state-owned, Chinese mainland-owned banks in Hong Kong would not open her a bank account or give her a credit card. So she was actually paid in cash.
The financial sector sanctions, especially, how have they managed to be implemented the way they have? but more importantly, what is there missing still? What still has to be done to genuinely cut Russia off of the international financial system, especially their bypasses through second countries? What would you?
The ability to bypass financial sanctions is not that large, or almost completely only for Chinese banks. So it's used for, it can be used for in bilateral foreign trade, but even that it doesn't mean that the Russian banks are really connected to global financial market. I think in terms of finance, there's very little to be done anymore. There's one big Russian bank that is not under significant sanctions, and that's Gazprom Bank. But that's not under sanctions because the EU countries are still buying gas from Russia, and payments for that gas go via Gazprom Bank, and that's why it's not under sanctions.
In other words,
it's not about finance; it's about the other aspects of the economic sort of interactions.
In other words, until there's an energy embargo on Russia, it won't be able to actually be complete and comprehensive.
In that sense, yes.
Is there a necessity for Gazprom Bank still to act and be a counterpart? Is there actually a necessity? Or could money not only just be accrued on a Vostro account?
In what way? What do you mean?
Well, the EU could still simply say, guys, dear Russian colleagues, we have a number of claims against you. There's more claims filed against you. And just like Belgium did, we would just say, thank you very much. We will either have to seize your assets, freeze your assets. And by the way, we don't want to buy gas from you anyway, but everything you've just sent us and for which you need to be paid, we'll put into the following custodial account here with the ECB. Thank you very much.
Well, I guess in principle that would be possible, but so far as we know, the EU member states have not been able to find, or not all EU countries have been able to come into agreement that we should stop buying gas from Russia. And as long as that's the case, then these financial flows also will most likely continue.
There's many countries which have already ceased importing gas from Russia. They could simply actually lay claim, any claim which is filed in their countries against Russia, and put them up against what is being done and file claims in other countries. There's no reason why not to.
Perhaps, but as long as there is no consensus among all the EU countries, as we have seen, that doesn't happen. And as I said earlier, many EU countries are still buying LNG from global markets, and some of that LNG is Russian.
Like the famous Latvian mixed blend crude, right?
Well, yes, that goes back. Yes. Yeah.
All right. So as this can't be done quite yet because Europeans don't have their house in order and believe that consensus is more important than genocide, which is tricky, but then again, as you said, it's business. What else should the Europeans do when it comes to cutting off the Russian economy?
I think if we are now looking at the effects of sanctions, I mean, the trade embargoes have had a big effect on many sectors in Russian manufacturing industry. So many sectors production has collapsed by 50 or 60% in cars, aircraft, elevators, TV sets, railway cars. I think that continues to have a big effect also on Russia's ability to replace the military hardware that it is losing in Ukraine. I think, of course, those can be made tighter, and the export sort of various agencies monitoring these bans can look at possible sort of attempts to violate these sanctions via third countries. Of course, anytime we have something like this, there will be companies and individuals who are willing to take the risk and make some extra money. That's one thing. But then I think it's just crucial that the tax revenue that Russia gets from its energy sector is reduced. And I mean here, especially crude oil is much more important than natural gas. We in Europe tend to sort of concentrate more on gas because it's we are or have been so dependent on Russian gas, and it's sort of understood well that what it means when gas flows via pipeline or not. But if you look at Russian budget, then traditionally of the energy taxes, roughly 80% came from cap on oil prices and the measures that relate to shipping and insurance of Russian crude oil shipments. I think those are really could be quite instrumental in further sort of weakening the ability of Russian state to wage war.
But an embargo can actually be carried out quite neatly when it comes to the 3 or well, actually 4 export locations. But if you look at Primorsk, Ust-Luga, and Novorossiysk, technically against Russia, which genocides Ukraine, we could we not?
Well, if we wanted to be that much tougher, I mean, I guess in principle, yes, that could be constructed as an act of war. But yes, of course, that can be done. I think
is an embargo is an embargo an act of war, or is an embargo just essentially the sincerest of all sanctions?
I'm not a lawyer, but in many sort of pieces of literature on sanctions that I've read, I mean, complete embargo, blockade is actually an act of war. But of course, we are willing to do that or ready to do that, and then trying to make sure that Russia gets as little money from the oil as is possible, then is the second best thing.
How would that look? What is the best way of ensuring that the receipts of that of those sales of oil are low?
Well, even now, with no formal sanctions in place, and even just handful of oil companies and some shipping companies stopping most of their business with Russia. Russia has to sell its oil to countries like China and India at significant discount. From Chinese data, we can calculate that the Chinese imports of Russian crude oil, the unit price is almost 20% lower than it is for other crude oil from other countries. And before the war, this discount was not there. And now the proposed price cap is, in my understanding, is supposed to work in a sense that the UK and US, and I guess all G7 countries, say that any shipping company or insurance company within their jurisdiction And most of the insurance companies in the world, or reinsurance companies in the world, are actually in these jurisdictions, will not ship or insure crude oil where the price is above a certain threshold. And then the shipping or the buyer and seller of the shipment need to prove that to the shipping company and to the insurance company. Now, in principle, this should work. Of course, in practice, this also opens many possibilities for corruption and forgeries and so on. But as I said, at least so far, even without formal sanctions on Russian crude oil, the price has been price of Russian crude oil is clearly lower than the, say, Brent of North Sea.
So there is a price impact of signaling. Regulatory signaling and sanctions signaling typically tends to be one of the leading factors and has a massive impact. It's essentially more deterrence than the real impact quite yet. Now, at the same time, Russia continues to wage its war and it has no intent on stopping it, as it seems, unless defeated in the battlefield. As a consequence, one could say that it is highly likely that one should execute those sanctions right away. How far away are we from making an impact? And what is the current tax revenue in comparison to last year, for example?
Well, in that sense, I mean, all these measures, plus the fact that we have been. Sorry.
No worries. It seems to be a headset issue.
Can you still hear me?
Give it a try. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Still hear me?
Perfect.
Loud and clear.
Excellent. Where was I? Yeah. So the fact that we have been able to push the Russian crude oil price down, and the fact that actually waging war is expensive, have meant that Russian state budget has been in deficit since June. And it's been in deficit every month, June, July, August, and September. And then I think that is the effect that we sort of wanted to have.
Now, how long can Russia sustain that impact, given the fact that also the oil production is now receding? Therefore, they will soon enough have to shut down wells, and just like with what the German microeconomics always called Sprungfixe Kosten, capacity cost, here it's the same thing. The wells will go down, they will have to be closed, they can't use them any further, and at the same time, thanks to the sanctions and the phasing out of the 3 main service companies, they won't be able to maintain those wells because they lack spare parts and service capacity. So the degradation of the oil sector is not only on the horizon, it has already started. So the capacity will drop down further. How do you see that continuing from an economist point of view?
Well, again, this is really not my field, but at least the International Energy Agency was basically saying that during next year, the capacity would drop by roughly 10%. But of course, all this is based on certain assumptions. It could be more, it could be less. But then it's the question is, well, I mean, the tax revenue depends both on the price and volume. And now, of course, the decision of OPEC Plus last week to cut production also elsewhere means that the price Russia is getting is higher than it otherwise would have been.
Absolutely. Let's move on to other aspects of the economy. Domen, I think we can talk about VAT takings, right?
Yeah, so something that's fascinated me, and I'm no economist, but something that's fascinated me were the collapses in Russian consumption tax takings, right? So VAT, basically. Can you tell us a little bit more about it, first of all, to set the stage properly, because I'd muddle it up. But also, what does a drop of VAT like that mean for the health of the economy at large? How much of that can you possibly attribute to simple limits on imports, therefore people not being able to buy things they want to spend their money on because they're no longer available in the market? And what does that mean for the sustainability of not just the Russian budget, but the Russian economy at large?
Well, I think the drop in VAT tells you about the fact that the volume of retail sales is now 10% lower than it was before the war. I mean, the latest numbers are from August, but I don't think September was any better. And then, as you said, there are much less imported goods where the value-added tax could be paid on. This all means that Russian households are significantly poorer and have less access to goods and services than they did before the war. So far, this has been the main economic cost of the war for ordinary Russians. Of course, now with the partial mobilization and so on, the calculus or the costs have gone up for many Russians even further.
So what does that mean about the, let's say, the sustainability of the Russian budget? You already noted the Russian budget is in a deep deficit, something it's usually not in, especially because the Russian budget usually gets a very large proportion of its income from the oil and gas sector, right? As opposed to, say, income tax plus VAT, which is much more typical in most forward. Further declines?
Well, if this persists, then of course the Russian state finances are that much poorer. And actually, this is an area where Russia was able to diversify at least partly its tax base. So VAT especially became a much more important source of taxes for the central government well, basically during the past 10 years. And now, of course, the drop in VAT intake is more difficult for the Russian government. I think looking at the current numbers and what is likely to happen in the next months and quarters, the Russian government will be able to finance the deficit. They have still some savings. They can borrow money from Russian private or Russian commercial banks, let's put it that way. And if things become really bad, then of course they could turn to the central bank. But I think before that happens, they will try to cut down other expenditure. I mean, other expenditure besides the military and internal security, and try to find savings there. So that would mean infrastructure investments, healthcare, education, and so on. I think it's quite revealing that in the budget sort of framework that was accepted 2 weeks ago in Duma, or up until 25, the military expenditure is supposed to be peaking in 23. But then the internal security, spending on internal security to 23, and then it remains there at that high level. So I think that's actually quite remarkable.
After all of this, very short question, Ika, and then we'll go to our friend Ben, who is an actual economist. If somebody tells you, oh, but the sanctions aren't working, look, Russians are managing to still get some stuff in that's under sanction, what would you tell them in very few words, perhaps a very Finnish way?
I think the sanctions are working, and they are taking away much of the sort of production capacity also in the military sector. And this is especially regarding all the things, missiles and so on, that use electronics or sort of high-tech components, and or that use, say, tools that were bought from Germany or Italy and so on. I mean, they are not getting sort of any spare parts for them as well. And then the sanctions are working, as I said, in reducing the amount of financing available for Russian state. And of course, a big part of that financing now goes to waging the war. So the less tax revenue Russian government gets, then less resources it has for actually waging the war.
And of course, we understand that sanctions are working, and if anything, we need more sanctions to make them work even better. But it's that common narrative that we have to counter about how, oh no, it's all pointless.
Yeah, and the aspect is the fact that import substitution does not work for those components and products and services which Russia needs to wage its war. That's the key aspect.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, I mean, they have been trying to do import substitution in some form since 2012, and in more serious manner since 2014. But especially when it comes to high-tech goods, with very little success.
Is it fair to say that the sheer amount of liquidity which Russia has had available, despite the sanctions since 2014 and 15, has not helped them at all, because they were unable to build their own substitute manufacturing capacity, because they simply don't have the people, they don't have the designs, they don't have that capacity within their country on the one hand, and that many other nations, even though necessarily abide by the sanctions, also were not willing to sell those goods and services to them. Is that fair?
Yes, I mean, I would say so. Of course, liquidity of the banking sector or the sort of macroeconomic stability is one thing, and they have been good in maintaining that. But it's only one precondition for sustained economic growth. You need innovation, you need companies coming up with new things, producing new things, and so far Russia has been, and Russian companies have not been very good at that.
So a bad capital absorption ratio and an authoritarian regime don't work well for innovation and therefore waging war.
Exactly, and I mean, of course, once you have system where you are, I mean, an import substitution means that you are actually shutting out at least some foreign companies from many sectors. It only means that you have less incentives for companies to innovate, and hence you have less innovation, less actual high-tech goods that could be sold anywhere in the world. So Russia has not been very good at that. But of course, in certain sectors, in many sectors of food industry, for example, Russia has been able to increase its production significantly during the past 10 or 15 years. But it's a different kind of sector, different kind of business model.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. Ben, you had a question.
Correction, Axel. I had about 235 questions. I wanted to thank Eka for visiting us. It is so very kind of him. I wanted to thank you for convincing him to come, and I wanted to thank Nina, who also did a fantastic job for this. So thank you, everyone, and to tell our listeners that we have an absolute superstar. We're so glad. I'm so glad You see, CJ is when Thomas is coming. I'm about that glad. I wanted to tell Eka that the work of his team when it comes to reconstructing the trade statistics of Russia is amazing. It's well standard. We just love him. We don't always realize, but we always talk about you and about the work that your team is doing. So thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Flattery will get you nowhere, Ben.
I would agree, but it is not flattery. I'm just making a slight effort to voice what I feel, but it's 100% genuine. Except thanking Axel, which of course I don't truly mean. No, I had a question because I think that your specialty regards finance, and we've had the Russian economy under Lombard-Verbot for the past 8 years, more or less. I wanted to know if you could tell us what was the impact of this banning of Russian banks from interacting with the European and the American financial system, and to what extent this ban was effective, and what were the consequences as far as you could see them.
Well, the ban was very effective, and the net effect was that the Russian banking sector, its foreign debt decreased drastically during basically after 2014. Of course, that then also had an effect that in 22, Russian banking sector was much less exposed to our sanctions because we had already imposed sanctions on the biggest banks. But it is clear that the financial sanctions did work. But then, of course, if we are talking about what happens in the war and how the decisions regarding the war are made, I don't think economic considerations are very high up in the list, and I don't think there's an economist in the room or anywhere near the room where the decision to start the war or continue the war is mismade.
Ben?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm a bit too giddy to speak right now, so please move along.
That's not a problem. So we touched upon gas, we touched upon oil, we went through sanctions. Let's just briefly reel back, because as we just now focus back on this audience, briefly touch upon what happened in the money laundering scandal with Danske Bank, Nordea, Swedbank, and the likes, and what kind of an impact it had.
Well, I think for Danske Bank, for example, their branch in Estonia, over span of several years, they channeled money from not just from Russia but also from other countries to somewhere else, making that money that was perhaps illegal, or at least the origin of the money was not properly disclosed, sort of allowing that into sort of normal international financial system, in a sense making it legal. I think the headquarters were slow to react, even though they had some reports that things were not really 100% correct in the Estonian branch. But of course, this has happened to many banks in many countries, and the origin of money can vary. It can be Russia, it can be some African country, and so on. But basic mechanism is almost always the same. And of course, then when this was sort of found out, there was a big scandal. They received a big fine from the authorities, and then of course the CEO of Danske Bank had to resign.
Where did the CEO of Danske Bank serve beforehand?
That I don't know.
He was in charge of the Estonian branch operations and the
Right,
region.
yeah, right.
And he was escalated upwards based on the massive amount of success, the great contribution to the bottom line. And the original money trade started with Promsberbank and Lantana. So the funds were almost certainly, by what we know today, originating from more or less illicit sources coming out of Russia or out of its fiefdoms. So in that regard, it is interesting. But the scandal obviously engulfed Swedbank and Nordea just as well. But the overall size maybe is worthwhile touching upon. It's not quite clear yet, but indications were that it was touching upon 423 billion.
Yes, but of course over a period of, I mean, many years. But still, I mean,
True.
significant amount of money.
That is a decent savings account for people who then put this into, shall we say, tax havens and the likes, and have them in many different accounts, which have not all been fully traced, tracked, or seized for that matter. So this is a lot of money to actually finance a lot of operations, isn't it?
Yes, of course. But I mean, if you look the whole 30-year economic history of post-Soviet Russia, the amount of money that has flown out of the country is just staggering. I mean, the offshore wealth of some Russian companies and individuals is just huge.
It is, isn't it tragically stunning that the capital absorption rate is so low that it was international banks which always were eager to finance the build out of factories, export routes, and the likes, but very little ever remained in country in order to create a better standard of living or production.
That is correct.
All right. Ben, you have further questions?
Yes, I've got a bit of a technical question, but I think it's well worth saying. One of the claim of fame of your team is to be reconstituting data based on international resources, data that is normally provided by the Russian state and is not provided at the moment because they're trying to hide stuff. And today you had a very interesting which apparently is following a very similar path. Could you expand on this? And do you think this is a direction we're going towards now, with a lot fewer data being traded and being exposed?
Well, for China, I mean, I was half joking, but it is the fact that the foreign trade data was supposed to come out last Friday, and next night or very early morning in Europe, they were supposed to release the third quarter GDP numbers, but all these have now been postponed, and we don't know for how long. Perhaps they will be released after this week when the party congress is over. I don't know, but it is somewhat strange that they, I mean, the date of the party congress has been known for quite a while, and also statistics calendar has been known for quite a while. So I don't know why they would want to avoid having the data out during the party congress. I mean, even if the numbers are bad, as they might be, internally it doesn't matter, because the party controls the sort of discussion about this, at least to a great extent. And then externally, I mean, it doesn't matter that much. I mean, and And on top of that, of course, the official GDP growth rates have been quite suspicious for a number of years anyway. Yeah, so I don't think China is really going in that direction yet, but it's not a good look, let's put it that way. But perhaps to continue on that, I do think, at least in production, the Russian statistics are still somewhat more reliable, at least up until now, than the Chinese ones. The data Russians still do release, it's sort of internally consistent and coherent, whereas the Chinese, for many years, this has not been the case.
Ben, shall we go to some Finns? Let's go to Antti.
Thank you. So I was wondering, there have been these kind of tiny signals here and there that Russia's grip on its Central Asian so-called partner nations has. Is there any sort of what kind of financial relationships are there that if the political aspect of the relationships is turning towards more cooler relations, is there any chance that it will reflect on trade relations and other economic ties as well? Thank you.
That is a possibility, of course. But I mean, say if you take Kazakhstan, they do trade with Russia quite a bit. But then the fact that they both are energy exporters means that they have other customers for the main export products. And of course, in case of Kazakhstan, the other main customer would be China. I mean, Central Asia still, they would need Russia for logistics, and they will need Russia for a long time. I mean, perhaps over the years, some alternatives are built and so on, but it will take time. But as you said, it is clear that many Central Asian countries, or perhaps all of them, are not very happy with the war, and they are at least trying to sort of make sure that this is understood by Russia, and that the fact that they have options, even if it's only China, is also understood by Russia. But decision makes sort of or even a big breakup with Russia would make it quite problematic. Let's put it that way.
Thank you.
Mika.
A question about the SWIFT ban, because before this new war started, this full-scale invasion and genocide of war, the idea was that we threatened Russia that Russian bank systems will be removed out of the SWIFT if they invade, and they invaded, but we didn't actually throw them out fully from SWIFT. I think so. I just googled 7 banks were removed from SWIFT system, but 2 actually stayed, like Sberbank and Gazprom. Why was that? And are there any plans to actually remove them now fully out of SWIFT?
Well, Sberbank is now out of SWIFT, but I personally never understood the obsession with SWIFT. SWIFT it's not even a payment system; it's a system of banks messaging or sending sort of standardized messages to each other about payments that are coming or going. So it makes the payments easier, but the actual payments don't go via SWIFT. And that's why why people were so obsessing about SWIFT. It's one part of financial sanctions, yes, but it's only one sort of detail in that sense.
Isn't it more, Ika, sorry to interject, but isn't it more the messaging for the trade finance, for structured trade and commodity finance, where essentially letters of credit do have to be standardized and conveyed by means of a SWIFT message, an MT101, in order to be valid? I think this is where we're leading at with that, right? That you cannot actually have those letters of credit and bank guarantees issued.
That's one part of the one part of the problem, but I mean, as I said, payments and the actual funds can be transferred via other methods as well. It's more costly and
absolutely
it's more cumbersome, but it can be done. But the fact that then we can, I mean, we meaning the EU, US, we can impose complete transaction bans with certain banks, then that's of course much more effective and much stronger measure. And we actually did that with Russian central bank almost immediately following the February 24th invasion, and that's why the roughly $300 billion worth of Bank of Russia reserves are still in bank accounts and other banks.
Let's go to Rusty and then back to Ben. Rusty.
Hello. So I have a question about the National Bank in Russia, and it's the director Elvira Nabuliana. Have you followed the situation with the fact that she wanted to resign as head of the National Bank in Russia, and do you have anything to say about the performance of that National Bank in this during this conflict?
I've read the same reports, presumably that she wanted to resign at least twice. I don't know if that's true or not. Perhaps it is. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it is. I think just from the point of view of economics and sort of macroeconomic management, what they have done now after the sanctions has been, I mean, very, very, very well done, job well done. They stopped. I mean, when Russia invaded in February, there was a period of few days when Russia was really close to financial crisis. So people were queuing up. The external value of the ruble collapsed by 30% and so on. So the central bank raised interest rates to 20%. They installed many restrictions on capital account or capital movements, and that then helped to defuse the situation. Now, of course, that also means that ruble is not a freely convertible currency anymore, but that was the cost that they were willing to pay for avoiding a full-scale financial crisis. And as I said, they managed to avoid that full-scale financial crisis.
Rusty, follow up?
Yeah, so I'm actually wondering if when you watched the situation in Russia, do you think they're mainly taking short-term decisions to stabilize, or are they actually thinking long-term?
That's actually a very, very good question. I think so far, when it comes to sort of the economic side of things, both the Ministry of Finance and Central Bank, and then perhaps some other parts of the government, they are in a very short-term mode, because I mean, they have no other alternative. They have no idea how long the war will continue, and so they are trying to sort of manage the damages to the Russian economy as best they can. But it's quite obvious that in this situation there is no long-term sort of plan for growth. They are just hoping that over time the economy will adapt to sanctions, and there will be a bottom at some point during next year, and then growth will resume. And I mean, this is what happened to Iran when very tight sanctions were introduced against Iran. Economy contracted for 2 years roughly, and then it bottomed out. But then it has been operating in a very sort of tough environment, in a sense that also for Iran, a lot of things that previously were possible to produce home are now again, it's much more expensive, and it's an overall level, or the overall technological level of Iranian economy is much lower than it was before the sanctions. And I think this is very well could be what happens to Russia over the years.
Thank you. Let's go back to Ben. Ben, go ahead.
Thank you, Darmin. I've got pretty much the same question to ask, but instead of Russia, I wanted to know your opinion about Ukraine, because you've been following the development of Ukraine for well over 2 decades. So I was wondering what you were thinking of the situation there and of the performance of the central bank.
Well, again, I think central bank has been, and the Ukrainian authorities have been doing great job on the circumstances. I think the fact that they have been able to, I'm now talking about central bank, to keep payment systems running and just basically distributing banknotes and more or less uninterrupted, that has been a very sort of great achievement. It has kept the wheels of the economy turning. And of course, it also means that when the war started, they had basically had to kick all the activity, all the IT systems, cloud providers, but they were very quick to do that, and they had sort of contingency plans in place if something happens, and then they were able to do that. Then at the same time, the economic extremely adverse for Ukrainian economy. Also because many of the industrial companies and export companies were in the east and in the south. So either they are now held by Russians or they are basically in middle of war zone. So that really hurts the Ukrainian economy. So last week, when IMF published its World Economic Outlook, they were saying that the Ukrainian GDP would drop by 35% this year. And well, I mean, it can be 30. This kind of situation, what actually matters is that also for Ukrainian economy, obviously waging the war is expensive. So you had higher military expenditures, and then you have lower tax intake.
Antti.
Thank you. So I was wondering about the internal economic dynamic of Russia, because for years now I've been hearing about the very real and very strong imbalance there is between on one hand between, especially with these two and the rest of the country. So I was wondering if you have any statistics or figures that could somehow give us a broad view of the internal dynamics of the Russian economy.
I think you guys couldn't. Yeah, some technical issues. He'll be back with us if I get
Did
the
I-
figure. No,
did
no,
I
no.
just
You
cause
didn't.
box?
You didn't. Twitter did. He'll be
Oh.
back momentarily. He'll be back momentarily. Almost there.
Cut off for a second. Could you repeat your question?
Yeah. So, because I've been hearing for a long time about the regional imbalance within Russia with regard to economic and other developments. So I was wondering if you could, if you have any economic statistics or key figures that would somehow give us a good view of how the internal dynamics of the Russian economy function, because I've heard that Moscow and St. Petersburg are in a class of their own compared to the rest of Russia.
No, that is, I mean, exactly true. I mean, the income levels are much higher in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and a handful of other big cities. Then looking at the incomes, they are higher also in regions where there's a lot of oil and gas production, but those regions usually have only very few people. And then you have regions with much less or much lower income levels, whether it's the North Caucasus or some of the other regions sort of outside the big urban areas. So the differences between cities is actually huge, and that's one of the sort of problems in Russian economy.
Thank you.
Miko, maybe you want to start?
Yeah, I have one more question about this let's say gas flow and Russians withdrawing gas, who still come, by the way, with special visas to Finland. So are you aware of this Union Bank, this Chinese Union Bank thing, and what they are doing with, sorry, it's Union Pay, and what they're doing with, they have the ATM cards for which actually function with the Finnish ATM machines.
They don't function anymore. So basically,
That's
I think
okay.
both ATM operators ended their cooperation with Union Pay, and not just in Finland, but in many other countries as well.
Okay, that's great news, because I got really annoyed about that, because they were able to withdraw tens of thousands of euros. And yeah, okay, that's very good news. Thanks.
All right. In the meantime, let me just highlight one thing which happened. I mean, it was envisaged already because the pressure was just too intense, but it's not good enough yet. But the campaign has worked, and it seems that Mr. Lindner, the weakest link in the coalition in Germany, has forced the Chancellor to force through that the 3 currently still active nuclear power plants in Germany will at least be extended now until the 15th of April 2025. 2023. The interesting thing is that it means that this will lead to stocking up further, and it is highly likely that the pressure on Germany will increase over the winter, and that the political basis is now laid for this to continue significantly further than the current chancellery decision actually indicates. So with a bit of luck, nuclear power in Germany will continue to operate. 3 down and 3 to go and reconnect. What do you think, Ika? What does it mean for electricity prices in Europe?
Well, obviously, in operation, it will mean lower electricity prices, especially in Germany and its neighboring countries. But even if that happens, I think the electricity prices will remain high as long as the natural gas prices are high.
Which means Germany should actually work on substitution, should it not? Actually, technically, it should follow the trend which has now taken hold all over in the world, including Finland, building new next generation nuclear power, correct?
Yes, well, our 5th nuclear reactor that is now coming fully online, presumably at the beginning of December, of course. 10 years behind the schedule and 10 billion euros over the budget. So don't do that. Otherwise, I think more nuclear power is quite likely outcome of this.
And what societies and fully integrated industrial societies need? Do they need higher or lower electricity prices?
Well, I think you answered your own question.
I know, Ika, but the thing is, if I do that, it doesn't carry the same weight as if you do this. Could you explain what has high electricity prices for much longer vis-a-vis nations such as India and China?
Well, obviously it will hurt competitiveness, but although, I mean, it must be said that the higher gas prices now here in Europe have actually pulled gas prices higher, but basically globally, and also especially in Asia. So now there have been several LNG tankers that have taken course from Pacific to Europe, even though it's a long way, but the prices have been so much higher here. So it is not just a regional one.
No, that I appreciate, and it is about gas. I'm talking about the electricity prices, not from gas conversion into electricity, but I'm talking about the fact that if we phase out nuclear power, we have a sustained impact and heavy-duty impact on electricity generation, both for base load as well as for the provisioning of distribution networks in Europe, which would lead to significantly higher cascading costs. And that is something which Europe almost likely cannot easily sustain, can it?
No, I agree 100%. And I think the only viable way to do that is to build more nuclear power, whether it's in the kind of thing that we did, the 5th nuclear reactor, which now actually will be the largest nuclear reactor in Europe, or if it will be more smaller units, then I don't know. But I think something along those lines needs to be done.
All righty. We have more questions coming up. I think we have
Leonard. Sorry, I have 5 minutes more. Then I need to be somewhere.
Excellent. Then let's do 3 short, precise questions. Let's rack and stack them. Leonard, Alex, Rusty, your questions, and then we'll summarize them and go through them.
And thank you, Ika. It's been very enlightening, what your presentation this morning. I have a quick question, and it relates specifically to what would be your position as a banker, and what you might view in terms of the future here for the Russian banking system and the consequences. I'm in Canada, so I just frame this essentially as a hockey game and see you as being in the gold seats right on the center line as a Donnybrook is broken out on the ice and one team is getting badly beaten on all fronts. That's the Russians. What do you, we know Sberbank and Gazprom Bank have been affected. When the smoke clears, do you see any clear predictions that that you would have in terms of where the Russian banking system goes from here, or are you just in this kind of a state of confusion that that at Russia right now from that perspective? So do you see any clarity there in terms of how this will spin out for the future for Russian banking? Thank you.
All right, question one. Alex Caftelli, your question.
Yeah, it's to the same line. Will collapse. The head of central bank, I think, said earlier during the beginning of the war that it can stand for 6 months or so. But I would like to know expert opinion. Like, we know that it's hard for Ukraine, like how much harder it is for Russia, because they are still trying to occupy and do the full mobilization and whatnot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And Rusty, your question.
So my question is about centralization versus decentralization, and the fact that Russia is mobilizing their decentralized areas and people are moving to towns and leaving their less centralized areas. How will that affect the Russian economy in the future?
Okay, so then Ika.
Okay, on banking sector, I think what we have seen during this year and also actually after the 2014 sanctions is that banks can withstand quite a lot if the domestic audience, so households and companies, keep their deposits in the banks. And as long as there are no bank runs, I think the current situation can continue for quite a while. I mean, not provide much new financing to infrastructure projects and so on, but it can continue to function. And as such, I think, for example, Sberbank was, in terms of just technology, quite well, I mean, far advanced. So if at some point situation completely changes and there are no sanctions, Sberbank, or at least people who had been working at Sberbank, their IT systems and so on, could be quite valuable for somebody. And then on the sort of effect of mobilization and people moving and so on, I think this is, even in the short run, very negative for Russian economy. So you have a lot of highly qualified people leaving. I mean, of course, this has been going on for quite a while and started already before February. But of course, things accelerated in February and then again in late September. I think this is bad in short term, and it's very bad in the medium to long run, that you have highly qualified people going out of the country. And some of them will go back, but many of them will not.
Yeah. Understood. We have one very last question from a friend and colleague of ours, also active in the markets, Craig.
Yes, sir. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. In regards to the state of the Russian economy over its long term, right? Being from Finland, I would assume you guys have some proximity knowledge to their economic practices, right? Before the war, right? How they structured their economical system, more of a top-down, more than a market-based approach, you would say, right? But it's more of a kind of a crony capitalism type of system. And the reason I emphasize that, the reason for me asking a question, and here it is, there's been a lot of talk about the quote-unquote collapse of Russia, right? That Russia's just going to fall in on itself, and then it's going to kind of fall like a redux of 1991, right? That is going to take a lot more time to do. Is that a fair question to ask?
It's a fair question to ask. I don't think what we have seen now so far, I don't think there's any collapse anytime soon, not like 91, 92. But the structure of the economy, it's sort of, well, dual economy in development economics means something, but you have many sectors with a lot of dynamism, a lot of small companies sort of coming about and competition. But then the main economic activity is in sectors, raw material sectors that are one way or another, they are controlled by the state and or a few oligarchs who have close connections to state. And especially after the global financial crisis, I think a lot of people, a lot of young qualified people in Russia were seeing that it's more beneficial, more lucrative to work in these state-owned or state-connected sectors than try to sort of come up with something of your own and make a success of that. And that's why, of course, that many people left Russia as well.
So if I could just ask a very quick follow-up to that, because I think it matters, right? That these sanctions, when they were put on, they were designed to not have, yes, there would be some immediate effect, but I think people underestimated what a government, not just the Russian government, but what a government can do to at least artificially prop up its own economy, right? The United States proved that in 2008, and then again recently during COVID. So government has extraordinary powers. And so for those that were looking for sanctions to have an overwhelming immediate effect, I think was a little premature. But I think that it's fair to say that the long-term effect of these sanctions, as they stay on for years and years and years, is not going to collapse Russia, but it'll certainly start cutting off limbs, right? So we're not talking about an economic depression. We're talking about a recession that lasts for decades, right?
Exactly. And as I mentioned earlier, basically you will have an economy that might be growing, but at the level of technology that is equivalent to what we saw in the 80s or early 90s. So you have a lot that's being produced without safety bags, without GPS, and so on. So in very real sense, some parts of the economy are going back to 80s. You have much less airplanes flying. The amount of air cargo has collapsed 85%. So it's in very sort of real sense to 80s or even 70s. Yeah, but now I'm sorry, I really have to run. I'm due somewhere else.
Absolutely. No, thank you, Ika. It has been an absolute privilege and pleasure to have you on today, and we can only hope that as events unfold, that we will have the pleasure yet again sometime soon.
Yes, of course. I really enjoyed this chat, and yeah, so good to meet you all.
Thank you very much. And the interview will be on Spotify soon. So if you want to send it out to colleagues and friends and the likes, and we can definitely do that. All righty. Okay. Thank you very much,
right.
everybody.
Okay. Have a good night. Or good day. However, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. All right, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Give a hand to Ika. All righty, and how does that fit into what we have seen today? Major economic news on all fronts. British friends are trying to say right the ship. Germany is finally wising up to electricity prices being poisonously high. German households have saved massive amounts of, say, gas. We're getting there, Doman, are we?
We are indeed. We are indeed. How is this so hard? How is this so hard to say? Yeah, the 3 perfectly functional, currently operational nuclear power plants that have nothing wrong with them at all. Yeah, know what? You can keep using those. Took them long enough. Axel, we have 10 minutes before we're joined by Lyubov Cibulka. And shall we, finish off on the sanctions before we turn to hybrid warfare?
Exactly. For the love of onions, let's peel them.
Craig, what would you like to cry about?
Cry?
Ben.
Onions make you cry, and then is it from Walla Walla?
Oh, I was like, what the heck is no? No, I mean, I just want to emphasize for people that and that's why I asked them these questions. I know they might have seemed somewhat rhetorical or self-answering, but we have to remember that it's very difficult unless you're invading a country for its economy to collapse and completely fall apart, or maybe if your country disintegrates because it's been part of an imperialist system for the past, I don't know, say 600 years, the Soviet Union in 1991, right? You can collapse that system. But if you are not in danger of a domestic dispute amongst, fellow nations or peoples of your various Soviet socialist republics, then you're not going to collapse anything, right? It's just going to stay where it is because the central bank and the government has extraordinary power. It has police power. It can do what it wants. And so if you're living in that system, then you just have to live with it. On the outside looking in, you just have to live with the fact that Russia is going to live in a 1990s economy when it's 2030 or 2040, right? When I'm old and my daughter is old and she's married and has a family of her own, Russia is going to be trying to get PlayStations, right? It's going to be trying to get better TVs. Its whole society is going to rot. And it is not going to come back, right? And so if for those who are looking for sanctions to bite, look in 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 years where Russia is. That's why when this whole thing started, I was like, enjoy poverty for decades because you're not getting this back. What Russia did crossed the line in every measurable way, and it's not going to get it for free. And then you say, well, I want the whole system to collapse. I want bread lines. I want this. I want that. Well, that may not be the case. And I think I would just ask you to temper your expectations and to understand that keeping somebody on life support and alive doesn't mean they're really living, right? Just because you have a heartbeat doesn't mean you're still kicking. It just means that you're still technically alive. And I think that's about as good as revenge as you could ask for.
Ben, how would France on life support look like? No strikes?
No, actually, historically, there've been strikes everywhere, every time. Only massive crisis can lead to an absence of strikes. Tomorrow, massive strikes. Normality is prevailing, as Artur said. Nature is healing. It's fantastic. But talking about the interview, I think it was great. I loved it. I really hope we're able to do it very soon. The Finns are really lucky to have so many brilliant people among them in their midst. How many are there? Like 3,000, 4,000 Finns?
There are several Finns we've not interviewed yet, Ben. Several, I tell you.
Come on, half of them are moose, and the other one are herding reindeers in the far north. I think Ike was the last Finn we had not interviewed who was within Wi-Fi range. But no, it was great. And I'm really sad because half of the questions I wanted to ask him I didn't get to. Some of the more philosophical ones. And I think one of them I will submit to you. If
but
anyone
you do know that he's a practical economist from a northern country, so he's not interested in economic philosophy, right?
Yeah, no, it's philosophical, but it also in the sense that it pertains to action immediately. It's the fact that Russia has been gloriously uninterested in growth for the past 15 years, if not more. And the problem is that our sanctions, or ever. No, I think there was a time. There were 6 months. 6 months where they were interested in it. No, but seriously, they're not interested.
During the reign of Peter the First?
No, a lot earlier. There was a great Mongol ruler at some point. You have to give them that. No, what was I saying? Yes, they're not interested in growth, and most of the way we design sanctions is a way of attacking a country's growth. So, like, are they immune to our system because they're so different? And the other way is how our models, like the sort of models Ike is using, masterfully very special, weird specificities of the Russian economy. That's yeah. I'll have your papers on my desk tomorrow by noon.
Very good, very good. Let's go to Alice Castelli, our favorite Kartvelian, and then I think we'll be joined by Lyubov already. Alex?
Thank you, guys. The reason I ask a question, and I wanted to explain this because it's important. Like, a lot of times when somebody, a good economist, like very good economists actually, they come and start discussing, and they sometimes they may say obvious things like it's hard for Ukraine to wage a war. And then they would say, it's Russia can withstand these sanctions for quite a while. Well, it is way more expensive to occupy other country than to defend it. Infrastructure in Ukraine is being destroyed, but Russia has its own problems, and there was important thing that was mentioned. The banks can withstand these sanctions for quite a while, assuming people do not rush to get out their deposits. Now, guess all those people who flee the country, what they do? First thing they do, they take money out of the bank, and or probably flee the country and then try to do this transaction. It went quiet, but I think Russia allowed people to withdraw cash. People even couldn't withdraw cash from their banks for quite some time. I think they put a limit, but those hundreds of thousands fleeing the country and mobilization, they take cash out of the banks, they stop paying taxes to the country, and pretty much they are open to